Also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply stop to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her?
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge?
Got to get this all straightened out. Keep a little talking to, man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve. It's now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend?
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
JAYSON Tatum tears his Achilles tendon, but Boston rallies behind strong shooting to force Game 6 Friday at MSG. The Pacers finish off the number 1 seeded Cavs in only 5 games and punch their ticket to the Eastern Conference Finals for a second straight season. The Timberwolves advance easily past the Steph-less Warriors, and Game 6 of the OKC Denver Slugfest tonight continues at 8:30 with the Nuggets facing elimination down 3-2. All that playoff coverage, the draft lottery rigged again, and some looks inside baseball later tonight on another action-packed Thursday night episode of Jabba and the Mouth.
Going to give him a significant. They're going to have a ton of money to spend. Why not put it in one of the top 3 offensive players in the league? We're going to be looking at Aaron Judge and saying that he can't win the big game. Michael Jordan said, I played 82 games. You don't see LeBron doing that.
This is a game where you got to go perform.
I told you, Giant fans, that Saquon Barkley at this point.
I'm gonna fight them all. A 7-nation army couldn't hold me back. They're gonna rip it off. Taking time.
Say whatever you want about Patrick Mahomes. He's the best quarterback in the NFL. Really?
And I'm talking to myself at night because I can't forget. And back and forth through my mind behind a cigarette. And the name's coming from my eyes. Saying let it go.
Let's do it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth.
Yes. We are back, ladies and gentlemen. You're listening to the one and only Jabba and the Mouth. My name is Errol Marks, and tonight we don't have Jabba yet. He could be back a little bit later in the show. He's got, obviously, family and something going on in his family, but shout out to Jabba Chamberlain. He'll be joining us a little bit later in the show. But yes, we've got the one and only Speedy Petey. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the one and only Jabba in the Mouth. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it's been clear, it's been beautiful, it's been hot and rainy here in Long Island, New York. And yes, if you're hot and rainy and you like the hot and rainy weather, well, then Long Island is hot and rainy for you. Speaking of hot and very rainy, that is the New York Knicks. And we will get into the whole New York Knicks Game 5 for all you Knicks fans that thought this was going to be a shoo-in. Well, ladies and gentlemen, Knicks fans are probably wondering what's going to happen at Game 6 at Madison Square Garden. I've got some rumors. Well, I'm not the rumor guy. That would be Josh. He was before our show. But Speedy, how are you? By the way, before we get to you, our executive producer, you just saw him as he did our introduction, Mr. Aaron Fishman, and the one and only Mr. Tommy Scoops is here to do our Sports Minute and give us some of the back end information that we're going to need throughout the show. And our PR guy is right now backstage as he's working over there somewhere in New Jersey, Mr. Nathan, a.k.a. I Need a Leash.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy, what's going on?
Yeah, no, it was interesting you brought up Josh's show. It felt like it was 2021 all over again when he was with us on the Sports Lab venting about the New York Knicks. I think the only thing hotter than Josh's head might have been Tom Thibodeau's head.
Well, I don't know about hotter. I don't even know if there's a word called hotter when it comes to Josh. I think it would be ugly. I'm just kidding, Josh. There is ugliness to Josh's thoughts when it comes to the New York Knicks. If it doesn't go his way, he's complaining, he's crying, like all you Knicks fans. When the Knicks are winning, you're dancing around with your pants off, your chest, your bare-chested sticking out, dancing around on a camera, center stage for all you Knicks fans. And when they're losing, you're making crybaby antics all over social media and crying and complaining all over the world. So it is typical New York at its fullest. But I will say this. I look at what is going on in professional sports. You can only wonder, is this a business or is this something to do with the league and what it's all about? Now, we all know about the NBA and the LJA, the LeBron James Association, the NHL. I love what Gary Bettman's doing right now for all the people out there that boo him every time at the draft, thinking that this guy doesn't know what he's doing. He doesn't know how to bring money into their association. Well, you're absolutely wrong with the new CBA that they brought in, some of the new TV deals that they have. I think the NHL is doing very, very well. And then you look at the NFL. We all know Roger Goodell doesn't need to do anything. He can wipe his ass and he's going to get a new sponsor, a new advertiser, because the NFL is the NFL here in Long Island, New York, and around the world. We all know how sports is when it comes to New York and really throughout the United States. So we know Roger Goodell is going to find a way to bring in money and sell it to every single person out there that's enjoying the sport of football. But what really bothers me more than anything is the way the NBA runs their product. I don't like anything about what the NBA does. I don't know if I would fully blame LeBron James, but it's really started to happen when David Stern stepped down and gave it to Adam Silver. And Adam Silver, even though he's bringing in so much money and so much cash for the new TV deals that they're getting and all the different advertisers that they've been bringing in over the last couple of years, including Nike, which is a world phenomenon, really, for the last 30, 40 years. Nike is bringing in so much money for the NBA. The problem right now really lies between what Adam Silver is doing for the players. It's not anything about the fans anymore. It's not about anything when it comes to the money that is being brought in by the fans. It's all about the players and what the players could do when it comes to the product. And I don't like what the NBA is doing right now as we watch the NBA playoffs. And it's fun to watch as we're watching so many great series, the Nuggets series, the Golden State series, which just ended. And then obviously the Knicks series, the Pacers series, that was an absolute blowout. But all in all, it's been fun. The playoffs are always fun. But it bothers me when I look at the league and what it's doing and how they don't appreciate the fans. The fans are not the number one priority, and it's been a big problem over the last couple of years, and I blame LeBron James and all the other players, the Kevin Durant's, those type of players that are selfish, me type of players, including Kyrie Irving for over the years of all the craziness that he has done on and off the basketball court. But I'm not going to get into that. A little bit later in the show, we will be talking to well-known actor Mr. Robert Funaro. He will be joining us. He played Eugene in The Sopranos, so we're very excited to get him on the show. We'll talk about some of the stuff that he's been doing after The Sopranos and some of the other movies and television shows that he's appeared on, obviously, over the last couple of years. Jabba's back. How are you, Jabba? I know you're on a little turn, and there's so many events going on in your life. Thank God you joined us, but how are you, my friend?
Good. Just trying to get all the stuff put together and figure out last names of maiden names and getting all that. And I was like, I wish my dad was here. He had all the answers, but he decided to kick the bucket too, so we don't have him. But other than that, it's always weird when you see family that, in certain circumstances, but it's good to see them. Everybody's kids are growing up and doing all that. So, but yeah, other than that, I was like, let me just get a little break. We're on Ancestry.com trying to do a bunch of stuff, trying to find everything.
Find cousins, aunts, uncles.
Oh, yeah. And everybody's over. Yeah,
maybe you have a long-lost sister over there. Your father was hanging out with another lady, in the past. Who knows? I mean, we've seen a lot. Speaking of past.
Butt plug.
You could be acting with the old Nith as he is using his own butt plug. But I'm happy that you're back. I know you've been very, very busy over the last couple of days. ESPN reports that JAYSON Tatum suffered a torn Achilles injury. He suffered in the fourth quarter in Game 4 versus the New York Knicks. Tatum had a surgery already and is expected to miss all of next season. Tatum's surgery was done by the same doctor, Kevin Durant, got his surgery in 2019, and Durant was able to return in the beginning of 2020 in the season. The Celtics blew out the Knicks in Game 5 of their series 127-102, with Derek White leading the Celtics to a 34-point game. Jaylen Brown nearly had a triple-double, 26 points, 12 assists, and 8 rebounds. Tom Thibodeau was criticized by the media in regards to giving the starters too many minutes. And Tibbs said, you have to play the best players to have a chance to win. Charles Oakley defended Tom Thibodeau, saying that the minute police, the Knicks fans have no idea what they're talking about when it comes to Tibbs. I love Charles Oakley. I love everything about him. I got a chance to meet him. I got a chance to interview him I would say about a year ago. It was fun to interview him. He was one of my favorite players as a New York Knick. And I'm not going to sit there and harass or attack what Charles Oakley has to say, because he knows what it takes to win. He was there in 94 when the Knicks went all the way to the NBA championship against the one and only Hakeem Olajuwon Rockets. We all know about that choke that they had in Game 7 and really Game 6. We know the whole background. So I'm not going to attack Charles Oakley. What really bothers me is Tom Thibodeau. Tom Thibodeau has a chance to close out the Boston Celtics in 5 games, give his team at least a couple of days of rest before they got to go into that Pacers series where you have a young Pacer team that's flying high. They just knocked off the Cavaliers in 5 games? A Cavalier team that was unstoppable, as everybody said, and some people thought we're going to be up to win an NBA championship this year with Kenny Atkinson and obviously the Spider. But the Spider wasn't 100% healthy, and the team was fighting injury really for the last 2 weeks of the season going into the playoffs. But I look at Tom Thibodeau, and he's made an excuse all season long. And the problem with Tom Thibodeau is really giving his players a relief on the bench, giving them time to rest, giving them and using a rotation that actually fits and gives the Knicks the best chance to win. It's been a big problem all season long. And when you have guys like Cam Payne, who shouldn't be playing. I know he was big in the Detroit series in 1 game, and he made some shots. He forces shots. He really doesn't defend. And you have Jalen Brunson, who fouled out for the first time. I don't remember the last time Jalen Brunson fouled out in a game in the last couple of years. He fouled out in an important game in the fourth quarter with about 7 minutes left. And it just shows you one thing. Are the Knicks ready to take that next step? We've been saying this forever. But I don't know. I don't know what Knick team is going to show up every single night. You're in Madison Square Garden. You're in Celticville over there in Boston. I don't know what it is. But for some reason, the Knicks cannot be consistent. There are games that Mikal Bridges disappears for the first 3 quarters and then shows up in the fourth in the overtime. There are games that OG Anunoby can hit shots and not miss. And then there are games that he can't hit any shots. And then the defensive side of the ball. Why is it that a guy like, and I'm going to say this to be honest, and I'm saying this to be true, Derek White is not a good offensive player. Never was. And really has really transitioned into a decent offensive player. This guy is built on defense. That's why he's on this team. That's why the Celtics traded for him. And that's why he got his extension. And that's why he made the Olympic team, because that's what he does defensively. He's a great defender at the perimeter. He is not a three-point shooter. He is not a great offensive player. Why is he scoring 34 points against a Knick team that should absolutely be able to defend him? It doesn't make any sense. And Jaylen Brown, I don't know if anybody knows his story. After Tatum went down, after the game, Jaylen Brown had a closed conversation with all his teammates in the locker room saying that we should be playing better. Tatum or no Tatum, we are one of the best teams in the NBA, and we can win this series. And we got to go out there and play our game. And they did in Game 5. And if they continue doing it in Game 6 and Game 7, the Knicks are going to go down. But I don't know why anybody thinks that this was going to be a shoo-in game. I did not think it. And by the way, there are guys that were coming off the bench, and you know who I'm talking about, the big man, Speedy. And to me, he was the player of the game. Every time they needed a big rebound, every time they needed a big defensive player, this guy was everywhere to be. And he was actually a former Knick. The Knicks didn't hold on to him. And then
he looks 50.
Yeah, he could look 50. He could look 60. If he
But
plays
he looked
that
great.
way,
College too at Duke.
if he plays that way, they're going to have a chance to win this series
Right.
because the Knicks have no answer to their secondary players. Why is Al Horford, when he gets into the game, actually hitting jump shots that are open? Why is it that the Knicks don't understand what a rotation is? And this defense is more than good enough to knock off this Boston Celtic team. Jaylen Brown's the best player on this roster right now. Porzingis isn't 100%. You have Jayson Tatum that's out for the rest of the season and next year. So the Celtics are not the same offensive team they've been all season long. And the Knicks beat them with Jayson Tatum. How do you let this team completely dominate you in Game 5 when you should have just absolutely trounced on them? It was embarrassing. And I'm not going to sit here and I'm not going to cry about it. They got a chance to end it in Game number 6. If they let this go to a Game number 7, the momentum is on the Boston Celtics side. And they get to play it at home. They get to finish the series at home. And that gives them the full momentum. The Knicks do not want this series to go to a Game 7. Now, I'll sit here and I'll be honest with you. I don't trust Tom Thibodeau. I don't trust him in a hole in a wall. I don't think this guy knows what he's doing. I think he's always choked. We've seen him go to Eastern Conference championships against Miami with Derrick Rose. And that team, that great Bulls team, that was the best team in the Eastern Conference that year. And Derrick Rose, if I'm not mistaken, he was the MVP of the league. And you let LeBron James and Miami play the way you did, play the way they did in that series and completely dominate a team like the Chicago Bulls that was very good and rounded all the way through, from the defensive side of the ball, from the offensive side of the ball. And they just completely dominated because LeBron James decided to take his defensive side of and his prowess to Derrick Rose and made Derrick Rose try to beat him. And Tom Thibodeau had no answer for Derrick Rose. And now you look at Jaylen Brown. I know you look at Jaylen Brown's numbers, they don't really stick out. I know he had a triple-double, but you would have thought that Jaylen Brown would be shooting most of the shots. Jaylen Brown would be scoring 40 points, just like Jayson Tatum. But Jaylen Brown does so many things so good. He doesn't need to score 40 points. He can get you assists, he's going to get you rebounds, and he's going to defend multiple positions. And if you can't take Jaylen Brown, it doesn't matter if Derek White scores 34 points on you. If you keep Jaylen Brown down 20 points and keep him out of his confidence and his structure of his game, then the Knicks are going to win the series. Porzingis is a no-show. If you get 15 to 20 minutes for Porzingis, you're lucky. The Celtics know that Porzingis is not 100% healthy. The only reason why he's playing and is playing as many minutes as he has in this series is because now that Jason Tatum's down, and really they know that he is a decoy on the court for the New York Knicks. And I'm going to give a shout out to one player. Robinson played a sensational game. And I'll say this about Mitch. Mitch actually practiced, like I was saying, on Monday. He needs to figure out his free throw problem. He did. He was 6 for 6 in game 5. So if he plays like that and he's shooting his free throws, they're not going to play hack-a-Mitch. But they need this defense, this team. And by the way, Karl Anthony Towns, stop flopping, stop being a bitch, because that's what he is, and stop complaining to the referees and go out there and play your game. You are one of the best players on this team. And if Jalen Brunson is fouling out and he's not having his best offensive day, you should be the next guy up. Not OG Anunoby, not Mikal Bridges, not Josh Hart. You should. That's why the Knicks brought you here. That's why the Knicks wanted you so bad. And Leon Rose would do anything to make that move to bring you over there from Minnesota to New York. Go look at the other players right now. Randall's playing well. Minnesota's going right now to the Western Conference Finals for back-to-back years. Dante DiVincenzo's playing well. This is the second year in a row the Timberwolves have a chance to go to the finals. And they got a very good chance because the West is really not as good as it's been over the years. So, and there's no surprises here. We expected this. So I don't understand the problem right now, and I don't understand the rotation of the Knicks offensively and defensively, and the Knicks got to figure out why are they putting in pieces in the game like Campaign and even McBride, who hasn't played well really throughout the playoffs. If McBride and Campaign are not at the top of their game, you got to try other guys. Why isn't Precious playing? Why aren't the bigger guys playing? You have a chance to use your size against a team that's not as big as you, not as strong as you. And you are, when you're at full strength with Mitchell Robinson and Karl Anthony Towns, you're arguably the best offensive rebounding team in the league.
Yeah, and you also look at the matchups that the Celtics had to play in this game. Luke Cornett playing a lot more for Porzingis, I think, was a big reason for that, because Porzingis, especially on defense, looked like a big liability in that game as well. And then Sam Hauser in the second half playing as well as he did, coming back from his injury. Like, these are not matchups that the Knicks should be losing with those guys on the floor, with Robinson and especially with Towns, who had a lot of problems defensively in that game, had a lot of problems defensively even in other parts during this postseason. And the Celtics stuck with that, and they could have kept Porzingis back at, he's going to ride the hot hand and still go with, let's bring Porzingis back. No, they stuck with Cornett, and Cornett obviously had 7 blocks. He was everywhere on the defensive side of the ball and made the other difference. And you were talking about Jaylen Brown too. Like, Jaylen Brown could have easily gone into his postseason woes that he's had in the past too, where he's overshooting the threes and being very inefficient with the ball. He did not do that in this game, and I think the Celtics recognized that. They finally used the depth to their advantage. I was talking about the adversity factor in game 2 when the Knicks had the 2-0 lead. This is a talent-driven team, not an adversity-driven team. They're back to being the adversity-driven team, and now it's up to the Knicks to find their own adversity too, when, like you said, Jalen Brunson's in foul trouble. If Towns was in foul trouble in the past, where is that adversity coming from? Their bench has been awful the last 3 games. Wake up. And yeah, Tom Thibodeau has to be more creative and not so stubborn with his rotations, because otherwise it's going to come back to haunt him again, especially a Campaign who can't do anything right.
Yeah, and we've talked about it already with how he's managing the rotation. And I mean, and then obviously you come in, you lose a guy like Tatum. Then you get a guy like Cornett that gives you 7 blocks and 9 rebounds and, plays, 23 solid minutes and got after it. It's hard to watch Cat on the defensive side. I know Fish has got something up his sleeve, so I'll let him go on his rant for that one. But it's just, I feel like he gets lost, like, in the moment of the game, like, where he has it kind of scripted and he's not watching how the game ebbs and flows of when to bring in. I agree with you, Fish. I don't think Porzingis plays more than 12. He played 18, then he played 23, and then his last game he only played 12. And it's just, I don't know if he's lost or if it's just he's
not healthy.
He's obviously not healthy, but nobody's healthy right now. Let's just be honest. Like,
he shouldn't even be in this series. I don't know why he's still playing right now.
They won't say what it is, Errol. It's some weird illness. They won't say.
He should not be playing.
So Yeah, but I mean, when you lose a guy like that, I, I think Errol, you're right. Like if they laid an egg, right? Okay, that's fine. But now it's a little bit of moment. Like, all right, they beat us with Tatum, but then we stepped up. We had guys step up, and it's a little different. But me personally, if they don't end it the next game, then I think they lose the series.
I disagree. I still think the Knicks have a chance to win Game 7. I still have the Knicks winning in Game 7, but the momentum will be on the Celtics side. If the Celtics come back from a 2-game, remember, they were down 3-1. If they win 2 games, back-to-back games, and they go back home in Boston, they have the momentum. But again, the pressure's still on them because the Knicks were not supposed to win this series. The Celtics were. So I know everybody thinks that if the Knicks lose this game, it's over, it's done. I know Josh said it on his show on Game On. I disagree. I just don't like the way the Knicks have played when they have the advantage against Detroit. They had the advantage in that series, really back and forth. And then they'd lay up a lousy goose egg. You're a better team than Detroit. I don't care what you did in the regular season against them. I don't care what your record was against the Celtics in the regular season or the Cavaliers. I expect I want to know what you're going to do in the playoffs, and I expect better in the playoffs with the talent that you have around Jalen Brunson. You brought in Mikal Bridges. You brought him in for the playoffs. You brought him in because he's a great wing defender and he can take over games. We've seen him do it. We've seen him do it in Villanova with guys like Jalen Brunson and Josh Hart. And then you go to OG Anunoby. Why did you give OG Anunoby $240 million in the offseason? Because you expect him to be a Kawhi Leonard type of player. Can take over defensively, can rebound, could shoot, get to the line, and defend multiple positions. And OG disappears in certain games. I don't get it. And it has to do with coaching. Tom Thibodeau needs to step up to the plate. Stop making these ugly frown faces on the sideline. And it makes me disgusted every time I watch this guy coach because I just don't know if he knows what he's doing.
He's making them at one guy. He's making those faces at Karl Anthony Towns. Karl Anthony Towns must be the most frustrating great player to ever play this game. I have never seen a guy with as much talent, shooting touch from outside, ability to pull up from well beyond the three-point arc, ability to drive to the lane, ability to pass while driving to the lane, and post up. But at the same time, it's like he's playing NBA Jam out there. He just fouls everybody. There was a sequence, Errol, where he does the two-handed NBA Jam. You hit like the whatever 2 buttons at the same time to foul him in the arcade. It was his second foul. And then he gets the next possession. He tries to take a 3. He's 6'11"? He gets blocked by Derek White. And then what does he do? He then reaches over Derek White and wrestles him and gets a foul, compounding the mistake. And now he's got 3 fouls. That's what happened with around 7 minutes left in the second quarter. And the Knicks actually played better because Mitch has been playing great on defense. And they did this hack a Mitch thing, but he hit all 6 of his foul shots, which was awesome. Don't expect him to be 100% from the foul line every game.
Career 58%. So if he gives you,
I'm glad he did. I'm glad he hit those under that pressure. But look, it's a traditional, rally at home for the troops game. All of their guys were hitting shots. Derek White couldn't miss. Pritchard was great, but there's a rule about this in the playoffs is the bench doesn't travel. Campaign was terrible. OG and Mikal didn't have their shot. They didn't have their shot at all. Miles Bridges is shooting over 50% for this series. So he's actually been like their savior for any offense when Jalen's not on the court. And Jalen got in foul trouble because they were calling ticky-tack shit against him in that game, and it was bullshit.
But Fish, if you, the guys that are, coming off the bench that are only playing 2 minutes, one of my boys who watches our show and he's at the game, Tommy, shout out to him. He listens all the time, especially when it comes to his Knicks. He's passionate about that. He says he wishes they would play Precious a little bit more in the rotation and get him more 10 to 12 minutes.
So, the thing with Cat is I think what they want him to do is you want that second offense when Jalen's kind of taking a back seat to be you want to have – they tried this 2-center thing. It doesn't work because he can't play stretched out as a 4. So it just doesn't work defensively. But they do try to get the Mikal Bridges and Cat 2-man offense going when Jalen's not on the court, at the end at the beginning of the second quarter, beginning of the fourth quarter. And it does look good. They need to get him going. But he was invisible, man, on offense, hitting shots that didn't matter. Maybe he had one good big shot in the entire game, hit a good 3 at one point. That was in a big moment in the game for a momentum swing. But everything else was just like nothing. And defensively, he's exposed. So he's the guy that's been frustrating. And you can't have these horrible fouls. And once that happens, it's a chain effect, right? Now guys have to play out of position to make up for the fact that he's not in there, and they got to play small when they didn't want to play small. OG's got to guard Cornette, who apparently is the second coming of, I don't even, like, who is it? Sean Bradley's blocking ability, but some like great power forward. Honestly, it's like I wish we had Julius Randle right now.
No, you don't.
He's playing great.
It's like I do.
No, you don't.
I don't really do, but it's like I do.
He didn't do well here in New York. Maybe he's doing better because his less.
He just had a triple-double, 20-point triple-double. He's leading the way. He's a nice third banana there.
But when he was here with the New York Knicks, he always thought he was better than Jalen Brunson. He always thought he was the guy. That's what he thought. And then he goes over there with Anthony Edwards. He already knows he's not the other guy. And that's why he takes a step back and he lets Anthony Edwards do what Anthony Edwards does very well. And that's take over games and be crude and, idiotic sometimes on and off the basketball court. And a guy like Mitchell Robinson, you would expect that he gives that evil, that angry type of player on the basketball court that the Knicks haven't had all season long, because Karl-Anthony Towns is like a little girl running up and down the court. That's what he is. He doesn't take over games. When he gets pushed around, we've seen it. Look at Detroit. Look what Detroit was doing to Karl-Anthony Towns in that series. They were pushing him around, pushing him in the wrong places or in places he was uncomfortable in, and then Karl-Anthony Towns went, stay away from me, and push him away like a little baby. And then you have guys like Mitchell Robinson that will not, like Tim Hardaway. Remember Tim Hardaway Jr., when he was pushing him around, he was at the foul line getting technical fouls because he was like, don't touch me. Don't put your hands on me. I'll smash you like a bug. So you need that type of aggressive type of player, and the Knicks have it with Mitchell Robinson. And I think Mitch is starting to get comfortable. But here's the problem. With Mitch on the court, you lose that offensive option. And if Mikal Bridges is not hitting shots and OG Anunoby's not hitting shots, and by the way, why do the Knicks start so flat? They start so flat in every single game. They did it against Detroit, and except maybe I think 2 or 3 games, and they're doing it against right now the Celtics. There's not one game in this series the Knicks haven't started flat. Go look. In every single first quarter, the Knicks were practically down by at least double digits. That's a problem when you're playing catch-up with a team that's a champion. You can say whatever you want.
This is what this team does, though, right? That's why they were champions. They just get big leads on you because they shoot it, and they shoot it early in the shot clock, and they shoot it often, and they get guys to get rebounds, and then they can cut off of it and hit more threes because they had Tatum and they had Brown doing all the dirty work. But now they don't have Tatum, and they won't have him next year with a torn Achilles for a single game. So now it sets their clock back. And I kind of wanted to, before we leave this, what exactly is going to happen to this Celtics team next year? So I think the Knicks will win tomorrow night in Game 6. I think they will, and I think they'll win kind of easily.
I disagree.
I think it's going to be close, and then I think they'll run away with it in the fourth. And I think that's what this series deserves, is the Knicks to have that, because the Celtics are a battle-tested team. They were awesome in that game. All of their role players stepped up, but don't expect the role players to do that on the road. So now we talk about guys that are at their end of their contract. Porzingis isn't playing this game. They benched him in the second half. I don't think he's going to see the court at all.
He's not healthy.
I think it's going to be. I don't think they should put him out there. He's a liability. Even Towns was making him look bad while he was out there, and Towns played like shit. So it was that bad for Porzingis. He's gone. They're going to get rid of him for whatever they can.
Drew Holiday is he's going to be gone. And again, they're going to be looking in the offseason either to add a player, make a big splash, because we know Brad Stevens likes to do that. He's a Danny Ainge type of disciple that likes to find things that are not there and all of a sudden fall right into the Celtics' lap. It's happened many, many times, including Porzingis. Who would have thought that they were going to land Porzingis, and they did. That was a Brad Stevens move. I think that in the offseason, they're either going to decide, hey, Jayson Tatum's not going to be back next year. Maybe we're a decent team. We're We're amongst we're a top 8 team in the East. Even if we fall out of the playoffs, we have a chance to be a lottery team. And maybe the NBA, just like what we've seen with the Mavericks, what we've seen with the Spurs and the 76ers, maybe we'll get lucky. And the LJA will put us in the top 3, and we'll get a player to come and play with Jaylen Brown and Jason Tatum when Jason Tatum comes back. Say whatever you want. And I love Jason Tatum when he went up on social media and he said, I'll be back. Reggie Miller was talking to him during the game, and Reggie Miller said that Jason Tatum can't wait to come back and that he wants to prove to everybody he can come back from an injury like this. I'm going to tell you guys this right now. Jason Tatum will not be the same player. When he comes back, he will be 30 years old. Jason Tatum right now is going to be 28. In 2 years, he will be 30. He's right there on the cusp. If I'm not mistaken, he's 28. He's going to be 28 at the end of this year or something of that magnitude. He is going to be about 30 years old. He's at the tail end of his basketball career. And now you tear your Achilles. Kobe Bryant was never the same. Kevin Durant was never the same. You watch all these guys that look at Klay Thompson. He was never the same. Every one of these guys that tore their Achilles, they were never the same. Speaking of a team that just completely dominated and a Cavalier team that was never the same was the Pacers knocking them off in game number 5, 114-105 to advance to their second straight Eastern Conference Finals. Donovan Mitchell played 38 minutes amidst having an ankle injury and finished with 35 points and 9 rebounds. Evan Mobley had 24 points, but no other Cavalier player had more than 12 points, including Darius Garland, which I thought was very important if they were going to win that series. The Pacers came back from down 19 points, their third time coming back from a double-digit deficit in this series. Rick Carlisle said that the Cavaliers are the better team when healthy, but the Pacers have gotten hot at the right time and showed it all in this series. Carlisle now has 34 postseason wins, with the Pacers already surpassing his total when he coached with the Mavericks. Here, it's pretty simple. The Pacers, to me, were the healthy team. They had the best player in this series in Tyrese Halliburton. He seems like he thrives when the pressure is on him. After what happened in that Bucks series and what his father did, I think he wanted to step up and show everybody why he's one of the best point guards in this league. I think this guy is a huge personality. The NBA needs a player of this magnitude. He stands up for all the different players over the years that couldn't succeed over there with the Pacers. I can go on and on and on, and teams, great Pacer teams that couldn't get over the hump. This is a Pacer team that has a chance to go to the finals this year. Last year, they went to the Eastern Conference Finals. It seems like they get better and better and better. Rick Carlisle is one of the most underrated coaches in the NBA right now. Defensive-minded, but really has transitioned his style of play into an offensive style of play in a fast-paced, young youth type of rotation. I love what Tyrese Halliburton stands for. I just don't like how he opens his mouth in certain aspects, either during the game or after the game, where he throws other teams under the bus, players under the bus. We heard what he said about the New York Knicks last year. We've heard what he said about numerous teams over the last couple of years. I think
he comes by it honestly, obviously, as from what we've seen.
Yeah.
From what his dad is.
Yeah, well, I think he's cocky, but it's good to be cocky. When you trust in your game and you trust in your personality, you love what he stands for. Evan Mobley, he needs to be traded in the offseason. Evan Mobley just doesn't stand for what you're looking for a big man that's going to want to get paid a lot of money. This is a guy that I think just got extended, if I'm not mistaken. He just got extended, and even though he scored 24 points, it was in a game that you want him to take over. If you know your best player isn't 100% healthy, Garland's not 100% healthy, you expect this guy to score 35 points, dominate on the offensive side of the boards. Why are you letting other players outplay you on the boards and defensively? Mobley is not the player I thought he was going to be when he came out of USC. I think he needs to be an optional player that they look to move in the offseason if they want to get better. Maybe add a Giannis and trade Mobley and a bunch of players in that trade to land a superstar to go and play with Donovan Mitchell. I don't know. But to me in this series, it really stands for one thing. The Pacers are ready to take that next step forward. They're going to either have to go through the Celtics and the Knicks. I believe whoever wins this series with the Celtics and the Knicks are favorites of coming out of the East and winning the NBA championship. There's only one team out of the 4 teams in the Western Conference I think could beat the Knicks or the Celtics before Tatum went down, and that team is the Nuggets. And the Timberwolves, I question their rotation. I question is a guy like Randall. If the Timberwolves go to the finals, are they going to be able, or is he going to be able to step forward and beat the Knicks in Madison Square Garden when the fans are going to be pouncing on him as they've done many, many years when he was over there, when he was shooting bricks? So I just think that this series really lies on the Knicks getting through the Celtics and then challenging a young Pacer team and a Tyrese Haliburton and how you shut him down.
Yeah, and that's the advantage that the Pacers have getting in this series done as quickly as they did. Even amidst all the injuries before that, too, they were still coming back in game 1 and game 2 to win those games. That's not to be taken lightly. That was before they had all 3 of those guys out. And you were bringing up Rick Carlisle. I talked about this with Jim Harbaugh when Jim Harbaugh got hired by the Chargers. I thought he had to change his coaching style if he wanted to adapt to the younger
I am a
NBA.
legend.
And remember the fallout he had with Luka Doncic? It was pretty ugly at the end of his tenure with Dallas. I think he's changed his philosophy to adhere to these younger players very well, getting Haliburton to another level.
I got to go back off now.
Since he's gotten there. They traded him from the Kings. I think it was the second year Carlisle was there. And he is the anti-Tom Thibodeau. He'll actually play 8 or 9 guys off the bench and know when to use them in the right ways. And that's a big tactic to be able to use against Thibodeau, who's the opposite, or against Joe Mazzulla, which maybe he's showing some adversity, but he's still not a great overall coach compared to Rick Carlisle. And that's a big deal for the Pacers to have. For Cleveland, it's just unfortunate with all the injuries that piled up. But you do have to be a little worried with Darius Garland. He's been very inconsistent in the playoffs, too. For a second option, that's not an ideal thing. You're muted.
Yeah, I got it. I was trying not to laugh too hard as it's going.
A lot of hot ladies.
I think, and you talked about it, and I think Rick Carlisle is really, really like adept to seeing how the game, like I said earlier, is like the ebbs and flows of the game. I mean, he's got 10 people with over 10 minutes, and I think, obviously, you never want to see, obviously, Cleveland, we knew, obviously, a great regular season, but just injuries sometimes just bite you in the butt, and that's just kind of the way it is. And I always like looking at these series, too, when now a team is going to have extra rest days. Does that hurt or hinder them? And I'd like to see
in basketball, it hurts in hockey.
Right. And so I like seeing it and then I like hearing there, because it's always a question that gets presented is like, did you take the extra time? Do you think you guys lost momentum, or, it's time for you guys to, bandage some bumps and bruises or what have you? So I always like when because this is obviously, they're going to get, I think, 3 extra days off. Yep. I believe that's right.
I don't know how long this is still going.
Probably a week. Series. After this series,
it'll be close to a week.
It's almost
right?
a week. Yes.
So, and therein lies too where that momentum can, kind of diminish a little bit, but you also, with the ability to, recover and get that. So that's one thing.
Job of the advantage I think the Pacers have for the rest of the playoffs, no matter how far they go, is they have the best coach in the playoffs. Oh, yeah. By far. Right now, if you look at the coaches from OKC to the Timberwolves to the Knicks to even the Celtics, Rick Carlisle is the best coach out of all of them. He's a champion. He's coached multiple great teams over the years. He comes back to the Pacers after stepping down and walking away from a Dallas Maverick team that won a championship a couple of years ago with Dirk Nowitzki. You have Luka Doncic, you have all the players, and then you give the reins to Jason Kidd. You go over there to a young Pacer team and really completely change the transition of a young team after you make a trade for a guy like Tyrese Haliburton. I mean, that's the advantage the Pacers have right now going in every single series is they have by far the best, most knowledgeable coach in the NBA and throughout the NBA playoffs, really this season and the last couple of seasons. That's why the Pacers went all the way to the finals last year. It had nothing to do with their talent, because if you look at right now, do you think they were more talented than the Cavaliers, even though the Cavaliers weren't 100% healthy? Not a chance in hell. It was not even a chance in hell. And I'm not taking shots at Kenny Atkinson. Kenny Atkinson's a great coach, but Kenny Atkinson has never taken a team as a head coach to an Eastern Conference Finals. I don't even think he's taken a team to the semifinals ever, even with the Nets. So
no, I think he was fired one year they did.
Yeah, so I don't think he's ever gotten that far as a head coach He was there for the Golden State Warriors. He did win a championship with the Golden State Warriors, but he was an assistant head coach. So there's a lot of pressure on Kenny Atkinson. I think eventually he'll get over the hump, and this team is really, really good. I just think they're missing something. The Pacers, they're not a good team. But why couldn't they win a championship? If you look at those Pacers teams, and I know we got to move on, if you look at the Pacer teams that were championship competitive team, who was the best player on that team? Reggie Miller. Who was the second best player on the team? Rick Smits? I mean, they didn't have great players. Jalen Rose? I mean, they weren't good. Yeah. Jalen Rose
they were good on NBA Jam, though.
Yeah, they were.
Yes, they were.
You had the two Davis guys. I mean, Antonio. It wasn't Antonio Davis, but the two Davis. They called them brothers, but they weren't brothers. But they had the Davis boys. At one time, they had Mark Jackson, but they weren't. Their secondary options offensively were not good. Why were they so good? Coaching, one, and the way they played, they were tough. And that's what this Pacer team is. They're tough. That's what they are.
You know, Miles Turner really has become a really good three-point shooter for a big, and with him being able to play that stretch five for them, it makes them very dynamic offensively with Halliburton being able to dice everything up. And I would say that Carlisle outcoached Kenny Atkinson this series. Now, Kenny did that one gambit where he switched into a zone defense, a 2-3 zone, and they stole the game. But Carlisle is such a good coach that in a long series, all he has to do is watch the film, and he knows exactly what he has to do to adjust. And after that, there were no answers left. He had nothing he could do. And Donovan Mitchell was just beside himself after the series. I don't know if you saw his quotes, but he was basically just sitting there in disbelief that this just happened, because he thought that the season can't be over. Like, how did that just happen? We were great the whole year, and they were incredible. And they got taken to the woodshed. Maybe they just couldn't stay healthy, and this Pacers team is a lot healthier than they were last year. Matherin's a lot better, young player. He's something that he's going to, when we watch him next series, you're going to be like, that guy's just jumping off the page.
I was hoping he fell to the Knicks in that draft, but I think he got taken at 7.
No, he's pretty good, man. And look, we didn't see Halliburton play this well last year. Halliburton was not playing at this level that he's playing at right now. So I am a little concerned. However, I think the Knicks' length, if they make it, and Boston matches up pretty similarly with them. I just don't know if they'd have an answer for Turner with Cornette having to play out there. I don't know how he is playing out that far out, Cornette. I know he was kind of a liability when the Knicks had him. He's obviously much better.
Like Xavier Tillman, who's a really good defender. He just doesn't score a lot.
Yeah, so, they might have some answers. I think that Boston's going to really struggle, with either team, with any of the teams they face, just because they lost Tatum, and that's so part of their identity. But I think the Knicks can handle this Pacers team. I think that Pacers team was way better than what the Cavs were, and they just weren't ready. They're young, man. They haven't gotten past this stage. Kenny's first year as a head coach. Give him credit. Give them their flowers. But now next year it's for real. You got to really put.
You don't know when you're going to get there again, and you had a chance to get over the hump. This was it. Really, after Tatum went down, this was their best chance to go all the way to the finals. And I think the Cavaliers, if they get out of that Pacers series, maybe they can't. The Knicks can't keep up with them. If the Knicks, because the Cavaliers would have got healthier as the playoffs started to move along. Maybe Garland. I mean, there's a lot of mismatches. For the New York
there's
Knicks.
An obvious guy that should go there. And we talked about him the other day. His name's Giannis.
Yeah,
Giannis
there are a
would
lot
match
of
up
places
perfectly.
Giannis could go.
But if you trade Mobley, was Defensive Player of the Year.
Yeah,
I
don't know where.
Look, you can say what you will about him, but don't act like he wouldn't be a major, huge piece that would fit in a Giannis trade.
No,
absolutely.
I think it makes a lot of sense. Just like when we could say the Knicks and OKC, there are a lot of teams that.
But I think that move they still have the center position taken care of, and it's a younger player. Milwaukee would jump all over that, and they'd ask for probably a couple of picks and maybe a rotational player. Probably a Coro. Absolutely. And that's a very doable team, and it keeps that nucleus of really good guard play around for them. I think we may hear a lot more than whispers about that as we get.
There's a lot of teams. You're going to hear a lot of whispers. It's not just the Knicks. It's not the Cavaliers. You might even hear Boston, OKC, the Timberwolves. Everybody's going to be involved. If you hear that Giannis is going to be available to possibly be traded. So trust me, it's not going to be only these teams. It's going to be all 30 teams in the NBA that are going to go after a guy like Giannis who can help your team go right over the hump and win a championship. Don't be surprised if Miami doesn't go after him too. Yeah. Pat Riley is the type of guy that finds a way to squeeze these players in and bring them to his organization and his team. Another superstar in Miami wouldn't be surprising. The Timberwolves eliminate the Warriors without Steph Curry by winning Game 5 by the score of 121-110. Anthony Edwards nearly had a triple-double with 22.7 rebounds and 12 assists after having back-to-back 30-point games. Steve Kerr congratulated Anthony Edwards after the game and called him the best player in the series. Yeah, okay. Jimmy Butler had just 17 points and shot just 36%, his lowest total in an elimination game since 2019 against the 76ers. Steph Curry will likely going to play, was likely to go play Game 6 if the Warriors were to extend the series, but said even he couldn't be Superman to play in Game 5. He wouldn't have been Superman. The Timberwolves advance to their second straight Western Conference Finals after previously only having one in their entire franchise history. I will say this. Congratulations to the Timberwolves for moving on once again to the Eastern Conference Finals. We have to see if Anthony Edwards is going to show up in the important games in the Western Conference Finals. I know Jimmy Buckets is old. I don't think Jimmy Buckets was healthy. Jimmy Butler was not healthy in this series, and they were fighting really to get through this series without Steph Curry. Steph Curry is an important piece to this puzzle. Reason why is he draws two players every single time he comes up the court. He is that great of a shooter, and when you double team him, you have Jimmy Butler open, you have other players that can hit open shots, and it makes the Golden State Warriors a totally different team. Now, Jimmy Butler, we've seen him do this. We've seen him take over games over the years with Miami. This is not the Miami Heat. This is not the same Jimmy Butler that was what he was with the Heat 3-4 years ago. This is an older Jimmy Butler. That doesn't mean that Jimmy Buckets cannot be the player that we've seen him be in the playoffs. He just wasn't in this series. Again, this is a younger Timberwolves team. You got Julius Randle playing well. Like I said, Dante DiVincenzo has been superb, really coming off the bench, the way he has, adding that three-point prowess that he gives them. And really, for a guy his size, has helped on the offensive side of the boards as well. So they're getting that. As far as Steve Kerr is concerned, I don't want to hear it from Steve Kerr. I don't ever want to hear Steve Kerr talk. You know why? Because he's congratulating a guy that he coached with the Olympic team. He was also the guy that had backlash during the season about what Anthony Edwards stands for and what he has said to the press over the years. He was one of the guys that obviously said what he said about Anthony Edwards. You know, you go out there and play the game. Don't put yourself center stage in front of the press if you don't expect to be smacked around. And Anthony Edwards had his own thoughts to Steve Kerr. Now all of a sudden he's kissing his ass. That's typical Steve Kerr, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know how long Steve Kerr has left over there with the Golden State Warriors, because you would think that Steve Kerr has a great career after the coaching in the NBA. And we've seen guys from the Golden State Warriors. The GM, when the GM realized Myers, I think it was his last name was.
Yeah, it was that in football.
When he decided, hey, you know what? This team is getting older. I won my championships. I put this team together. Maybe I step down and go work with another sports team outside of basketball. That's what he did. And now he's an analyst for the NBA for ESPN. And this guy's making more money doing that than sitting behind as an executive and dealing with some of the rubbish that you have to deal with guys like, they're, well, I'm not even going to mention his name. You know what? Screw it. You know what I'm talking about. Mr. Green himself, who goes out there and throws his team under the bus and spits out the garbage that he puts on his podcast. And then you have guys like Klay Thompson over the years that at the tail end of his career over there with the Golden State Warriors wasn't the same player. He wasn't a splash brother. He was really a shell of himself after he tore his Achilles, after tearing his ACL. So Myers just wanted to step down. He didn't want to deal with that crap on and off the court. So he made the smart move. What do you think Steve Kerr is going to do, guys? What do you think he's going to do? He's going to step down and teams are going to go after him. He's going to say, you know what? I'm just going to do my broadcasting build a podcast and do what I'm doing over there. I was making a lot of money with TNT. I was making a lot of money on the side on some of the stuff I was doing with Sirius Radio. Why the hell do I need to be a coach anymore? I won multiple championships. I'm going to be considered one of the greatest coaches of this era. And you know what? The only reason why is because he coached so many great players. I'm tired of Steve Kerr. I don't want to see Steve Kerr anymore. He makes me sick. Okay, I feel bad about the background and his story with his father. I feel terrible. But as a person, as a head coach, I think he's one of the most overrated coaches in NBA friggin' history. He is not a good coach. I'm telling you. Look, they bring in Jimmy Butler. They were barely a playoff team. They bring in Jimmy Buckets. They squeeze into the playoffs, and everybody was like, including yours truly, oh, maybe they can win. And Steve Kerr is saying, we're a good team. Let's just get into the playoffs and see how. And then, as we heard over the last couple of weeks, hey, maybe Steve Kerr believes they really could win. Maybe they can get over the top. Maybe they can beat these young teams. Give me a break, Steve. Stop kissing people's asses. I don't want to hear it. Go take the San Antonio Spurs job. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, I already gave the job to somebody else. They didn't want you. So I'm so tired of hearing Steve Kerr speak. I already know what Anthony Edwards is. I already know what the Timberwolves are going to be in the next series. It really depends on who they match up against. If they match up against the Nuggets, guys, the Nuggets were beaten by this Timberwolves team in the semifinals, a team that won the championship the year before. Don't you think the Nuggets are going to come out with their best? Don't you think the Nuggets are going to do whatever they can to knock off the Timberwolves in the Western Conference Finals and embarrass Anthony Edwards? 100%. I just think they match up, believe it or not. I know everybody's going to think I'm crazy. I think the Timberwolves match up with OKC more than they match up against the Nuggets. So they better pray it's OKC and not the Nuggets.
Yeah, the size inside could make it hard with the size versus the Timberwolves, especially if Julius Randle becomes the defensive liability that we've seen him be with the Knicks at times too. And again, the Timberwolves, like I was talking about, the Pacers are going to have the advantage of like the rest potentially, because this series with the OKC and Denver looks really ugly right now. The last two games, OKC had the big comeback in Game 5, but they were not shooting the ball very well before that, especially from 3. And the Nuggets, like,
do you trust the OKC Thunder?
I don't. They've been kind of up and down. Like, I think this
Fish, do you trust the OKC Thunder?
No, not at all.
Okay, I'm just. Jabba, you trust OKC?
I mean, they won 68 games in the regular
that
season.
Doesn't matter. That's a regular season.
That's a regular top 10 all time. Like 68 games.
Again, this series this series, they swept the first round, fine, but this series they've looked very streaky as a whole. They survived game 1. Game 2 they lost on the buzzer beater. Game 1 they lost on the buzzer beater. I think I got mixed up, but they had the one blowout and that was it. This game that they had this insane comeback because they finally got Luge Dort to get hot. Like, those are so very random the way these kinds of things happen. Like, they're not playing sustainable basketball.
The Nuggets fired their head coach within a week before the playoffs. They're competing with an OKC Thunder that has the same coach, same team, same rotation, 100% healthy. There's no excuse to this. They won 67, 68 games, and you can't knock off a Nugget team that fired their coach, have a rookie coach who's never coached in the playoffs before in his career. Give me a break. This is embarrassing. I don't trust OKC. I really don't. And if they're challenged against the Timberwolves are going to run all over them.
Yeah, Fish, I think the Thunder kind of remind me of not the early stage with the Celtics with this core, but kind of that second stage where they lost to the Bucks in 5 games. They barely survived, I think, a Sixers team that had injuries galore. Like, this is not a team that's had the great adversity despite having the talent. And I think if it does go to a Game 7, if they can't win tonight, I think the Nuggets are winning the series.
I think it's ironic. The 2 1 seeds are very similar in that they both really haven't been there, and they have a lot of young players. You got Jalen Williams has not played to the level that we saw him play during the regular season for OKC. Chet's physicality is a problem in the playoffs. We're seeing that right now for OKC. And Shai has been fantastic. He's great. And he's helping them go, and they're moving the ball because he's so good. But Jokic is so good, and I still can't believe they're going to give Shai the MVP over Jokic, because Jokic is that entire team. It is absolutely crazy how they don't need to have a coach, Errol. He's the coach on the floor. He's directing the offense. It's like you said it the other day, Gretzky at the late stage of his career operating from behind the net. I'm just going to find somebody. It's going to be the right decision every single time. And if it's not there, I'll take the shot and I'll make it too.
Did you see when they went to the sideline, like Jokic was actually standing like where the coach was, like pointing and like basically just
He's the coach
hosting the huddle himself. But you also got to remember too, when after their first series win, Jokic was like giving credit to the coach, but it's like he's giving credit to himself.
So they lose this game. I'm going to show you a highlight, Jabba. Look at this. Jokic there's a bad pass late in the shot clock. Chet on him, 7 foot tall.
Oh,
Chet.
is this the turnaround?
Look at this.
Yeah.
Swish. What? That shouldn't be possible so easily. And look at the bench reaction. Like that should exactly that should not be possible.
And
This
it's not like
guy's
Chet
crazy.
Holmgren's short
or a bad defender.
No.
You know, as he's actually a pretty good perimeter defender for a big man because he's so, lanky and mobile. And doesn't matter. There's no way to stop Jokic when he's playing this way. And I think Jokic is going to find a way tonight. And I think they're going to find a way to probably win this series.
Yeah, they
I
show
really
the
do.
average in the playoffs. He's averaging 30 and Shai's averaging 28.
Yeah, I think it's pretty clear who's better when you see them head to head. And that's why I really was excited to see this. Even if Denver loses, I think Jokic acquitted himself in that argument pretty well.
I think it's going to be very interesting to see what happens if this does go to a Game 7. I expect Jokic to take this to a Game 7 tonight, and this is going to be a fun final Game 7 because I think this was the series I wanted to see go all the way to a Game 7. I didn't want to see.
I think we all had it going Game 7, didn't we?
Yeah, we did, and I think I don't trust OKC in a hole in a wall, as we all know.
Bagel hole.
The bagel hole is definitely going to be split in many different ways, Speedy, if this happens and it goes to a Game 7. Speaking of splitting, our deuce of the day.
Deuce of the day.
You log. Not a log. I don't have a log, but
Our deuce of the day goes to the NFL. Owners to discuss resolution to allow NFL players to participate in flag football in 2028 Olympics. As we all know, the NFL and some of the owners, I would say half of the owners don't want their players playing in flag football this coming, in the next Olympics in 2028. It will be in 2 years. And here's the thing. I would say when you look at the NFL and what flag football is going to bring for the Olympics and for the NFL and maybe endorsing international great sponsors, you absolutely let these players play in the Olympics. If you want to be international and you want to bring international organizations from Saudi Arabia, one of the richest countries in the world, or England, or any one of those great, big, expensive, more popular countries, and you want to bring, you want to bring NFL teams to these countries in the future, you would absolutely want your best players playing in a flag football tournament. You're not tackling. You're pulling flags off your waist. Yeah, you could tear your ACL. I mean, you're watching it right now with the NFL Pro Bowl. This is going to be more competitive. It's going to be more fun. You get to win a gold medal, and you get to watch some of the fastest, some of the most athletic players on a football field. You'll get to see offensive linemen play on a 3-on-3 team and actually run down the field and catch a football, running a 4.8 or 4.7. This is great for the NFL, internationally growing their product. Why are these owners complaining about it? You want the fans to be happy. You want international sponsors to love you. You absolutely allow it. So my deuce of the day goes to the ownerships and all the stupid owners that are arguing that the NFL should not attend the Olympics in the flag football tournament. So my deuce of the day goes to the NFL owners. Please, guys, stop being, I don't know who it is. It might be Jerry. It might be other guys, Woody Johnson. Stop being stupid. Stop being idiots and bring the NFL to the Olympics. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't need an applause because, he knows a little bit about craziness as he was on The Sopranos. And, stay away from, the mafia, because if you need somebody, you can go to this guy. We will be talking to well-known actor Robert Funaro, played Eugene on The Sopranos. But first, our Sports Minute.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
All right, guys. Aaron Fishman here with your Sports Minute. We got a couple of stories before we get into the scores going on tonight. In a new book called American Kings, a biography of the quarterback by Seth Wickersham, it's causing a ruckus in Chicago today. In a recently released excerpt of the book, which will be published in September and feature many quarterbacks in the NFL, in college, and in the youth circuits, it has some interesting tidbits from Caleb Williams and his father, who both expressed their desire not to play in Chicago. Caleb at one point wondered aloud to his confidants, do I want to go there? I don't think I can do it, with former Bears offensive coordinator Shane Waldron. I don't want my son playing for the Bears, the older Williams said to several agents in 2024. The rookie cap is just unconstitutional. It's the worst piece of S I've ever read. It's the worst in sports history. Caleb said, I need to go to the Vikings, according to this report. And his father said, let's do it. And when they brought it up to Bears GM Ryan Poles, he said, we're drafting you no matter what. But Williams wasn't exactly wrong in his assessment of the now fired staff of Matt Eberflus and Shane Waldron, but I'm sure this isn't going to endear him or be a very good look for his fans in the Windy City. Next story, the Colts delete a Tyreek Hill diss on socials and apologize. So the Colts were blasted by fans and league sources alike after their taunting of Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill on social media. As the NFL released the 2025 schedule, most teams have turned to social media to make videos promoting the games to their fans. Well, the Colts decided the way to promote their game versus the Dolphins this year would be to show what looks like Tyreek Hill getting arrested by the Coast Guard. This, of course, is reference to Hill's arrest and then handcuffs TD celebration 3 hours later on an 80-yard catch and run last year in Week 1 of the regular season. The Colts video also apparently spoofed the Microsoft IP of Minecraft, which also had to be another reason why it was brought down. We removed our scheduled release video because it exceeded our rights with Microsoft and included an insensitive clip involving Dolphins wide receiver Tyreek Hill. We sincerely apologize to Microsoft and Tyreek. Well, the Colts seem pretty full of themselves for a team going into the season with a QB room of Anthony Richardson, Daniel Jones, and 6th-round rookie Riley Leonard. Maybe it's just a couple of knuckleheads in the social media department, but as they say, if the horseshoe fits. And finally, Nick Cage is doing a John Madden movie. Yes, David O. Russell, the director behind Silver Linings Playbook and American Hustle, started production on Tuesday of a new sports movie. The movie, title unknown, is a biopic about NFL legendary Hall of Fame coach and announcer John Madden. The movie will focus on Madden's coaching career in Oakland and will feature his Super Bowl victory. Madden will be played by Academy Award winner Nick Cage, and Al Davis will be played by another Academy Award winner in Christian Bale. Yes, Batman from years ago and many other great movies, including American Hustle. Both actors are known for diving deep into their parts, and pics have been released of both of them in their Madden and Davis get-ups. Stay tuned for more on what promises to be a can't-miss sports film. So in hockey tonight, we only have one game in action so far. It's at about 4.5 minutes left in the second period. Capitals and Hurricanes tied at 1. Carolina's up 3-1 in the series, looking to close it out. And also 3-1 series, Dallas looking to close out the Jets. That starts at 9:30 tonight. In the NBA, we have the tip-off starting just any second right now. Thunder and Nuggets Game 6, we were just talking about it. OKC trying to close it out in Denver, up 3-2 in the series. And in baseball, earlier today, we had a few games in the afternoon. Finals earlier, Braves 5-2 over the Nationals. Twins blanked the Orioles 4-0. Reds 7, White Sox 1, and the Rays beat the Blue Jays in Toronto 8-3. In action right now, just at the end of the second, 0-0 Astros and Rangers, and still to come, the A's visit the Los Angeles Dodgers. Guys, we are streaming live on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube on our Jabba in the Mouth handle, and on Facebook and Instagram under the Worldwide Sports Radio Network handle. Keep downloading on Apple Podcasts and watch us on Spotify, now in video. Make sure to like and subscribe to all of our shorts, reels, TikToks, and longer videos you see throughout the week. Now back to Errol, Jabba, and Speedy for our guest on Jabba and the Mouth.
Any questions?
What is this? This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
I can wait.
I gotta go back off now. I farted. Yum yum. I need Brittany also.
631-672. 3108 is the number to call. You're listening to Jabba in the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Jabba Chamberlain, and the Speedster, Speedy Petey. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the one and only Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at the one and only www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got the ladies' man himself, as we all know. But before we get him on, ladies and gentlemen, our show is brought to you by the one and only Ice Shaker. Go to iceshaker.com and shop all their official license collections from Star Wars to Marvel and so much more. Enjoy free shipping when you spend $50 or more. Go to iceshaker.com to check out all their great products and deals. And ladies and gentlemen, as you see him holding all his ice shakers, that must be Chris Gronkowski. It could be Gronk. It could be anybody you want it to be. If you want your one and only ice shaker, ladies and gentlemen, you can have a Buffalo Bills ice shaker. You can have your very own Sopranos ice shaker. You can have your very own Eugene from the Sopranos ice shaker. You get his mug on it. You can get my mug on it if you want to be scared the hell away. Ladies and gentlemen, if you go to iceshaker.com, you can get one. You can get two. Hey, you can get 1, 2, 3, and you can have Tommy sign it after he takes a poop. Ladies and gentlemen, go to iceshaker.com and get your ice shaker. And now, ladies and gentlemen, he doesn't need an applause. And if you want to give it to him, you're more than welcome to. HBO Grandam himself, as he's done himself wonderfully on The Sopranos. We are now talking to well-known actor Robert Finaro. Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Eugene himself. Rob, what's up, buddy?
All right, baby. How you doing? Jabba of the Mouth, Errol. What's happening, man?
Jabba of the Mouth. That's
loud, man. Loud as loud. Hey, no talk of Preakness, no talk of horses. Huh? Just the sports. Huh? What's up, man?
We have a betting guy that made $80,000 or so like that a couple weeks ago with that.
Nobody talks about the horses, you know. You
don't talk about horses. What's up with
talk
that?
about horses, you know. There's a speed.
I had some liking the Preakness. So you
I
liking
had
the
some
Preakness? I
trotters,
made a few
Robert,
dollars on the Derby myself.
Robert, I had
Not
some
80,000.
trotters that ran at Yonkers.
Huh?
I had some trotters that ran at Yonkers.
Oh yeah, I had some horses that ran at Belmont and Aqueduct at one time, some years back, during the California Chrome time.
Oh yeah.
Speedy likes horses, right, Speedy?
I like sovereignty. I like sovereignty. Yeah.
Made a lot of money on that.
You made what?
Our friend Chaz has made a lot of money on that.
But I'm talking about you. You love horses, right?
I said no, but I said our friend Chaz does.
Have you ever thought about letting a horse ride you? Yes or no?
No.
Why not?
Because it's a lot bigger than me.
Petey's mom.
Got it going on. Ladies and gentlemen, we have the one and only Robert Finaro. And Rob, you know, it's interesting. I know you're a sports fan, but we're going to stay away from sports right now. We're going to talk about
Not sports. I like horse racing. That's what I
you
like.
All right, you like horse racing. He likes horse racing, all right? But we'll get into some horse racing a little bit later. I want to talk
nickname for you is Big Hoss.
Big Horse. I like that. That would be a good Italian name. You can call me Errol the Big Horse Marks. I like that. Call me Big Horse. All right. So obviously you played Eugene in The Sopranos. I got a chance to watch the first season, so I know who you played. I know a little bit about what who you played on the show. What was it like working on one of the greatest shows in American history?
It was really, you don't really appreciate these things until you don't have them any longer, until you die. But it was a great experience. And Jim Gandolfini, who was a friend, he set the tone, a man of great humility and a good friend who sent the elevator down, so to say, as Jack Lemmon would say, for his other friend, his actor colleagues, so to say. So by him setting the tone, it was just like a family, and there were no personalities, people yelling at each other. No, I won't do that, do this. Everyone fell in line because of James, what he set the tone of humility and grace, so to say. And he was a very generous man also. So I owe a lot to him.
So any guest stars that are on that show, probably a lot of them that you had a connection with either on the set or even outside of it, good stories with them.
Yeah, I mean, we had connections. I had connections with Maureen Van Zant and Vincent Pastore, Big Pussy, and Maureen. We did some plays together. We had a theater company called, well, it was once Renegade Theater Company, and we did some plays by Louis LaRusso, some Italian, some great Italian playwrights. We did Lamppost Reunion with Frank Pellegrino from Rayo. So there's some great relations. Everyone kind of fell into their friends, and so they were my good friends, and we did plays together. So that was cool, besides everything else.
I got to know Lorraine pretty well through Mitchell Modell because they lived by each other, and it was always just interesting, like her character and like her personality and how it was. She was always like, it was really hard to play because I was so loud, and this had to be a different role. Was there somebody when you were working together that you just felt like you clicked with them better than certain other people? Because a lot of people have that. Like, I work with a certain catcher because it does this. Was there somebody that you worked with, or it was just like it was natural and you could just either ad lib and go off script, but it just was
one thing he couldn't do, Joba, was go off script because they had the first ADs. They were there, and the script supervisors. You had to go by every single word on this TV show, and you couldn't ad lib like I did with Marty Scorsese for The Irishman and Vinyl and stuff like that. There are other directors, especially in film, you want to get that reality. It's a different kind of experience. But in TV, the writers have few more rights, and they really were very, very, very strict about it. But if you're asking who I love to work with, well, it was always James, especially on the big episode that I had, the members only, where I had some sort of trajectory, my storyline of inheriting money from Victor Borger's agent. My aunt was married to Victor Borger's agent. I mean, where did they get this stuff, But anyway, it was a great script, and work with James, and it was great to work with him. And we didn't really, we were scheduled to work early on in the episode, our big scene, and he kept on delaying it. I think he really wanted me to get the running into the marathon, so to say, get my second win. And when I had my second win, we did a great scene together. So, it was great to work with him.
Speedy's got a lot of second wins, by the way. You're going to get to know Speedy a little bit. He definitely doesn't shut up. And he drives every win. He's like a big windbag. We are now well-known actor Robert Finara played Eugene on The Sopranos. There was a guy on the show that really stood out to me because I'm a big Bruce Springsteen fan. Stephen Van Zandt, very well-known guitarist. He's been around for a very, very long time. What was it like working with Stephen? I've heard he's been, over the years, he's a very unique individual, very funny, very outgoing. What was it like working with somebody like Stephen?
Stevie, a great person and another man of great humility. When he was there to act, not to, talk about Bruce and stuff. And it was great to know Maureen, who played his wife on the show, because we did plays together, and I got to see all the concerts, went to see Bruce. That was a little perk that I loved, and not because we were friends. And he always came to all our shows, all our off-Broadway shows, off-Broadway shows. He would always come to them and give us his support. He even actually funded some of them. So he's a great guy. And as I said, it's all business. It's all acting when he's acting. And the one great thing about him, you can ask him any rock and roll trivia question, and man, bam, he's right there. He'll have the answer for you. Do you know what I mean?
I've heard great. He's a big sports fan. He's a big Yankee fan. So
and he likes to play the horses too.
Who doesn't like playing the horses except Speedy?
Yeah.
Likes horses riding him instead of watching.
If there was a horse riding me, I would not be here right now. I'd be in the hospital.
Yeah, you'd be in the hospital.
Well,
yes,
so he'd be dead. He'd be dead.
What is this hospital the size, or what is this horse the size of an elephant?
Hey, have you seen their manhood, dog?
I don't know anything about horses' manhoods, Jabba.
Woo, boy, them things are fierce.
Pretty. No comment, man.
You made the right decision. I thought. I'm surprised that it was Jabba this time.
You wanted to jerk me off?
God no, Nitin soundboard edition.
I gotta go
you have an
back off
alternative
now.
intelligence method that is not looking good for your cause right now. All right, moving off of horses' altar lives.
I
I know you like.
refuse to answer on the grounds it might incriminate me.
Oh my God, what is this now?
Well, that's an upside down horse. Yeah,
Who's riding?
that's it. Who's riding
All
that
right,
horse?
I have a suspect. I believe he's in his car right now. I wonder if he has some involvement in this because he like horses. Horses like saddles. They're not far behind the leashes.
A lot of hot ladies.
So, Rob, before this gets too further out of hand, any of your roles that maybe were not as popular as something like The Sopranos or The Irishman, that you had a particularly favorite role that you liked getting involved with, and why would that be?
Oh, okay. I did like working on. Well, The Irishman was really a fun.
Love that movie.
It was the second thing off of. I did Vinyl, where I played Tony with Bobby Cannavale. And I got a chance to work with Bobby Cannavale, but it was the first time I ever worked with Robert De Niro, and that was it was great. I had a great scene with him, and when I walked off the set, I said, "Geez, I was just with Max Cady. I just was hanging out with Taxi Driver. I was hanging out with all those guys, man." And it was really a great feeling to work with Bobby De Niro, and I knew some people that he knew, so I was able to strike up a conversation because he's a very quiet guy, and to kind of break the ice, so to say, because I played one of his friend, and I kind of introduced him to as the Irishman. I introduced him to Frank Sheeran. I introduced him to Skinny Razor. So that was a great experience. Also, I played in with Jessica Biel, who's beautiful, in The Sinner. And that was a great role too. Although I went in as Ron Tanner and they changed his name to Tanetti, but I was still happy to be the father-in-law. So not a non-typical wise guy kind of man, a working class kind of guy, almost like De Niro when he played in Bronx Tale. So those roles are kind of red letter days for guys because we get typecast a lot, So.
I would have been Jessica's Sinner. Okay, I would have been like, Jessica, come over here, baby. Give me a kiss. All right on the cheek.
Yeah, man. Yeah. Well, then she ran the series. I wouldn't have been on the call sheet for the next day. Errol,
She gave me a kiss. I might have to be in the back room, if you know what I mean.
I'll tell you, certain people you work with, and she was one of them that you like when you look at her, you say, "Holy shit." Angie Harmon, also from Law and Order. It's like you like a deer caught in the headlights. The beauty is just like so fucking beautiful. You know what I mean? It's like whoa.
Beautiful.
Yeah, there's some you see, and you probably come across this too in all your years doing it. But there's some that are actually beautiful, like more beautiful in person than you actually see them on screen.
Yeah,
me.
Well, I wouldn't go that far. Like, let's not push it. But
you never met me in person. How do you know? I'm a beautiful guy. What a beautiful smile.
I'll 5'10" and a half.
That's right. Yes, 5'10" and a half, a little bit over a half, but we'll say a half. Okay, I'm trying to help you here. Go ahead.
Robert, when you were younger, like, was this always your passion, or did somehow somebody push you in that direction, or was this you just fell into it?
There was no pushing for me. I mean, my uncle was a priest. He was a Monsignor. He raised money for Catholic charities by putting on plays. He started very humbly in Howard Beach, and then he was later elevated to Brooklyn Catholic Charities, and he raised a lot of money by doing musicals. So the family would always go to see his plays, and then he would take us to see plays. One of the most memorable plays was The Chorus Line, and when I went to see that, I was hooked. It just that was a great show. Michael Bennett, the whole idea of just wanting to do it. From there, I was hooked, and then of course I did 1 year of Pace University College wanted to be a businessman, and I failed that miserably. I wrote a poem for my final, "Don't Quit," and then I went home and I just asked. I was talking to my mom, and she said, "Well, why don't you do something you like to do?" And it was a drama program, so I fell into that. Although I didn't graduate drama, the program I did start it, so to say. I'm more or less working towards a professional on a professional level.
We are talking to well-known actor Robert Finero. Let's get into your book, okay?
All right.
Nathan was telling me that you wrote a book. Hopefully I was in it. Even though you don't know me, maybe you put a little passage about some guy that I might meet in the future named Errol. I mean, tell us a little about your book. How long did it take you to write it, obviously? And, I seen you do a lot of book signings. How long has this book been out, and how's it doing right now on Amazon?
Well, it's doing really well. It's doing really well. I mean, it opened up. Opening night was like in February, and we sold quite a few. We sold out on PaisanCon. The thing is, COVID happened. I started cooking, and I started doing this thing with my hand, all the food and stuff, and I put them on Instagram. So my manager was really adept, Andrew Jedlicka. He suggested I do this cookbook, and I said, another actor, Stanley Tucci, gonna do a cookbook. It's just stupid, And I said, what the hell am I doing? I'm really not really working. It's like very little work. We had the COVID, then the strike, and I said, you know what? I'll do it. But you know what I'll do? I'll tell you what. I'll bookend it with like 8. I'll pull 8 episodes. I did like 24 or 25. I'm not sure. And I'll pull 8 episodes that I really enjoyed, and I'll talk about my experience of getting on the show, my relationship to James Gandolfini. We did Streetcar Named Desire prior 8 years in the 80s. We did that. We toured Scandinavia for 3 months. Later on, he came back to America. I was working. So it's all in a book. I'll talk about how I got on the show, what happened to me, how I landed a particular role. You have to read the book to find. And then it didn't happen, that role. And then I was given Eugene, and for actors also. And then, of course, twofold being for actors, and secondly, also to carry on the legacy of so many great recipes. I'm sure you have them. Everyone has it. You wish you had that recipe, that grandma, that meatloaf recipe that lost. So at least these are down. And so later on, when I'm pushing up daisies, they can pick up a book and say, hey, that was Rob, Uncle Rob, or great grandpa Rob. And let's do a Sunday sauce, Mama Fanaro Sunday sauce. You know what I'm saying, Errol? And that's how it happened.
Know about the sauce, man. You got to stay away from speedy sauce. I mean, that could be really as we all know.
No, you don't want me cooking Italian food. you're in New York.
It's really simple. There's step-by-step instructions. It's really, it's about 125 pages. It's not like it's not Hemingway.
You might need Speedy's recipe, if you know what I mean. A little,
you wouldn't want
little
that.
Caesar sauce.
You would not want that.
A little squirt.
You could burn that recipe.
Some salad dressing.
Robert, you can next recipe. If you ever do one of those recipe shows, you could just take my recipe and burn it first, then cook. all in front of your viewers, because
they did. Fish said a good thing. We should get Robert's book, pick out a recipe, and then have Speedy film it and then post it.
Yeah, why not?
For real, you can do that.
You do not want to see this guy cook. Everybody said, listen, I've been told many times that, hey, you don't cook. But when I do cook, I'm actually pretty good. When you watch this guy cook, he'll mess up tuna fish. He'll mess up macaroni and cheese. You do not want him to touch a pot, a hot pan, or anything. He'll screw it up. So stay away from my food, Speedy, especially with those juices, if you know what I mean. By the way, we were talking to well-known actor Robert Fanaro. Rob, you were talking about the Preakness, and it's coming on right up. And I know we're going to have Chaz on the show. Is he coming on tonight?
Johnny is coming on. I'm not sure about Chaz.
Well, the Preakness, this guy, I don't know if you've listened to our show, and if you haven't, you should, because Chaz, he had the trifecta, not once, but twice, back-to-back years. This guy is as good a picker when it comes to horses. It's absolutely amazing. But I have been, skewing through the different horses that are going to be in the Preakness. And one horse that really sticks out to me, the name is American Promise. Now, you're a horse fan. Tell us a little bit about American Promise. It's 15-1 to win the Preakness.
Well, he's a Dwayne Lucas is always a dangerous trainer. By the way, I did have the exacta straight cold and win money on Sovereignty. So
really?
I got a pretty good return on investments for the Kentucky Derby. But I'm not I'm not gonna say that. American Promises, you're gonna get a price. The horses, I like another horse, a couple of horses. I do like Journalist to win the race. I think he deserves his props, and I'd love to see him win. And I think he's the best trained horse in the field. But I also like this other horse by Todd Pletcher, who came in second to Sovereignty for second place, River Thames. So my choice is Journalism over River Thames, and you got to make a choice, and you can't play them all. And those are the two that I like based on River Thames' performance, and he skipped the Derby. So Todd Pletcher, who was a very good trainer, he never won the race, but I think he might come close to winning it this time. But I do believe that Journalism is the best horse. It's going to be raining, so
what do you look into a horse that makes you think that this particular horse is going to win that race? I mean, certain fields are a little bit longer, so you need obviously a longer stride. There's some horses that are better and smaller.
Okay, I'll give you an example. Sovereignty ran in the Florida Derby, but you're looking for an angle. So now his jockey ran him in the Florida Derby was Manny Franco. Now Franco wasn't his regular jockey. It was Junior Alvarado, who was fine. Let's just 60,000 for whipping him 8 times, but that's bullshit anyway because they all whip him. Anyway, moving on. So Franco, if you watch that race close, you see he starts getting up on Sovereignty really late. Now he was beaten, he was defeated, but he starts moving him really because he didn't really know the horse like Junior did. So Junior being hurt, he's coming back, and he almost won that race. He was coming back. So you got to say to yourself, geez, another 1/8 of a mile, and you look at his breeding, look who he's from into mischief, his genealogy, so to say, his genes. So he's got it inside himself to do that distance. Now you look him come up, and you say to yourself, well, he doesn't really need to win the race to get into the Derby. A lot of these 3-year-olds, they have to train, and they learn as they go along. So you say to yourself, he's a perfect candidate to close on a speedy race, which is a race that the horses go out really quickly, which they did in the Kentucky Derby, 46, 59, so you're looking for that now. But the jockey angle was my biggest factor because I knew that, Franco started late on him, and I knew that Junior, who was back on him, he was recovered, that he really was going to do his best to get him going in the right stage. And I knew that he can. In Journalism, he almost got beat by Baeza. He was very vulnerable in that respect. Although he's a great horse, he's always been almost beat. So with another 1/8 of a mile, maybe he can. Sovereignty did it. So that's what you're looking for now. In this particular race, you got to think that Journalism could do 2 things. He can run fast and he can rate. So it's only an 8-horse field, it's a short field. He's going to go out and he's going to be with the winners up. He's going to be with the horse up top. Is he in shape? He's in perfect shape. River Thames ran against great horses and he came second and third. So if you want a little bit of an exacta price, you go with that. So that's my strategy. You always look for an angle, Errol. It could be in the genes. Like some horses have wet track. They have it on a wet track performance. Yeah. They have the gene out in their genes. They're great wet runners.
Do you think a sloppy track affects the horses as far as the genealogy of it? Because I wanted to get into that because a sloppy track changes your strategy on whether you come early, you come late, you go on the inside, or you try to come on the outside.
Absolutely, it definitely does. A lot of like one horse that's a great great breeder or sire is called Flatter. Whenever you see a sloppy race and you see that the breeding on one horse is flattered, no matter what the price is, always bet that horse. Usually, sometimes I would say a good number of times you'll win. You're looking for wet track form, not all horses. Now I think that if the track was dry, I think Journalism would have put up a better fight. I'm not so sure he would have lost if it was a given that field because he's a great horse. He really is. I believe he's out of Curlin, and that's a pretty good horse.
Before we let you go, because I know you're a busy guy, tell us a little bit about some of the things that you're going to be doing in the next couple of months and coming up, where some of the fans could see you or get your autograph or meet you in person.
Well, you can go to Instagram and you can friend me, and you can find out what I'm doing. You can also purchase my book through Instagram on Amazon Prime by hitting the link. I'm on there. There's Kindle copy, a soft cover, a hard cover. I prefer the hard cover. It's the picture's a little bit more glossier. That's a little shinier. I'm doing another Barnes and Noble in Massapequa, June 14th, at between 1 and 3 o'clock. So I'll be up there in Long Island, my old family stomping ground. Cafe Michelangelo. We're doing a cigar event. I do represent the cigar company called Omerta and a coffee company called Omerta. Me, Jason Cerbone, and Dan Gamaldi. We promote this cigar and coffee company. So we're doing something at Cafe Michelangelo in Philadelphia coming up. But the book, it's on, as I said, on Amazon. I also have an independent film called Critical Acclaim, the movie, and that's on Amazon too. That's a pretty cool film about a film director that gets a bad review and he kind of goes berserk. So what else is new?
when you're actually directing in a movie, you should invite us to be, play a part. I mean, Jabba could play the guy that I kill in the movie. I mean, that would be great. I'd be the mafia killer. I'd be that person that you're hiring.
Take him out. You want to clip him, right? You want to clip him, huh?
I want to clip him or beat him with, a baseball bat. I'd rather, instead of using a gun, I'd rather use a weapon. I want to watch the guy bleed out.
What's the best films that we saw, like weapons like that were? You got to go to The Godfather, Sonny Corleone. That beating was beautiful. That was a beautiful beating. Right?
Yeah,
that's got to be one of the top 5 beatings ever, right?
Yeah, I like.
Can you name one? Can you name one, Joe Burrow? Can you name one, Speedy? that you memorable for you?
That one. Not better than that one.
Yeah.
Last Samurai, when they chop his head off and it just rolls down the ground.
Oh, Last Samurai. Well, yeah, that's some good ones there. The samurai films, Zaitochi and Matsushita, the samurai films but that's all clean cut. It's not really torturing them, beating.
True.
You know what? I tell you one film, and I know you got to go. We got to end this. The one film, Casino, when Frank Vincent and he takes Joe Pesci and his brother to those weeds, and they have the 2 brothers, and they're gonna kill him. And he starts hitting him with the baseball bat, and he makes the other brother watch him. That's one of the most brutal scenes and realistic scenes that ever in any film, I believe, that really you say to yourself, geez, wow, it's like you're affected by it. You feel hurt by it. And that's just Scorsese and what he does. You know what I mean? He just brings that reality.
I'm going to give you a
remember that scene? Who remembers that scene?
First of all, I'm a big mafia movie fan. Okay, so
Right.
I watch every mafia movie. I got a mafia movie you've probably never seen. You ready?
Okay.
10th and Wolf. Have you ever seen that movie?
What's that?
10th and Wolf. That's what it's called.
No, I never seen that. 10th and Wolf, no.
You see, I can teach somebody something.
Yeah,
Go
sure
check
you
it
can.
out. It's in 2006. The movie came out. Giovanni, I always pronounce his name wrong. So Giovanni Ribisi, he was in the movie. It is a great movie. Dennis
check that
Hopper,
out.
Val Kilmer was in it. It is a great movie. It's called
I want to check it out.
Wolf. So it's actually a good movie. So if you've never seen it, go out there and go rent it. Go watch it. I think it's on Prime. I'm not sure, but you could
I'll
definitely
check
find
it out. Thank you.
I'm trying to help you here, Rob. I mean,
I am not above not learning, baby. You can teach me. You can teach me, baby.
Rob, doesn't Speedy look like your long lost son? I mean, look at him. Look at him. I mean,
yeah, it could be.
Hat off. Take the hat off, Jesus. You cut the beard. Take the hat off. Look at that. Yeah, look
Let
at
me
that.
see. Can you make a close up of him? Let me see him.
Close up, Speedy. Well, there you go. Look at that. Look at that sexy.
I think
man.
so. Yeah, I think we definitely could be my son. We could even be brothers.
Brothers. I mean, Speedy, what do you think? Would you like Rob to be your long lost brother?
Sure.
All right. Who do you think could get a girl quicker? You or Rob?
Oh, Rob easily.
Why couldn't you get a girl quicker than Rob?
Because I'm
I don't know about that, man, because you see anybody here? Hey, honey, come on, bring me the sausage and peppers. Where is she?
Speaking of sausage, I mean, Speedy is a very, very good at, proposing, really nice sausages to eat. Speedy, tell them what kind of sausages you
I
like.
don't know. I think we're dealing with somebody that does recipes on more of an enthusiast
Tell them what kind of
with
sausages
than me. I think you've met your match here.
Oh, well, tell them a little bit about the sausage you like. Do you like them
I'm
dark?
amateur compared to
Hold
Rob.
on. I'm asking you a question. Do you like them dark?
I like them spicy. Again,
Dark
I'm
or white?
amateur compared to Rob.
Dark or white? You like it dark, right?
Darker, yes.
Darker, yes. How long do you like it?
I don't know.
How about thick? Do you like it thicker?
God, enough with the size. It doesn't matter.
The size doesn't matter. You heard that. Yeah, Rob, size doesn't matter, especially
Well,
when it comes
listen,
to
some of the best Italian sausage, the Chuvadils, so to say, is in Bath Avenue in
Rob, when
Brooklyn.
you're doing your
Steve's.
recipes, does flavor matter more or size?
The truth is in the taste. That's Speedy. That's it. The truth is in the taste.
It's in the taste, Speedy, but
It's in the taste,
It's
baby.
in taste, not size.
Oh, well, size is pretty good too.
Taste. Taste.
You got to ask the ladies that. What do you think, Speedy?
I'm not. That'd be weird.
Anyway,
yeah, baby. There you go. There you go.
I'll just let you know
First
something.
victim of his hypothetical
Rob.
mob movie after Jabba kills him.
Rob, just so you know, this guy, he would rather steal sausages than actual money. This guy is a sausage fan. I mean, he's all about the sausage. So if you ever get a chance, if you can take him to one of those Italian restaurants and enjoy a sausage with him.
But is he spicy or regular?
Speedy?
It doesn't matter because I'm not stealing anything. I was at an Italian restaurant with Rob. I would not want to be committing theft.
Well, it depends on who you're stealing from.
It doesn't matter who I'm stealing.
A nice scapriello with the sausages. Nice chicken scapriello comes with the sausage and the chicken and the peppers, and it's really nice.
Yeah,
You know.
Speedy,
God, you're making me hungry.
Speedy, you just got to grab the end, right?
I don't care what I'm grabbing. I'm not stealing anything.
I'm not stealing anything. Well, somebody's got to steal it, right?
Yeah, and those people can be arrested.
Oh, he's a thief.
No, I said those people.
But you just said they can be.
Those.
But those people?
Meaning other people, not you, not me.
I don't know. I'm not licking anyone.
There you go.
I'm definitely
Rob.
not licking anyone either.
So what do you guys? I know you probably talked about the Knicks. What do you think of the story with them? You think they're going to pull it out, or just
Game
curious?
six.
Huh?
Game 6, I think they'll pull it out. Madison Square
Okay.
Garden in front of their fans. I do believe that going home is definitely good and fitting for the Knicks to win game number 6. I didn't think they were winning game 5. I thought, obviously, after Jason Tatum going down and the fans all over social media taking shots at the team, that they didn't show up in the fourth quarter in game number 4. I thought that they were going to come out strong. And the Knicks, for some reason, in this series, when they lose bad. And I expected, as soon as the Knicks fell behind in game 5, I knew they were going to lose the game by big. So I expect the Knicks to hopefully start the game strong in game number 6 in front of their fans in Madison Square Garden, because they don't want to go to Boston in game number 7 when they have the momentum. But
I was there for you, the Houston, the Rockets, when John Stark shot that shot against and they would have taken the series.
why did you have to do that? I liked you. I liked you until you
I was
mentioned
right there on the floor. I saw it on the floor, and when he missed, I was heartbroken, man. I tell you,
heartbroken.
that was to finish it out. You know what I mean? They didn't have to go back, and they lost in Houston, so it was like,
Thank you. Thank you very much.
I want the Knicks in 6 so everybody can go to my restaurant that's right down the street.
I agree. What's your
and
restaurant?
celebrate. American Whiskey.
All right, yeah, definitely.
Yeah.
Go check it out.
Yeah,
He's
between
got good
7th and
sauce.
8th.
He got good
All
sauce.
right. What street?
35th.
All right. All right.
You know, if you're going south from
Yep.
the garden, that Mustang Sally's that's on
Right.
the corner, just take
Yeah.
a right there, and we're in the middle of the block.
I'll check it out.
It's
I
right
won't
around
be at the game, but
Yeah.
I'll check it out.
It's
take
right
care of
around
you.
the
Hey, listen, I'm just curious. It seems like a lot of people chaotic outside the garden. I used to work at the garden. I mean, that seems like a lot.
They closed down 7th Ave after the game the other day.
They close it down. Wow, it's crazy. Wow.
Just so
New
you
York
know,
is crowded, huh?
just so you know, American Whiskey is right around the corner from the Sausage Palace. So if you want yourself a sausage,
Hey, it used to be right next to the best rub and tug in New York.
Until Giuliani got in there and he cleaned it up, huh?
Yeah.
Or Robert Kraft.
Yeah.
Anybody wants some Kraft macaroni and cheese? Anyways, thank you, Rob, for joining us. We
Thank
really
you, Errol. Thank you, Jober and Speedy. Thank you very much. It's been a great pleasure to be on your show.
Yes.
You're eloquent. You're erudite, and you're meaningful. And the sausage thing is interesting.
It is. It's very interesting.
I think it's the first time any of us have been called erudite.
There you go.
Yeah, well, what's wrong with that? I like that. I
I love it.
Pulled it out of my ass.
Rob's more sophisticated than that.
You're actually going to make me want to make sausage and peppers now.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two-hole, I'm good.
Anyways, that's our
Thank
soundboard.
you.
But we love you, Rob. We really do.
Love you too, brother. Thank you, Errol.
Get you on the show, man. And you're going to be in Massapequa. Maybe me and Speedy will come down there.
Please come down. Yeah, check it out.
Let's hang out. We'll eat some sausages together.
Yeah,
Speedy will share his sausage with you.
There's got to be a place there, unless I bring some good sausage with me.
There you go. You have a good sausage. Speedy will share it with you. Right?
We got to get him on after.
No comment on that, man.
After the Preakness for his picks.
Yeah,
Rob,
just
don't
remember
worry.
them. Okay.
Rob, don't worry. If that ever
Journalism over River Thames.
Rob, if that ever ends up happening, I'll throw the sausage at him.
You know what's so funny, Rob? And by the way, I want you to tell everybody who they should go with one more time before we let you go. Speedy, when he's trying to add something, he will cut anybody off just to get it out there. He will do anything. And when he doesn't want to speak, he'll just sit there like he's got a stick up his ass or a sausage. So that's Speedy, ladies and gentlemen. But tell the fans who they should bid on at the Preakness.
I say journalism over River Thames and a little bit of reverse for a little bit as a saver.
There you go.
That's my pick.
All right, our bonus Let's Parlay with Robert.
There you go.
All right.
And by the way,
I got to go back off now.
so somebody's got to go whack off. It's probably
All
Nick,
right.
but
Thank you, guys.
thank you, Rob. We really
Ciao.
love you so much.
Love you too, man.
Robert Finaro, first
Ciao.
time on our show. Very good. Great personality. He enjoys sausages and stay away from Speedy. Okay. Stay the hell away from Speedy. All right. That's all I'm going to say about that. I thought he was cool. He got a chance to know how crazy we are, and we had a little fun with him. So I thought it was
He's
great.
got a really good sense of humor for sure. It was great. It was a great
Somebody's got
interview.
to have a good sense of humor. I mean, Speedy.
He did make me hungry, though. I'm not going to lie.
Yeah.
I just had a little snack, and I was like, damn, now I'm hungry.
It's funny you're talking about. I actually made sausage and peppers and pasta tonight for dinner.
Oh, you did?
Yeah.
Oh, I love sausage and peppers.
I do it a little different because I'm only a quarter Italian, so I don't really know exactly what I'm doing, but I do a bunch of cool stuff.
Oh, I have no idea. Like I had a
I threw
buddy
some
where,
bacon in there actually.
Whoa,
So,
that's.
I was
different. I've
was
never heard
going
of that.
ham. I put like cheese. I had,
Bacon in your sausage? Ugh.
No, bacon. It's like a mix, and I threw like green beans in there, and I made like a whole kind of like a Italian cheesy stir fry kind of idea, and came out.
Speedy a little wet, you know.
I didn't cover it in Alfredo sauce, so you can't have it, Errol. Though.
Screw you. All right. You're really
I
starting.
almost did though. I thought it might go well with it, but I decided against it.
Did you go onions too?
Yeah, of course.
You have to.
Onions and garlic.
Smell my ass.
Well, like I just want sausage and peppers, and people will be like, "No onion." I'm like, onions give so much flavor, and when they're, I don't like raw onions, which is weird, but I like cooked onions.
You start with the cooked onions at the beginning of the cook, like that's where you start.
Yeah,
Like that's
Yum, yum.
the OG start point.
Yeah, until they get translucent.
That's what makes them yum yum.
I know.
I need a gin and tonic.
What? Where did that come from?
That came from that's like if the Simpsons. Remember
I was
the
just gonna
Simpsons
say, are we at
character?
7-Eleven?
A poop.
Breaking news. Goody has no Woody.
Well, and you know, when all this stuff started happening, he refused to do that voiceover again.
That's true. Yes, it is. It's true. There's no lie to that. Speaking of no lies, ladies and gentlemen, we've got the king of the hill.
Here's the king of the hill.
This, Bobby, is the belt line. You never, ever hit below that.
Not that kind of king of the hill, you dumb. This is king of the hill.
I actually like that drop. It's
Let's
very...
bring everybody in. Nathan, get in here. Tommy, get in here.
Yes.
For King of the Hill, guys. This is one of our newer games. This has got a 3-round game where we're trying to dethrone the king, current king, Errol Marks. The king has not been dethroned yet since we have started. The first round is everybody in a peasant fight. And the way this goes, we're going to go through the best in-game dunkers in basketball history. So you got to say a dunker and give a good reason why, and then we'll go around the horn, basically. So, and then Errol will decide who the 2 people who will move on to the next round are. Are you guys ready to play King of the Hill?
Yeah.
All right, so here we go. Let's start off with Jabba.
Ooh, best in-game dunkers. Oh, there's so many. I just don't, are we talking like stylistically, or are we just talking like overall?
Whatever you want.
I think it's up to your interpretation, and your explanation is honestly more important than the name.
I don't. All right. I'm gonna have to go. Tracy McGrady comes to mind just because the athleticism, being long, being able to rise above everybody and kind of in that realm. God, there's so many that were so good. I think when I think of him, like obviously great defender, prolific scorer, but they were like in-game dunks that I saw. Like I didn't want to use like somebody.
Well, you
new.
just go with one. We're gonna keep going. Everyone's gonna give one. I'll go next. Jabba, there was a layup for you here, and it was Michael Jordan. Jordan, clearly the best in-game dunker. Take a look at this one. I even have a highlight for you. I had to watch this one a million times growing up. This is the Ewing trying to block him and getting stuffed. And yes, of course, Michael Jordan's one of the greatest.
I was actually watching that game live when that happened. So you guys know.
That's one of those highlights that you hate, but you've seen it a million times.
I was like 13 years old when he did that against the New York Knicks and Patrick. So
all right, Tommy, you're up next.
Oof, favorite, best of all time. I'm gonna go with Julius Erving.
Dr. J.
Irving. Dr. J is the man. I would say that pretty much revolutionized the game of dunking in a stylistic way. Jabba was mentioning before. He really was the one that brought it in style during his time period. Really, of course, to where Michael Jordan is considered one of the best dunkers of all time. I feel like Dr. J brought it to the forefront more than anybody else before, so I'm going to have to go with Dr. J. The rock the cradle dunk, too. One of the best dunks I've ever seen.
Again, in-game, that's more a dunk contest, but you're right. He was obviously one of the greats. Speedy.
2 weeks in a row or 2 shows in a row that Tommy has stolen something from someone else. Tic-tac-toe on Monday, now this one. I was going to say Dr. J first. I'll do Dominique Wilkins for that one. Kind of a little right after Dr. J. Not a good all time, but definitely one of the most electric ones at the small forward position, power forward a little bit. Those high hops, those big dunk contest ones, even before MJ as well. So I'll go him.
All right, and Nathan.
Nathan, you're going to have to unmute. But
Ramachandra.
Which dunker has the best leash?
I gotta go back off now.
Nathan, who is one of the greatest dunkers of all time?
You're on mute.
In games.
Nathan. Let's go.
Nathan's driving back to one of those places you guys were just talking about.
I'm going to say he's wrong.
There he is.
Nathan, you got anybody for us?
Hold on. All right. I'm going to go with I'm going to go with Vince Carter. I think because obviously with the dunk contest, he won one of the dunk contests. But in game games, I think in my opinion, he was one of the best to watch. Vince Carter, he can do anything. Yeah, huh?
Remember in the Olympics when he put his nuts on that dude's forehead and dunked over?
Yeah.
That the Knicks drafted that guy.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. All right. And now we're gonna go back to Jabba. Give us another one.
I'm gonna go one that I love Clyde the Glide. Loved his in-game, like, wasn't the greatest, like, I would say the greatest, like, dunker in the dunk contest, but in games, he got that name for a reason. And I was always just a huge fan of him and what he could do. So he's one that kind of stuck out to me as well.
Well, I think that's a great answer. My answer is someone who thankfully did not continue his rap career with the Fushnikins and Shaq. Yes, Shaquille O'Neal, Shaq Diesel. Yes, one of the guys who could not be stopped at any point in time during any games. Just dunked on all over everybody. Another famous dunk that I have seen a million times is when he dunked on, oh my God, the big white center the Knicks had.
And then he threw the ball?
And then he threw the
Why do
ball.
you have
like
to
a
bring
little
up the
bitch.
Knicks?
From the
Every
Ivy League.
single time.
Ivy
Bring
League
up
center
Knicks.
we had.
You had Michael
forgot.
Jordan with Patrick Ewing. You had Vince Carter dunking over and somebody from the Knicks farm system, eating his nuts.
I think it was Freddie
Bring up
Weiss
another
was the
Knick.
guy's name. He was a Knicks draft pick, and then I think he ended up had mental health issues because of the dunk the rest
Figures
of
he
his life.
played for the Knicks.
It was the highlight, like, that's the only highlight he ever had, and it was him getting nuts put on his forehead.
Literally. Tommy!
My pick is another Laker, actually, and I was going to actually go with Kobe, Mr. Kobe Bryant. Very, very prolific, I would say, scorer all around. Of course, he knew how to when to not dunk, when to dunk. Really, of course, very, I guess you could say, smart in a way with his shot selections sometimes. But I would say someone like Kobe Bryant would be the second best dunker of all time.
Speedy.
Once again, I was going to take Shaq, so I'll go to Kemi Mutombo this time. Another one that had great longevity. And yes, he was very authoritative at the rim. Obviously, big size.
Speedy, you were about to move on, and that pick was horrible. Dikembe Mutombo? Come on, stop. You're automatically out.
Looks like Nathan's
You're automatically out.
Nathan!
Of all the guys you could pick, Dikembe Mutombo.
Ramachandra!
I think Nathan's frozen.
And Nathan, you're kind of a little choppy. I think you're going
muted,
through the Lincoln
but,
Tunnel or
we'll
something.
let you, he's going through the Lincoln Tunnel. Go ahead.
He's praying now, it looks like.
Can you hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We hear you now, Nathan.
Get it out. Who do you got?
I got Spud Webb. Spud Webb. I think he.
Spud Webb.
Spud Webb. Yes. Underrated dunker.
You're automatically eliminated. That's it. You're automatically eliminated.
Why?
Spud Webb. Out of all the dunkers in NBA history, you took Spud Webb. Come on, guys. In-game dunkers, Spud Webb.
All right. And let's go for the last one. Jabba.
Ooh, my last one, I'm going to go. God, I love the Shaq. I have to go the man with like 37 kids. I got to go Sean Kemp. I take one for me, Tommy.
Yeah, I was gonna go Sean Kemp with that.
Yeah, and I just he was always fun to watch. He was great on NBA Jam. He had 3,700 kids with 2,700 baby mamas, and he still went out and just yammed on people all day.
And all night, apparently.
Yeah, it didn't stop on the basketball court, it didn't seem like.
Well, there is someone I don't think anyone said, but he does lead the NBA all-time in points, and he is still playing, and his name is LeBron James. And this guy has made a career of being just a highlight reel of dunks forever. And I'm pretty sure you got to consider him one of the great all-time dunkers in games. I mean, we never saw a dunk contest from him.
No, because he's a dunking bitch. That's what he is.
But let's face it, when he was at his height, him flying through the air was like unlike anything you ever seen until Giannis. Giannis was able to do kind of the same thing. But with the passing ability, with that super team that he had, the dunks were just spectacular. We all remember that alley-oop from Wade. There's so many highlights. You got to say LeBron was definitely one of them. Tommy!
I'm going to go.
Look at your phone, Tommy. Look at your phone.
You already picked Cloud
Jabba
Drexler.
took Drexler.
Damn it.
Oh, you said Drexler already?
Yeah.
I'm going to go Mr. Blake Griffin then, because why not? Let's go Mr. Blake Griffin. Blake Griffin, honestly, in his prime, Blake Griffin was honestly Dude knew how to attack the rim. Dude knew how to. He had hops. He knew how to attack the rim. There was I can't remember. There was my favorite dunk that he had where he freaking just detonates over, has his whole nuts on full display on the dunk. So
this was against the Knicks as well.
Yes, it was.
Timothy Mozgov.
Stop!
Timothy Mozgov. That's
Stop!
exactly the. I can't
Stop
remember
this!
Hey.
Another white
The
big
Knicks
man
have been
for the New York
victimized my whole life. They're in every low light.
Knicks. Asian big man for the New York Knicks. Eventually, they're going to mention David Lee too. Please stop.
I love David Lee. He was a good
So do
player,
I.
man.
I can remember a couple of dunks on him too. So
Yeah, he didn't jump that high, but you
No,
know what? He
he
was a
didn't.
good player. And I think that means we're up to Speedy to round it out.
I thought I was out already.
no, you're not. You still have one more.
All right,
He had
I'll
Spud.
finish
better make-
You
you
said
better
he was-
clean it up.
finish
You
it off
said
with
he was
Ben Wallace.
automatically out because Spud Webb.
Yes.
No, he said.
No, I
Nathan
said I
Spud
did
Webb.
Dikembe.
Dikembe
No, I-
Mutombo.
Oh, he said Dikembe.
Who didn't really dunk like
04 Pistons team, that championship team that really was that was a duo inside with them, and I think another ferocious one for probably the beginning of that era as well.
You said Sheed?
Ben Wallace.
All right. I guess so. I don't really. The two guys you picked, I don't really think are dunkers.
No,
the last
they're
two
not.
guys.
They're defensive guys.
But
One was a blocker and one was a rebounder.
It did pretty much. And one had a great afro. Made him look 3 inches taller.
Ooh, sick.
Errol, who's moving on?
I got Tommy. Moving on. And I want to pick you, Fish, but you're running the show. I liked your three guys are by far the best. It's
So
not
let
even
me
an
go
argument.
because Jabba actually does have to pop out for a little bit.
All right, so
and, go take care of some business.
all right, so let Jabba pop out for a little while. He'll join us again. I'll go with Fish. So I have Mr. Tommy and the old fisherman.
All right. Thank you for acknowledging that. But I did
Your team was
set this up.
by far the best. By far. It's
I
not
appreciate
even
it. All right, so round 2 is the Joust, Tommy. And in this round, we have a new title for us to figure out. And it's the best sixth men in NBA history. So these are guys that are thought of as sixth men. They probably had to, at some point, win a Sixth Man of the Year award. So if you're going to frantically Google it right now, just go over to those lists. But I'll tell you right now, the most obvious one is not one I'm going to start with. I'm going to start with one that's near and dear to my heart, and that is former Knick Jamal Crawford. Jamal Crawford had the best crossover in the game for a very long time. Was instant offense off the bench. Had a didn't really look to pass, but when he did, it was always a good pass, and it looked really fancy. He was great at the small things. Wasn't a great defender, but he was passable. But I'll tell you what, when you needed offense off the bench, that guy was instant offense. And usually it's just like a catch and shoot guy. This guy could dice up everybody in the league. And that was just amazing. It's amazing the Knicks didn't do more with him because of how bad they were managed. But I'll tell you, I'm starting with Jamal Crawford. Tommy.
I don't know. I'm pretty sure this is going to be the one that you said is the more obvious one. I'm going with Mr. Manu Ginobili. Mr. Ginobili, what can I say about you? One of the best European players of all time. One of the best shooting guards of all time. And if not the best sixth man of all time. Honestly, there's not really much to say. A 4-time NBA champion. Really came through, really clutch in the playoffs for his teams when needed the most. Really had the best rotation with Pop. Of course, with that dynamic of players, Tim Duncan, Tony Parker, and all those guys. Really, Ginobili. It doesn't get much better than Ginobili when you think of six man. That's really an iconic line. That's really, I would say, synonymous with when it comes to six man.
Synonymous.
Look at that. So I'm gonna say Ginobili.
All right, maybe so. Maybe because they made him a sixth man and he should have been a starter because it just worked better in their offensive scheme. I don't know, but I know for a fact that there was the greatest team of all time. People said in the 1986 Boston Celtics, and the guy who was the first guy off the bench for that team was Bill Walton. And Bill Walton, who was one of the absolute legends, had probably the greatest six-man season anyone ever had in 1986 and made them unstoppable. They took whenever they took Parrish off the court, he comes in there and now instead of being like bruising inside,
they're dicing everyone up. Sometimes they brought Mikal off the bench. Mikal was more of a starter than that. So I would wanted to go with Walton if you're going to pick one of those two guys. I decided of one of those two guys should be the more obscure guy because Walton was an absolute stud hero for that team and is what put them over the top in my opinion.
They go home.
Bill Walton. All right, Tommy.
All right, I'm going
I
with
farted.
Warriors edition of Andre Iguodala. So look, Andre Iguodala, honestly, just very key pivotal piece in that Golden State Warriors team. Sure, that might have been another one that you might say like he was a starter. It just probably worked in that rotation or whatnot. But the man was doing what he needed to do coming off the bench. He did everything to win them those 4 titles, even helping. I'm gonna say helping even the Miami Heat in the same exact role during the bubble, helping them bring them to that title. So Andre Iguodala, Andre Iguodala is gonna be my second for best 6 man.
Interesting.
All right. I'm going to go with this guy that when they were in the Olympics, Michael Jordan and Scottie Pippen took it personal that they were being compared to him. His name's Tony Kukoc, and he ended up their teammate. And Tony Kukoc helped them go on that second three-peat in quite a big way. He got toughened up by Jordan and Pippen. He played at a level that you don't see too many 6-men play at. He was a unique player at the time, being a taller European player with a long-range game. He was pretty iconic for a long time. This is before Manu Ginobili. Tony Kukoc. Last one, Tommy.
There's one you guys are missing.
Is it Kevin McHale? Is that who you were gonna pick?
No.
Is that? I'm gonna have to either go with McHale or I'll go Lou Williams. Actually.
All right, there you go. There you go.
Mr. Lou Williams. Yeah, Lou Williams has really been a pivotal 6-man on a lot of different teams, and it's really shown.
Where did he stand out the most? What team?
Stand out the most? It was,
What
of
team?
course, the Sixers.
No.
Sixers, Raptors.
No.
He was on a bunch of different teams. Lakers, Hawks.
But what team did he stand out the most as a 6-man?
Who were you gonna pick?
Cavaliers. You remember on the Cavaliers?
He was on the Cavs?
Yeah, he was.
Lou Williams.
Lou Williams was on the Cavs. Yes.
Are we thinking about the same Lou Williams here?
I'm pretty sure. It's definitely Lou Williams.
No, Lou Williams didn't play for the Cavs.
Maybe it wasn't Lou Williams, but it was Williams.
Okay, but Lou Williams, yes, that's still the right answer.
Maybe it wasn't him.
That's still the correct answer, though. He played a couple years before going to the Hawks as a 6-man.
Maybe thinking the
76ers.
Clippers. Maybe it was the Clippers.
I was going to say the Clippers. The
Yeah, the
Clippers is where Lou Williams
That's right.
got
That's
his
what I
6-man.
meant. The Clippers.
He got 6-man of the year twice as a
It was
Clipper.
the seat. It was the
and
seat.
once as a Raptor.
Yeah.
So he's got a 3-time 6-man of the year. Yeah.
Yeah, 3 times. That's
And a bunch of runner-ups and third places.
Yeah,
Yeah,
really
played-
a little piece in a lot of different teams, honestly. He really knew how to find, and to be a guy that's really a bit of a journeyman like that and win on so many different teams, that's got to account for, you really know how to honestly be a really pivotal 6-man and really knew his role coming off the bench. So.
You know, I was thinking Mo Williams on the Cavaliers.
Mo Williams.
That's what I was.
Yeah, he was an all-star one year, Mo Williams.
Yes, Mo Williams. He was great on the Cavaliers. That's what I meant. My bad.
That was that first LeBron team.
Yes.
That was, yeah.
Mo Williams.
Very
Yeah.
But no, yeah, Lou Williams going to have to be my number 2. Very versatile on many different teams. And Lou Williams, yeah.
All right, that was it. That was all 3. So, Errol, up to you.
All right.
Who's moving on?
All right, I'll go with Tommy. I'll face off with him in the finals.
All right, here we go. Last round. So we have one more round. It's going to be Errol versus Tommy. The winner is the king next week. Speedy and I will vote. Nathan looks like he disappeared. His vote doesn't really count anyway.
He's playing with himself. Let's go.
But he can get here. So here we are.
I'm not doing any freaking tag team.
Take on the king.
Let's
The
go.
most clutch players in NBA history. Most clutch. All right, so obviously we're talking about
Jalen Brunson.
in the biggest moments. All right. I don't know. Jalen Brunson's pretty damn clutch. All right, let's start off with Tommy. Actually, the king decides who goes first.
Let him go.
Okay.
Okay, well, I'm gonna have to if I'm going up against the King, I gotta pick one of the greatest players, or the greatest player of all time, Michael Jordan. Look,
You can't go with Michael Jordan.
Why not? That's the
You
most.
can't go with Michael Jordan.
Okay, fine. You know what? We'll go with Larry Bird. I'll go with Larry Bird.
All right, go with
Larry Bird.
Why?
Larry Bird is one of the best players of all time, and especially during the time period that he played. Look, Larry Bird really. I love watching the trash talking videos of Larry Bird. The things he used to say to certain players, the things that he knew he carried himself at a certain standard every single day, and he always backed it up with every single shot. Every competition was like his last. Every 3-point contest, I'm not sure if he did. I don't think it was a dunk contest, dude. Every game he brought his all, and Larry Bird is easily going to be one of the most clutch players.
All right, Errol.
You know who I'm going with? Mr. Black Mamba, Kobe Bryant, was one of the most clutch players of all time. Just think about what Kobe Bryant did with the Lakers. Shaquille O'Neal, who was hitting the clutch shots? It was Kobe Bryant. Shaquille O'Neal was the best player, but when he needed to go to the best player or the player that's going to hit the clutch shot, they went to Kobe Bryant. When obviously Shaquille O'Neal left, he went to Miami. They needed that clutch player again when they brought in, Gasol and Metta World Peace. Who were they going with to the ball? Who were they going the ball with? They were going with Kobe Bryant. Arguably one of the more underrated clutch players because there were so many greats. Michael Jordan being one of them, Larry Bird, Magic Johnson. But this guy was so clutch and probably the most clutch player in Laker history. If you watch what he did in the time that he did it, remember, he won 5 titles and he was a part of 2 of them. And when he was the guy for 2 of them, and when he had to beat the Celtics, who had to hit those clutch shots? Who had to make those shots in Game 5, in Game 4? It was Kobe Bryant. Kobe Bryant.
All right, back to Tommy.
Most clutch player, I'm going to do it, Mr. Robert Horry. Robert Horry, 7 times champion amongst, we got here the Rockets, the Lakers, the Spurs. But Robert Horry knew how to hit those game-winning shots, knew how to help get his team. And whether it was a regular season game, whether it was a pivotal regular season game, whether it was a pivotal tipping scale in a postseason game, that 3-peat with the Lakers, Robert Horry is easily.
You said Robert Horry about 1 million times right there.
Yeah, except his name is Ori, not Horry. The H is silent.
Horry likes to screw with Horry.
That's how I know you're like really young, that you didn't know
Big
that.
time, Rob.
We all wanted to say Horry, except you can't do that.
Look, what about if I call him Big Shot Rob?
That wasn't
Big
nickname.
Shot Rob. Well, look, Big Shot Rob, easily deserving of one of the most clutch players of all time. Those 7 rings, of course, speak for itself. So, Mr.
Right.
Big Shot Rob.
All right, Errol.
Another Laker, Magic Johnson. I mentioned him. Career double-double in the playoffs. As a rookie, they needed a guy to take over when Kareem Abdul-Jabbar got hurt. And who did they go to? They went to Magic Johnson, a rookie. Took over in the finals. He defended multiple positions from 5 to 4 to 3 to 2 to 1. He did everything. And when they needed a guy to take over the game, it was Magic Johnson. When they played those Celtic teams, who did they need to take over those games? It was no other than Magic Johnson. And he was compared to Larry Bird for all the times from Michigan State to obviously Indiana. Everybody knows why Magic Johnson was one of the most clutch players of all time. I'm going Magic. Sweet Magic, as I call it.
All right, back to Tommy.
All
Last
right.
one.
Errol is not going to like this pick whatsoever.
Steph Curry, you're gonna.
Mr. Steph Curry. Mr. Steph Curry himself. Mr. Steph is the best shooter of all time. Let's not ever get it twisted. Steph Curry does not help lead his team to those 3 championship appearances. Steph Curry does not help his team get those 4, even though a big thing, of course, going toward 2022, it's the MVP, and he, of course, didn't get his MVP until he got his MVP in 2022. Steph Curry is the man who revolutionized the game of 3-pointers, and I know it might be for the worst, but Steph Curry is easily one of the best, is one of the clutch players of all time.
I wouldn't have picked Steph Curry from all the guys you could have picked. And Steph Curry wasn't even the best player on those championship teams. Kevin Durant was. Klay Thompson was just as clutch as he was.
You can't say he wasn't clutch in those series.
He wasn't as clutch as any of those guys. And he wasn't, he wasn't.
He
think
wasn't.
Kevin Durant was, of course, because even then he.
I
got
would
those
go Kevin Durant over Steph Curry. Okay, on those championship teams, those 2 championships, who was the MVP of the team? Who were they going to? Who's the go-to guy when they needed to get a big-time shot? It was Kevin Durant. I would have never went with Steph Curry. You could have went Reggie Miller, or you could have went with this guy who I'm going to mention right now.
I did want to do Reggie Miller, but I said,
All right,
hey,
so who you got, Errol?
I'm going Paul Pierce, the truth, baby. Paul Pierce was one of the most clutch players with Kevin Garnett and Rondo and all those players, all the great players, Ray Allen. And Ray Allen was very clutch. They went to no other than Paul Pierce. In Game 7, if you remember, when they needed big-time points, who did they go to against LeBron James? They needed 41 points from the one and only. Yes, Paul Pierce. Paul Pierce was one of the most underrated shooters of all time, one of the more underrated shooters in the playoffs of all time. And when you ask Kevin Garnett, you ask Rondo, you ask anybody on their podcast, who was the most clutch player? Who was the player? Who's the go-to player on those Celtic teams when they were as good as any team in the NBA? It was Paul Pierce, the truth. One of the greatest underrated playoff players of all time. I'm going Paul Pierce, baby.
All right, Speedy, we're going to vote on it. If we both agree, then there's nothing to do. But if it's a split, we're going to ask you guys to pick one. I'm going to name one player. One more player, and I want you guys to argue about it, all right? But let's say I'm going to start off. I'm going with Errol. I generally think of these guys, they kind of have to be more impactful players than a guy like Big Shot Rob. Who's your first one again, Tommy?
Larry Bird.
Larry Bird. Now, Larry Bird, obviously, one of the greatest players of all time. I just keep, remembering the highlight of a shot not going in for Larry Bird more than, some of the other highlights of his, famously, because they always would go in, but that's in the clutch when it didn't. So, I do think that Errol went with guys that it's hard to argue with. What Magic Johnson did that rookie season is legendary. It's one of the greatest NBA stories of all time. Paul Pierce, I grew up watching him go after. I mean, him and LeBron went back and forth in those series forever, and it was Paul Pierce. So I'm going with Errol. Speedy?
Yeah, I'm going with Errol as well. I think mentioning especially the Magic Johnson rookie season, Kobe as well against that Celtics team that was supposed to be this future dynasty that was supposed to happen was a good reference to that. And I wasn't crazy about the Steph Curry one either for Tommy. As good as the shooting prowess is, he's the greatest shooter ever. A lot of those big shots, buzzer beater wise, are in the regular season, not as much in the playoffs. You're looking at judging clutch stats. You're looking at judging those types of numbers. Actually, Damian Lillard is probably the better modern example for a point guard.
But he never won, and that's why
he never won. But he was on some really bad teams.
When you look at Damian Lillard, he is amongst the top 10 greatest.
I had Damian
So,
Lillard up there.
the guy I would have had you debate if it was a tie, and Errol is going to stay the king another week, was going to be Reggie Miller.
Yep.
And if
I
he
had him
deserves
too.
to be up there or not, because he terrorized me my entire childhood as a Knicks
You know
fan.
why I didn't pick Reggie? You know why I didn't pick Reggie? Because he never won.
He didn't win. Yeah.
He never won. I went with guys that have won and were big parts of the reason Paul Pierce was the best player on that Kevin Garnett, Rondo, and Ray Allen team. Go ask anybody. When they won that title, when they beat the Lakers in the finals, it was absolutely Paul Pierce that took over those games. They needed a big shot. They went to Big Shot Paul, the truth. Everybody knows that. As far as Kobe Bryant was one of the most clutch shooters I've ever seen in the playoffs. The fadeaway three-point shots that he made. He was unbelievable. I couldn't stand Kobe as a player. I can't take away his greatness. And then Magic Johnson. I mean, and you could have went so many different avenues. I like Larry Bird, but clutch, there were a lot of clutch players on those teams. Robert Parrish was pretty clutch on that team. Danny Ainge was clutch on those teams. Also, Kevin McHale was very clutch on those championship teams. They had a lot of clutch players on those teams. Larry Bird was the best player on that team.
Ainge would have been a good sixth-man guy, too, to mention. Danny Ainge later on in the
100%.
Celtics years.
There's another player that a lot of people probably know, Dirk Nowitzki. He was another one I was looking at. Dirk Nowitzki, when they went on that run, he made some of the most ridiculous fadeaway jumpers, especially against Miami. And go look at their path all the way to the finals.
I was gonna say.
Look who they beat to go all the way to the finals. And why did they beat all those great teams? Dirk Nowitzki. I mean, I like Barrera, and I love to mess around with people how great Barrera had of a playoff run, but everybody knows Dirk Nowitzki had a big part of why they won that championship. There's no argument to that. That was one of the greatest runs I've ever seen a player have. So Dirk Nowitzki, if you pick Dirk Nowitzki, I'd argue some of the arguments, and Kawhi Leonard too, another guy.
Oh yeah.
So I loved Kawhi too. As we all know, the claw, as I called him. So, and still call him. He's got these big ass hands for a guy that's 6'7", 6'8". His hands are bigger than Shaquille O'Neal's. Go look at his. It's ridiculous. They
There's
call
that video
him
of
the
them
claw.
palming it together. Him and
Yeah,
Shaq.
yeah. His claws are humongous. So that's why he's such a great defensive player and such a clutch shooter in so many of those San Antonio games and even the championship they beat Miami with. I mean, he was as clutch as. And how about Toronto when they won the title? He was so clutch. 76. Remember that shot? Even though everybody says it was lucky, who shot that? That was the one and only Kawhi Leonard. So I could have went any way, but I went to the three guys that you didn't pick that absolutely deserves more respect than a lot of people, remember them to be. So Magic Johnson.
Was Kawhi even a lottery pick?
No,
he was
16th. San Diego State, 16th. I remember when
San Diego State team I thought was going to win it all that year.
Yeah.
Yeah, I remember him being like good in college, and then like he fell in the draft, and I was like, I don't know why he fell in the draft, and of course he goes to the Spurs, and all of a sudden he's one of the best players in the world, right?
He
And
kind of felt.
He got drafted by
Him and
the Pacers.
Giannis were like drafted in the same area of the years they were drafted, and they said that if Giannis wasn't drafted in the top, I think 16, he would have went back to Greece, and maybe there would have never been a Giannis. So it's a pretty crazy story, but. There were a lot of great clutch players, but the guys that you were picking, I definitely wouldn't have went Steph. Larry Bird, you can argue, and who was the middle guy that you picked? Robert Horry. I would have never picked Robert Horry because
I mean, like he hit a couple of big shots, but to call him a clutch player, that's a little different. Like he hit a couple of big shots. He did.
I said Larry. If you want to argue Larry Bird, you can put him there. But the other two guys, I definitely wouldn't. And I'm not
think he needs to be
a
great, one of the best players on the team. And I think you're right, Errol. When they won the couple of those championships, he wasn't because Kevin Durant was at the peak of his powers still.
100%.
But sometimes your team falls off, like the Warriors look like they're probably going to do, and you end up sneaking into the lottery. Maybe you accidentally trade somebody to the Lakers and get first pick.
Yeah,
Happens,
speaking of the
doesn't it?
lottery, which we're going to get into, the Mavericks won the NBA lottery with just a 1.8% chance of winning it, which was fourth lowest percentage of any team eligible. The odds were fourth lowest of any team since the lottery format began in 1985. Who was that? Patrick Ewing. The Spurs got the number 2 pick despite having the 8th highest percentage of landing the number 1 pick at just 6%. The Jazz, Hornets, and Wizards had 14% odds for the number 1 pick, and neither of them got in the top 3. The 76ers got the top 3 pick as they picked number 3 in the draft after having the 3rd highest odds, their highest draft pick since Markelle Fultz, and we all know what happened to him in 2017. Many fans believe there is a conspiracy with teams losing players like the Mavericks lost Luka Doncic. People brought up LeBron James leaving the Cavaliers in 2011 and Anthony Davis being traded to the Pelicans in 2019. We all remember that one as well, which was they had back-to-back years of number 1 picks. They had Kyrie Irving after LeBron James, and who was the other guy?
Anthony Bennett.
Anthony Bennett,
Yeah,
who had no
great
career.
choice.
It was a horrible pick. I'll never forget Anthony Bennett.
And I think 2 years later they had it again. They had Andrew Wiggins, so they then traded for Kevin Love.
Yep, I remember. Could you imagine a team having 3 number 1 picks in 10 years? And really, none of those guys had anything to do besides Kyrie Irving with one of those championships. How sad is that? And all of those guys are no longer on the Cavaliers. None of them.
Bennett didn't last in the league at all.
No,
And
2 years.
Wiggins, has bounced around as a role player basically. And
I didn't understand the Bennett. I didn't understand Bennett going 1.
It didn't make sense when it happened.
A lot of people thought he was maybe at best an 8th or 9th pick in the draft, and he went 1, and it made no sense. He didn't fit the way you thought the Cavaliers were going to try to build. Maybe trying to fit an athletic big man who is about 6'8", 6'7", a LeBron James type of body, but he wasn't LeBron James, and he wasn't. LeBron James was built like an Olympian. I didn't see that with Bennett. He was overweight. He had some size to him. I didn't understand it. He was dunker, so it didn't make any sense. I didn't understand first of all, I don't understand how the format with the NBA works. It really bothers me that, and I knew when the Mavericks, the 76ers, and the Spurs were in the Final Four, I knew those guys were going 1, 2, and 3. I didn't think the Hornets were getting in the top 3. I knew they were going to fall 4, and it's just very fitting the way the NBA works. When the Spurs lost Wembanyama and he was out, and he could be out a significant amount of time next year with a blood clot. We don't know when he's going to return. We don't know when he's coming back, even though a lot of people think he's going to be back in the beginning of the season. I just had some thoughts on why the Spurs were possibly going to win the draft. And I remember Tim Duncan with Wake Forest when they had, I think they were the 8th or 9th best team to get the first pick. And they went from 8th or 9th all the way to 1st. It was very fitting. And it really changed the trajectory of the Spurs, with David Robinson. David Robinson was at the tail end of his career. If you remember, it was 96, 97 when they drafted Tim Duncan. It took, 2.5 years for them to win a title with Tim Duncan and David Robinson. David Robinson right off to the sunset, and then Tim Duncan took over. You added Manu Ginobili, you added Tony Parker and Kawhi Leonard eventually, and you built championship after championship after championship, 5 championships with the great Popovich, as we all know what I think of him. I just look at what the Mavericks have done to their organization, and it was very fitting at the LJA draft, the LeBron James Association draft, that the Mavericks would win the number 1 pick. LeBron gets Luka Doncic and has a chance to maybe land another superstar to play with him for the next, 5 or 4 years, whenever LeBron decides to walk away, which seems to be never until he tries to tie Kobe Bryant or even tie Michael Jordan. And you know what? LeBron just, waves his magic wand, as I said, and automatically at 1.8% chance, they get the number 1 pick and they get the great prize in Cooper Flag. And this is great for the Dallas Mavericks and their organization because Cooper Flag is the face of United States basketball. I've said this and I'll say it again. It's perfect. Luka Doncic, one of the best foreign players in the world. Nobody gave a crap that he was there with Dallas. And now you get a guy that is just as athletic and just as gifted as Luka Doncic offensively, I believe, and defensively. I compare him to the white Kevin Durant. If Cooper Flag turns into a Kevin Durant prototype who can play defense and do the things that he can do on a basketball court, well, who do you think wins in this trade? Nico Harrison. And Nico Harrison at that press conference, does anybody remember what Nico said? Nico says, I got a plan. And my plan will happen at the end of the season. Now, I don't know if his plan was to get the number 1 pick, but the NBA had a plan for him to get the number 1 pick. If they were going to trade Luka Doncic, I don't know if it's a conspiracy theory, but it didn't make any sense how the Lakers were the only team up for grab for Luka Doncic. They get Luka Doncic, and they become the 3rd best team in the Western Conference. The Mavericks sneak in on that playing game, lose, and everybody says, this team's going to be garbage. And then what do they get? They get Cooper Flag. Horrible. The Spurs getting the number 2 pick. Horrible. I don't like it. It's not very good for Fox. Unless the Spurs trade that pick, which me and you, Mr. Fish, have been talking about, maybe they use that to get Giannis. I don't know. I don't think it makes sense. But are they going to trade for a point guard to get a guy? I don't know if the Bucks are going to be looking for a point guard, a young point guard from Rutgers. I don't trust Rutgers players out of basketball to go to the NBA and become superstars. I just don't trust it. When was the last time? Could you remember a Rutgers player that left Rutgers and became a star? No, you can't. And I'm not going to bet on a Rutgers player to go to the NBA and become a superstar. So I think it's a bad
That's the
move.
pride of New Jersey you're talking about over
Just
here
speaking
in
the
Rutgers.
truth.
If it's not here, we can take shots.
I'm just speaking the truth. I'm very upset at the NBA because the Jazz deserved at least a top 5 pick. They didn't get it. The Hornets, They get the 4th pick. The Hornets are just a bad organization. LaMelo Ball is going to probably leave the organization very, very soon because he knows they have no chance of winning. And he's the type of person in that family, the type of family that would stab the Hornets in the back. So I could see LaMelo Ball leave it. And the Wizards, come on. What do they have to look up to and look forward to? Nothing. They've got nothing. Where are they sitting? 7th, 8th? I mean, it's just.
Yeah, they got screwed.
They got screwed. I don't like it. I don't like that. The Spurs are a borderline playoff team in the second half, adding De'Aaron Fox. Now they have Wembanyama. They have De'Aaron Fox, and even if they don't go with the point guard, they get.
Don't forget Castle, rookie of the year.
Yeah, they can get Castle. Yeah, they can get. I'm sorry, they have Castle, but you know what I'm saying. They can add another player to a roster that's pretty loaded as far as youth is concerned. So I don't like it. I think the NBA is completely selfish, and I don't want to hear it that. This is the way the Bulls dropped. The NHL did it right. They did it in front of the cameras. They did it in front of the fans. Why isn't the NBA, they have a room of 8 machines and nobody can go in and nobody can go out while they're doing these bowls and these picks. And then all of a sudden you're picking up cards and you're raising these cards. I think there's something behind it. I think the NBA needs to show how they're picking these bowls and how these teams are winning the lottery, because the NHL proved that they're not cheating. The NHL proved that it was fair and square the way it landed and how the Islanders just won the draft. And this is despicable. Absolutely despicable. Absolutely. There should be an investigation on the Mavericks winning. 1.8% chance. I mean, you're better off you have a better chance of winning the regular lottery than winning the NBA lottery at 1.8%. It's despicable. Absolutely despicable. The NBA has there's got to be some questions. I think a writer should come out there and attack the NBA from this.
Yeah, there's one of those things where you see one of these top 3 picks get weird because that's the design of the lottery. That's why these guys have advocated away from tanking, and they have punished teams like the Mavericks in the past and the Bulls and teams like that for tanking at the end of the season. And they don't want that kind of thing to be a precedent because they want competitive product, which they're not going to get in the regular season anyway because of low management. So let's see what the NBA does instead. Let's go. What scenario is going to create the most storyline as a result? Nico Harrison's being scrutinized because of all his dumb things that he said, all these dumb things that he's done. So he's going to be looked at. Oh, let's reward him with the number 1 pick. Let's see how they could either screw it up, or let's see how Cooper Flag's going to rot in Dallas. Eventually, that team could move to Vegas, like you were thinking, Errol. But the casinos over there.
It might happen now.
It might happen, and all of a sudden, all right, let's go draw up the storylines. And obviously, the Spurs are going to have a lot of storylines too with Wemby. Obviously, Popovich not there anymore. How is this team going to be the same with a 38-year-old unproven coach? Now, Popovich is still going to have an influence in the organization.
100%.
But you said the same thing about Duke with Cooper Flag and his great coach of John Shire. Like, is it really going to make a difference of how good of a coach he could actually is, where it's going to be those guys going to be influenced? And college, it's not the same as the NBA. You don't have this kind of recruiting prowess. They still have to make these front office decisions. Maybe they do make a big swing. Maybe if it's not somebody like Giannis, it's somebody as big as Giannis, maybe somebody like Sabonis, and reunite him with Fox.
Spank him, Speedy! Spank him!
Is definitely a possibility.
Sorry,
but there's tons of options that they have with the number 2 pick. And they have the 8th highest odds. One is 11, one is 8. There's a little
gross sexual
a
action
little
of cream
fishy.
on
And
somebody's
then
face.
on the other end of it, the top 3 seeds, which this isn't the issue I've had with it. They had all similar percentages. I think it should be based more on the games back rather than those 1 default percentage. Because what if you have a team that's like 12-win season, or even Detroit last year, how atrociously bad they were, and they fell to 5 or something like that. And then there's a pattern that's constantly going on. The Wizards got the number 1 or the number 2 pick last year. Okay, that's fine. But the Hornets, when's the last time? The Hornets actually had it too, but the Jazz. When's the last time they've had to pick that early? And they
my ass.
they fall all the way to 5. Like it's something a little off there.
Well,
I farted.
I don't really care about the Jazz or anything like that, but I'll say this: the first, second, and third picks in this draft were all teams that jumped. The Sixers are the 3rd pick. We didn't even talk about them yet. They weren't supposed to be there either. So I saw there was this statistic that said something like it was well over 8,000 to 1 odds that it would go that those 3 teams were in the top 4. Like 8,000 to 1 that all 3 of them would be up there with the Hornets, who had the best odds going in, who should have been up there. That's real fishy, man. I'm sorry. That's pretty crazy. It feels like they identified 3 teams, the NBA, that they wanted to help out. Dallas for getting all this back flack or if say it was rigged. I don't even know what to believe. I don't trust them. Everything has to do with the Lakers and these types of things. It smells real fishy to me. The fact that he gets Luka, and now we reward you with the first pick overall.
You get Cooper.
I don't know. I don't know how I feel about that. And then you have the Spurs. Wemby had that blood clot thing, so they want to make sure they have a star there. And then you have the Sixers and Embiid. Who knows what he's going to look like after whatever they do to his legs? Because I would argue we've seen the best of Embiid at this point. So it just feels like they were trying to help out those teams. I could be completely wrong, and it's just dumb luck. But that's pretty crazy luck. If it's like over 8,000 to 1, that's way more than what Chaz got for his horses.
Yep.
On the Kentucky Derby.
Could you imagine?
76,000.
Could you imagine if you were a
Same.
betting handicap man and you put $1,000 on the Mavericks winning the number 1 pick? You guys would have made yourself a lot funny.
If
and you know what? Next
Mavericks, Spurs, Sixers, and you put $1,000 down on 8,000 to 1, you would have won 800,000, or is that 8 million? I think it's $8 million.
You know what?
That's how ridiculous it was.
Next year, I'm betting on the draft. I'm betting on the draft. I might as well put 100 because if I put 100 on it, I'm making 80,000. So if I had the 1 and 2 and 3 pick, which I told you, you had the 76ers, I had the Spurs, and why not the Mavericks? I mean, we were speaking about it before the draft,
because we didn't think the NBA would dare do that.
No,
they wouldn't dare, and of course they did.
Yeah, well,
they
because
did.
It's not the NBA, it's the LJ, LeBron James Association. I'm not going to lie to you here. If you guys don't think this anymore, or any fan out there doesn't think what I'm telling you or trying to push to all the fans listening to the show right now that LeBron James has something to do with it with Adam Silver, well, guys, now you know. Why don't you pat me on the back? You might want to hate me on social media. I'll pat myself on the back because I was right, as I always am sometimes. I'm not going to say all the time.
Now the real question, we were talking about the Celtics if Tatum was hurt all of next year, which he probably will be.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Getting a lower pick. Would LeBron and the LeBron James Association really want to reward his favorite player in Jaylen Brown that likes to take a shot at his son, though?
Yeah, I mean, come on. Bronny James should never have made the NBA. We all know that, but the NBA obviously wants to sell that because it's LeBron James's son. And Bryce, who I think is going to be a really good player in the NBA when he gets his chance. Let's just see how where he goes and where he decides to go and play his college ball. But when he actually goes and plays pretty good ball over there in college, I'm interested to see where Bryce goes. But it's embarrassing. The NBA is trying to build a product which is already built. It's already growing internationally. And what they're doing right now is making a mockery of their organization, because anybody that thinks that the NBA had nothing to do with the Mavericks getting the number 1 and the Spurs getting the number 2 and the 76ers getting number 3, then you guys don't know basketball. There's nothing fake about this. I have been saying this all the time. I do a radio show. I do a sports radio show, and I'm a big sports fan. Sports has become a business. And what they're trying to sell is not the team. They're selling the players. And the players on where they play, obviously, is going to build sponsorships and productivity for that organization to sell a casino. Could you imagine what Cooper Kupp is going to be in this league? If he becomes anything that I think he was going to become 5-6 years ago, like I thought he was going to be a star, could you imagine if he's the face of United States basketball and Dallas now says, we got the best player in United States basketball. Okay, you want a casino? Put a casino right here. You can have it. Here you go. You got Cooper flag. Now you can wave the United States flag and say, okay, mark the trail right over here, Dallas. You can have it. This is perfect for the Dallas Mavericks. This is perfect for the NBA to give Dallas the one superstar that I believe could change an organization.
Now the real question, will Nico Harrison do your best case scenario? Would he be dumb enough?
Nico Harrison.
Hold on. I know you like this one. Would he be dumb enough to fire Jason Kidd and hire John Shire?
First of all, why the hell was Ronaldo Blackman there? Ronaldo Blackman. I like Ronaldo. He played for the Knicks for a little while. I remember him in the 90s. Who the hell is Ronaldo Blackman? That is ridiculous. How is he the guy?
Rolando.
Rolando, Ronaldo, R man, B man, whatever the hell you want
Ronaldo's
to
a
call
soccer
him.
player.
Who cares? It doesn't matter what his name is. I don't care what his name is. The fact that he's the guy that you picked to pick in that seat or sit in that seat, that's ridiculous. You should have had Nico Harrison because he would have put a hex on that organization. I mean, it's just pathetic. Absolutely pathetic. Go ahead. I'm done with this. I am so mad at the NBA for the fact that the NBA allowed this. They allowed the Mavericks to get the number 1 pick. And I want to hear Adam Silver say that this is fairly done. It's not fairly done. A 1.8% chance of winning the pick, and you get the number 1 pick after trading your franchise player not even the prime of his career. He's 24 years old, 25. Despicable. Embarrassing. Done. I'm done with it. Go ahead. Go ahead. Whatever. Whoever wants to speak. Tommy, you got it. Whatever.
Just to say much more of the same. There's
Spank
no
it.
way. There's no way that none of this is rigged. I mean, of course, you look at what Nico Harrison has, and now the thing is that I want to ask you guys something. But on paper, what do you guys think that the Mavericks finish next year? Because this team looks like it could be a deep playoff team.
Kyrie Irving
making Nico Harrison look like a genius.
Kyrie Irving is not going to be back until the middle of the season. So I don't even know if Kyrie will be there by the next season. I think he'll be traded. I think there are teams interested in Kyrie Irving. They know they're going to have to wait. Maybe the Lakers. There are other teams. Now, the Lakers are going to have to figure out the cap, but they'll figure it out. If it's the LJA, if they want Kyrie Irving, they're going to get him. Anthony Davis is not going to be there next year. I think what they're going to do, Dallas is going to do, is they're going to build around Cooper Flag. They're going to trade away these pieces and try to get as much draft stock as they possibly can and add young players to play with Cooper Flag for the future. Because next year, there's a bunch of Dukies that are going to come out of the draft as well. And why not? There's one guy, and his 2 sons, and you know what I'm talking about, Mr. Speedster. So his sons, well, I'm sorry, Boozer, the Boozer boys, they're going to be highly profiled names in next year's draft class, and they're probably going 1 and 2 or 1 and 4 or something of that magnitude. I wouldn't be surprised if another Duke player or 2 will go to the Mavericks because that's something the NBA would love to do. Give them whatever it takes to get them championship teams and put that casino because it's good for the NBA. You guys don't think so? How about you guys? Everybody listening to the show right now, you're going to tell me right now a casino doesn't help the NBA and the NBA grow their product, bringing people internationally to go and watch the Dallas Mavericks? 100%. This is perfect. Just like Vegas. Just like bringing a Vegas basketball team.
Yeah.
You don't think that's going to happen?
Vegas is going to get an expansion team even if no one moves.
It's going to happen. Yeah. It's going to happen. They have a Vegas hockey team. They have a Vegas football team. They're going to have a Vegas basketball team. Why? Because it's mucho dinero. You're going to sell out people internationally that are going to go and watch those games. So they're going to sell out those tickets. And the same thing with the Dallas Mavericks. You're automatically going to become a fan because you have Cooper Flag there and you get a chance to see one of the best young American players we've seen in a very long time.
Tommy, to answer your question quickly before we go to Let's Parlay, I don't know if this year they're going to be as much different as they were last year, just because I think Cooper Flag, as great as he is, he can only do so much if Anthony Davis is going to be hurt half the season. Kyrie Irving is already going to be hurt more than half the season as it is. So it's going to be tough to manage all that.
Kyrie's gone. Yeah. I'm telling you right now, there's no way.
That's also a strong possibility.
They're not keeping Kyrie Irving. I'm telling you right now, don't be surprised by after the draft or during the draft, you're going to hear a rumbling that Kyrie Irving is going to be gone. He's going to go to a championship team, tearing his ACL. There's no way the Mavericks are going to keep Kyrie Irving. There's going to be a contender that's going to be looking for somebody that's going to get him over the hump. I'm telling you, remember I said this, the Lakers are definitely a possibility. So don't forget I said that. When it happens, you're going to say, how the hell you're in cahoots with the Lakers? I'm just telling you guys, this is what I believe. It's the LJA. Kyrie Irving has played his best basketball with who? LeBron James. Right. Luka Doncic's there. Who did Luka play his best basketball with? Mm-hmm. Kyrie Irving. It makes a lot of sense. Put through, I was going to say 2 and 3 together. I would put 1 and 3 together because that's where they're going to be. 1, 2, and 3. Sell that, baby. Put that. I'm going to put a bet on it. Could I place a bet on it? Is there any possible way I can make a bet that Kyrie Irving's going to be a Laker? I wonder if I could. And what kind of odds there are.
Probably.
I got to ask Reno.
Not a bad bet. That's for sure.
I got to ask Reno Johnny.
Don't you think they should tear it down though? They really should. They already
Who,
traded
Lakers?
Luka. No, not the Lakers. The Mavericks.
They are going to tear it down.
But you know they have those guys, and you want them to get younger guys. You know you can get something for Kyrie. The Lakers don't have a lot. It's going to have to be 3-team deals, and you know they'll find a way because the Lakers have LeBron James on the team.
Yeah.
And Anthony Davis. I think they keep Anthony Davis though. You know Nico was pretty adamant that defense wins championships not that long ago. And he thought that Anthony Davis brings the defense that wins the championships. And I think that may have been the case a few years ago and maybe not the case anymore. But I feel like he can't back out of this deal this year. I disagree, Errol. I don't think he can. He can't just lose face that badly on the deal in less than 1 year. He's got to roll with it and hope.
They're going to trade him.
I don't think he can do it. I don't think he can. I really don't think he can.
Absolutely.
Nico Harrison could easily get duped at any time.
I mean, if it's not Nico Harrison in that position, I see him being able to be traded. But I don't think Nico can. How can that guy even talk? Anyone ever believe anything that guy says ever again?
Nobody believes him.
No, we don't believe him.
Nobody believes him. Why would anybody believe him after what he's done to an organization the way he has? So,
and he gets this dumb luck. Unbelievable.
It's not dumb luck. It's the LJA. I told you. LeBron James said, "Let them win." I got Luka. They get Cooper. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, we call this Let's Parlay.
It's time for Let's Parlay.
It's been a lot of yelling on this show, ladies and gentlemen. And one guy that doesn't like to yell, he likes to hang out. He's got to be in his car. He's got to be somewhere. Unless he's
I'm in my house, man. But
a little box. What's going on over there? You're in a little box over there.
I have this dining room table that just doesn't light. It's on, but you wouldn't know it was on. So we kind of keep it for like a nightlife.
You
for my
celebrating
son to walk.
something?
He's got his Easter decorations up still.
Yeah,
What's
we
that?
got Easter decorations. So
Oh yeah.
it's busy.
What's
It's
the
busy
eggs,
over here.
Speedy, did you find your eggs?
Did I find eggs?
Yeah, eggs.
No, I didn't find any eggs.
You don't go egg hunting?
I did as a kid. I haven't done it in a while.
I mean, have you ever been smacked in the ass while you were looking for eggs?
No.
Never done that?
No.
So you didn't have somebody like looking for eggs with you behind you? How about
No.
somebody, ducking and trying to look for eggs and accidentally his face or its face went in your ass? How about that? Never?
No.
Oh, okay. I mean, you had your dog lick your ass, so
Again, by accident, and that was not on Easter.
I mean, nobody admits that they had a dog lick their ass, okay, except Speedy. So, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy is 1 in a million. Ladies and gentlemen, if you don't know how this game works, it's very simple. We have Reno Johnny. He's going to give you his top 4, one after the other, and he's going to give you his picks, and you can keep tabs or even make bets on his picks. So it's 4, 1, 2, 3, and his 4th will be his parlay. Are you ready, Reno Johnny?
Yeah, we're ready. We're ready.
Let's go.
We're going to start with the NBA. We're going to start and we're going to fade the New York Knickerbockers, catching 2.5 on the Celtics. And I know if you're trying to bet this game, Jason Tatum's out. We understand that. But if you look at the Celtics this year without Jason Tatum, including the playoff game that they just won by 20, they're 10-2. They've done really well without Jason Tatum. I was really worried about how they were going to respond. Jaylen Brown to me has kind of been a guy I haven't really been high on. He really responded well. He became a leader. He really believes when you look at him play. I think he believes they can win this series. I look at this Knicks team. They've been down by 20 points in all but one game. They should have lost the first 2. They came back in miraculous fashion. But the Knicks have not been the better team. It's a weird thing to say for a team that was up 3-1. They have not been the better team. And you look at the spread, too. It's almost begging for Knick money, right? You don't have the best player on the court. Knicks are only minus 2.5 on their home court, where they won game 4 by dominant fashion. They won games 1 and 2 on the road. The spread just doesn't make a lot of sense. I'm going to take the plus 2.5, sprinkle on the money line. I'm going to take the Celtics to win that game outright, but I'll have the points in my back pocket. They've just been the better team with or without Jason Tatum. To me, I don't know if he's really – it's going to sound weird. Talent-wise, he's great. I'm not sure makes their team better. If that makes any sense. So I like the Celtics to win that game, push us to a game 7, and the New York Knicks deal what the New York Knicks do. They lose in the playoffs.
You're a
in the
hater.
second.
You're an absolute hater. I knew you were going to go that route. So, okay, give us your number
You
two.
know what? I hate both teams, but
No,
game 6,
you're a Nick
game
hater.
6,
You're a Nick hater.
game 6,
Anybody
we're
that
off.
listens to Reno Johnny at any point, Reno Johnny's been on the show for years. He hates the New York Knicks. He hates the Yankees. He hates any New York team. He hates them.
I'm cool with the Mets. I'm cool with the Mets.
You're cool with the Mets.
That's right.
Yeah, you're cool with the Mets because they're not in the same division as the Baltimore
cool with the
Orioles,
Mets.
who absolutely
But-
suck, by the way.
Yeah, they're
and
terrible.
I was right about that.
They're
suck.
terrible this year.
I told you.
Game 2,
Told you.
we're gonna head to hockey, and we're gonna take the Florida Panthers minus 1.5 on the puck line. This is a team that, look, they've also dominated this series. If you take away period 1 in game 1 and period 2 in game 2, they've been the better team start to finish all series long. This Florida Panthers team kind of they let some games get away from them, games 1 and 2, but they finally turned it on. They tied it up 2-2. They went up 6-0 on the road, win the game 6-1. Now they're back on their home ice. They have a chance here to close it out. I don't think it's going to be close. They've been the better team all series long. They put up more shots all series long. And Bobrovsky's put up 58 straight saves. I'm not sure they're going to score many goals. Give me the Florida Panthers to win this. And Toronto also does what they do in the playoffs, and that is lose. Toronto loses. I want to say it off. Any Canadian hockey fans out there, when was the last time y'all ever won a Stanley Cup? Y'all just don't win Stanley Cups. Y'all fail in the playoffs. Florida Panthers get to the next round in dominant fashion. Toronto, go back, go eat your maple syrup, get out of the playoffs. Let's get to baseball on the
I
diamond.
like maple. What are you? I like my pancakes.
The last time in a full season a Canadian team went to the Cup was that
Give me
Canucks
some butter,
team that had
baby.
all the protests after that. But so the only other one was that short season with the Canadians, but that was a fluke. So Vancouver was the last one in 11. And the last one to win was 93.
They just don't, when you look at, they just don't win. And it's kind of a weird thing. Hockey is the birthplace, in Canada. They just don't win. They haven't done well. So we're going to fade them. And if you look at the series too, Florida's been the better team. They just lost game 1 and 2, but they really have been the better team all series long.
Who's the last Canadian team to win a Stanley Cup?
The Canadians?
Yes, that is correct. 93 beat the Kings.
Long time ago,
Yeah.
baby. Long time ago.
Uh,
All right, what's your number 3?
And we're going to go to baseball. We're going to go to the team that has been absolutely terrible. And we're going to fade them. We're going to take the Washington Nationals. I'm an Orioles fan. Everybody knows I'm an Orioles fan.
They suck too.
They're terrible. But the one thing about the Orioles, as I look at a team that going into the offseason had 2 glaring issues. Starting pitching, which we didn't address. And one thing that nobody really understands is our bullpen needed a massive overhaul. Our bullpen by metrics, we were overperforming all standard metrics. If you look at the Orioles bullpen, they were consistently top 10 in the last 2 years. But their metrics indicated regression was going to come. It just never did. Dean Kramer for the last 4 years has been a good, solid pitcher. And every year, regression was going to hit, and it just never did. So we have 2 glaring issues, and the Orioles did absolutely nothing to fix those issues. We don't have a bad lineup. We can hit. We have a bunch of guys hitting 250 plus, some home run power. We just don't have any pitching to support it. I actually like this Nationals team. I think they match up pretty well. You don't know what Nationals team you're going to get. I have the bad luck with the Nationals. Sometimes I feel like I bet on them, and I get the 3 years ago Nationals team after they won the World Series and they were terrible. But sometimes they can hit. They got a little pop in the top half of the lineup. And I actually like Mackenzie Gore. Mackenzie Gore is one of those acquisitions they got in the Juan Soto deal that was kind of a young up-and-coming pitcher with San Diego at the time. He's one of their guys in this. And if you look at pitching from a metric standpoint, Nationals, way better. It's minus 110 odds. Again, me on the Nationals, this could be the time they bat like the Yankees. So we're going to take them to win the game against my beloved Orioles. And then the other game, we're going to go last game of the day. Give me the Reds getting plus money at home. I actually like this pitching matchup a lot. Brady Singer, guy from the Royals. they acquired him from the Royals in the offseason. He's been a real solid pitcher for them. He's got a solid ERA. His FIP is actually what's indicating some positive regression to me. Guardians, really don't know how to read them. They're a team that I just cannot get a hold on. I just like this plus money, slide plus money at home. So I'm going to Take the Reds at plus money. Parlay that with the Orioles, gonna be my 2-teamer, and then everything else. You can kind of do whatever you want on my picks. But that's kind of how I'm gonna play my picks.
And you never mentioned anything about the Yankees and the Mets, and thank God you didn't, because I don't want to get so angry at you. Then I have to just like hit the mute.
He just wants a cite for his bet for Kyrie Irving to be traded to the Lakers.
I want to do a lot.
I want to do a lot.
I actually don't think Kyrie Irving will go to the Lakers. I think
You got to put your tongue on something.
I think people don't. I think people underestimate. LeBron didn't get along with Kyrie. To be honest, I think Kyrie at the time too was a young guy. But look, LeBron doesn't win that title without Kyrie.
100%. Kyrie hasn't been the same player without LeBron. I mean, they work very, very well together. They did.
I kind of disagree with that. I think Kyrie Irving is a baller no matter where he goes. He can put up points. He can dish the rock. I think he's a really fundamental
Let me ask you a question. When was the last time Kyrie Irving won?
Okay, yeah, when you put him with LeBron,
that's what you're playing the game for. You're playing to win.
And I get that, but I don't think it was he needed. It could have been another big time. It didn't have to be LeBron, right? He wasn't the best player in that series. It was Kyrie Irving. If you look at all of LeBron's championships, really, who did he really beat in his championships?
Who did he beat?
Now, how did he win? Ray Allen hits a 3. If Ray Allen doesn't hit that 3, he's 1-3 in Miami.
In Duncan, Kawhi Leonard.
Okay.
All those great
is
players.
What I said. If Ray Allen doesn't hit that 3, he's 1-3 in Miami.
Okay, and he actually stepped out too. By the way,
and then 2020, great. He had the COVID year. Who hits the big shot in that series to clinch it? Anthony Davis. I can pinpoint a big Michael Jordan shot in the finals. You can't pinpoint a big LeBron James shot.
You can't compare LeBron James to Michael Jordan. You can't compare Kobe Bryant to Michael Jordan. You can't compare any of those guys to Michael Jordan. That's why he's the greatest. No, you can't. Who?
No, you can. Kobe's a close second.
Kobe is not Michael Jordan. Stop this. Stop this. Go home. Stay home. Right under the covers. Are you lost? Are you lost? He is a close nothing. He's a close nothing. Shaquille O'Neal was the best. Shaquille O'Neal was the best player on that roster for 3 years when they won back-to-back championships.
I hear that. I hear that. I'm sorry, but the numbers actually tell me Kobe Bryant had better numbers than Shaq.
That's not true.
He had more points per game. He played more minutes per game. He did better in that series. And everybody wants to point out Shaq dominance.
Shaq, first of all, Shaq played 38 minutes a game. Okay,
and that was
when 300-pound monster, the Diesel, and he won the MVP back-to-back times. And if you look at the finals, and remember the finals, there's only 2 players in finals history to score 40 and have almost 20 rebounds in back-to-back finals games in a series, and that was LeBron James and Shaquille O'Neal. And you can look that up too. I could sell that too. You can
sell whatever you want.
Hey, listen, I'll roll up a Dutch for you, and you can smoke and get messed up on it. How's that?
You can sell whatever you want.
I'll roll it for you. I'll lick it, and then you can stick it, as I always say.
I will say, who has more titles right now? Is it Kobe, right, over Shaq?
Yeah. Yes. Yeah, but one. And that's because he played with a hell of a team. I mean, his teams were pretty damn good when he won it over there with the Lakers. And by the way, when Shaq left for 2 years, did Kobe ever win? Did Kobe ever win? Did Kobe ever win?
What was the
Did he?
I just don't believe that the Laker teams are that good.
I don't hear you.
Let's see, what was it? 09?
Yeah. Did he win?
Okay, they had Pau Gasol. I give you that. Pau Gasol, that's part of the big reason why they won. Phil Jackson obviously comes in and coaches that team. But I'm looking at, you're going to tell me that this is their team. Lamar Odom, who good role player, Sasha, Luke Walton, Meta World Peace.
Where
good
do you rate Kobe Bryant of the greatest Lakers of all time? Where do you
Andrew Bynum?
Where do you rate Kobe Bryant of greatest Lakers before we let you go? I want to hear it. Where do you put Kobe?
He, in my opinion.
No. Give me where you would put Kobe Bryant in the greatest Lakers of all time.
Okay, well, this is how I answer my question. In my opinion, and the only reason I'm going to put him up top is because I never really saw Magic and like players before him. So I can't put Magic. I never saw Magic. So like for me, Kobe is the greatest Laker of all time. Because I will admittedly say I never really saw Magic Johnson play. That's beyond my time. I'm not.
Forget Kareem Abdul-Jabbar. He was pretty damn good.
Never saw him play.
It doesn't matter if you've seen him play. You know what he did.
I also.
How about Jerry West? Was he bad?
You can't sit there, but it's also like when you're looking at greatest players. I look at Will Chamberlain. Like Will Chamberlain was great for sure as a player. I thought he was fantastic. But when you're a foot and a half older, I mean taller than anybody else, I'd put up 100 too. Like it's kind of different.
I don't think it's different.
I think it is.
I'm taking Shaq over Kobe Bryant. So I'm taking.
But that wouldn't even make sense.
Why does it make sense? I take LeBron James over Kobe Bryant too, but not on the Lakers. Not on the Lakers. I have Kobe because LeBron's only won one title. So I'm going to give Kobe because he was there. So I'm going to. But best players of all time playing for the Lakers, I'm taking LeBron over Kobe. Greatest players.
Weed is legal in New York, though, right?
Oh yeah, we have a caller that loves to smoke weed.
Yeah, I figured, man. I figured. There's no way. You have to be high.
You're gonna tell me LeBron's not better than Kobe Bryant?
No.
You're goodbye.
I know. Look. I think for me, that's not fair to say because I look at a player that's a killer. That's a killer instinct. And in game time moments,
are you serious?
LeBron James doesn't take big shots.
Stop.
Kyrie Irving took it for him. Ray Allen took it for him.
8 years in a row.
Anthony Davis took it for him.
Did Kobe Bryant ever go 8 years in a row to the finals?
Can I give you a little?
Yes or no? Yes or no?
He played in the East. He played in the East.
Oh,
since he's been in the West.
Oh,
since
stop
he's been in the West, how many finals has he been to?
He's been to one finals. Phil Jackson as his coach.
He's been to one finals in the West, and that was in 2020. COVID
Who
year.
coached LeBron James? Who coached? Give me the greatest coaches you remember that coached LeBron James.
LeBron don't need a coach, right? He's the coach. He fires everybody he don't like.
And Kobe had Phil Jackson, a guy that won how many championships?
Yeah, because Kobe's a likable guy. He got along with Phil Jackson.
Oh, he was a likable person, huh?
All I know is it don't matter.
Why don't you ask Shaq if he was a likable person?
Fucking LeBron James would have had Phil Jackson fired. That's what I do know. I think if as soon as there's a little bump in the road, here comes Kobe. We need help. It's the coach's fault. How many coaches he goes to because he can't. Nobody
if
can coach.
LeBron James was with the Knicks, and when he went to the Knicks, he would have came out of retirement to coach LeBron James, and that's a fact. Okay. That's the only reason why Phil Jackson never coached the Knicks because there was nobody to coach on that roster besides Carmelo Anthony, who he couldn't stand. Okay, so those are the facts, buddy, and you can take that and jack it right up.
The facts tell you this is that Kobe Bryant can work with his coaches, and LeBron James goes through coaches like
the only reason why coaches can work with Kobe because he was a hard ass worker. That's it. They loved his effort on pushing himself to the limit. But guess what? LeBron James is the same way. LeBron James is in the gym in the morning, 5 o'clock in the morning, working out and doing his thing. Why do you think LeBron James is 40-something years old and still putting up the numbers he's putting up? Why?
Because he's stat padding.
It's magical? You think it's a magic show?
Stat padding. The last 2 years, you can't sit there and tell me the last 2 years that LeBron James actually gave a shit about winning. He didn't give a shit about winning. No, he did not. He's stat padded and he played in the NBA so he can play with his son that doesn't deserve to be in the NBA. That's the only reason he's in the NBA. Because he does not need to be there. He doesn't. He does not care about winning.
Here, if I can
get
this
and you know what?
Of Kobe Bryant's ass and started talking like you do to him, I mean, I'd be a rock star. Give me a break. You're in love with this
playoffs. I have never seen a player down 3-1 laughing. LeBron, that's when you know LeBron James, he doesn't really care about winning right now. I don't fault him. He's 40.
I never said first of all,
he's probably gonna own the Vegas team when they go to Vegas. Yeah, he's probably gonna be the owner.
He owns the NBA.
He doesn't care about winning now.
He owns the NBA. LeBron James Association. I keep telling you this. He owns the league. He owns everything.
He's going to own the team in Vegas.
He owns the league, buddy. He owns everything. It is LJA. It should just be changed. And you know who the logo should be? It should transfer from Jerry West to LeBron James.
Is that
That's
why
it,
the
'cause
stock
that's
keeps going down? Maybe that's why the
Yes,
stock keeps going down.
exactly. Exactly. There you go. You can sell it, you can bench it, and you can tie it up real good and state it and stick it up straight up Speedy's candy ass. What do you think about that?
My ass had candy. Why would you want to stick anything up it?
Anyways, Reno Johnny, we love you. Keep arguing, keep loving Kobe, and may he rest in peace. I'm not taking shots at him as a person. I just think a lot of Kobe fans overrate him as one of the top 5 greatest. I disagree.
Got five titles. He's overrated. Yeah, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy work.
Well, good. I am crazy. That's why I am who I am. So thank you, Reno. We love you. Please,
I know.
whatever-
I love you. I love y'all. But just the Kobe slander is insane.
Listen, take those eggs and stick it straight up Speedy's candy ass. All right, let's go.
Real quick,
we
he's
gotta
5-1 in the finals.
Who?
Kobe's 5-1 in the finals.
Yes.
Yeah.
His only loss was to the Celtics the year before.
It's crazy.
You also had Shaquille O'Neal and Phil Jackson. Yeah.
Crazy.
Mm-hmm.
You can't stop Dwayne Wade, Bosh, Kyrie, one of the greatest shooters of all time, and Ray Allen. Kobe, LeBron James purposely stacked his teams.
Yeah.
That's all he did.
Yeah, it's the LJ. We love you. Thank you. Reno Johnny. Have him every single week. He's saluting. I'm going to salute his shorts. He's out of his damn mind.
I'm pretty wild that he thought
Kobe Bryant is a greater Laker than LeBron James. There's no question that he is. But you're going to tell me greatest players that played for the Laker, I'm sorry, LeBron James is right there amongst the best. You can argue him and Magic Johnson and Kareem Abdul-Jabbar, and then I would take Shaquille O'Neal over Kobe. I would really go this way. If you really argue it, greatest players of what they've done, I go LeBron James 1, Magic Johnson 2, Kareem Abdul-Jabbar 3, Shaquille O'Neal 4, and then Kobe Bryant 5. That's where I would go. And I'm sorry, and I'm not taking shots at Kobe. Kobe's great. There were a lot of great Lakers. So he's right there in the top 5. But he's not better than any one of those guys. I'm talking Lakers, he was. But players of all time in their whole careers, not a chance. I'm sorry.
I mean, I probably would take Tim Duncan over
No,
Kobe.
I'm talking about Lakers. Laker
No, but
players.
like if you're going to
Lakers
talk about like top 10
players.
players, top 15 players
Oh,
of
yes.
all time,
Yes.
like it seems like Johnny thinks he's like automatically like a top 5 of all time guys. And I've heard
Johnny
a lot
loves
of people
Kobe. He loves
say that about Kobe. I just feel like there's a lot of other guys that you have to consider also.
Guys that changed the league. Guys that changed the league. And I know
think
everybody
he's
says,
top
well,
10,
Steph
top
Curry
15.
changed the league. I love when people say, well, Steph Curry changed the league for the better or the worse. That's all I'm going to say. Go ask the Celtics, guys. Let's go ask the Celtics. 78 3-pointers back-to-back games and missed 70-something3-pointers. I don't think he made it for the best. He's made it for the worst. Not to take away how great Steph Curry is at what he does. I just think he's changed the game to make players just chuck up threes. And it doesn't make the game fun to watch anymore. It's like, okay, a big man can shoot a 3, good for you. So that's all. I'm a little hurt by Reno because he was, and I wasn't saying, if you were to ask me, Kobe Bryant, is he one of the greatest Lakers that played just for the Lakers? 100%. Him and Magic Johnson, you could put on the top. I mean, they were there for their careers. Kareem played for Milwaukee before he went to the Lakers. Right. So did Will Chamberlain. So did a lot of these. Jerry West didn't. I mean, you want to put Jerry West would be 3. I would put him right there. Shaq played, obviously, for the Orlando Magic. I'm saying, like, Lakers, their whole career, absolutely, you can argue that. But greatest players at their positions of all time, no. Sorry, not a chance. And I'm not even going to sit there and argue it because it's not true. Anyways, let's go to our sports minute. And when we come back, we have the NFL sack leader crying, and he should be, at coaching. So it's definitely going to be a messy divorce. We have Inside Baseball and Analytics when we come back. But first, our sports minute with the scoops of the poops himself.
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Sports Minute.
Alrighty then, I am back, folks. Once again, I am Scoops for some scores here on the Sports Minute. But first, as we always get into some NFL first business, the 49ers have signed first-round pick Mikael Williams The defensive end coming out of Georgia, Williams, was actually selected with the 11th overall pick and was a second-team All-SEC selection in both 2023 and 2024. He recorded 5.0 sacks with 8.5 tackles for loss in 2024 and was also a part of the 2022 National Championship team with the Bulldogs, and of course will help try to continue that championship ways with the 49ers. And in other news in the NFL, Lions defensive end Aiden Hutchinson is inching closer and closer to a return on the field. Now, after a brutal leg injury, after breaking his tibia and his fibula against the Cowboys last season, Hutchinson has actually participated in the Lions offseason activities. And a video actually that surfaced last month of him running around on the field, working out, is actually making it very near for his return. But defensive coordinator Kelvin Shepard has not put a timeline on his return for when he will be returning next season. And to finish it off with on the hardwood over in the NBA, the Warriors are saying that they are not expected to shake up this roster team after being eliminated 4-1 to the Timberwolves in the second round of the NBA playoffs. The Golden State Warriors are looking to retain key players such as Jonathan Kuminga, Jimmy Butler, Draymond Green, and of course, veteran point guard Steph Curry for the foreseeable future. And staying on the topic of the NBA, we got some scores for you guys for Scoops of Scores. The Nuggets currently have a 93-82 lead with 10 minutes left in the fourth, while over in the NHL for some NHL playoffs, the Stars and Jets are finishing up the first period with still 0 remaining on the board. And over in the MLB, the only MLB game we got going on right now are the reigning champion Dodgers with a 3-1 lead over the Athletics at the top of the second inning. And guys, make sure you are subscribing and checking out all our stuff on our YouTube and all our social medias, all at Jabba in the Mouth, all on Twitter, TikTok, and even on Instagram. Like I said, all on Jabba in the Mouth. And check out our Spotify and make sure our Apple Podcasts, like I said, on Jabba in the Mouth. And without further ado, that is all the time I have for you guys. I'm going to kick it back to the boys for the continuation of Jabba in the Mouth.
Any questions?
This is the Jabba and the Mouth Show.
Speedy's mom. Goody has no Woody. I am a legend. You want to jerk me off? A lot of hot lady. I need Brittany also. Smell my ass.
I like that one. Somebody doesn't want to smell Nathan's ass. 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Speedy's dog wants to smell Nathan's ass. Maybe if Nathan pulls down his pants, somebody will be licking it. You're listening to Jabba and the Mouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks. My co-host, Jabba Chamberlain. He'll be back. Speedy Petey, our executive producer, Mr. Fish, and the one and only Sports Minute, Himola. Speedy, do you like that word? Is that a word? Himola?
No.
Himola. I'm a Himola. I'm Hims Mola. Hims, do you know that? It's like a Viagra. Have you ever seen that on television?
Yes.
Yeah. Do you want me to hook you up with that? You don't want to try Hims?
No.
Why? What's wrong
I'm
with
not trying any of that shit.
I think.
Busy all day today.
Oh, he's definitely going to be busy all day today if he had Hims. Anyways, Tommy Scoop Sports Minutes. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including Jabba in the Mouth, every single Mondays and Thursdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all the shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. And yes, we have Nathan on the backstage. I want to thank Nathan for getting Mr. Robert Finaro to join us. Fantastic. He was great. We had him laughing. And, we were talking about his book and we were talking about sausages. Speedy is the king of all sausages, right, Speedy?
I don't associate with monarchs.
Well, there you go. He doesn't associate with monarchs, ladies and gentlemen. I do, as we all know.
I need a gin and tonic.
As we all know.
Again, go back in time when you figure out how to do time travel.
Give me
you can
that
go live
chicken
in-
curry.
You can go live in freaking ancient
Butt
Egypt
plug.
or something else like that.
Bagel hole.
That's a bagel hole, as I always say.
Yeah, go bring bagel holes to ancient society.
I gotta go back off now.
Somebody's got to whack
Fish,
off.
you're muted.
I was
Yes,
just going to say, why is Bagel Hole the funniest one?
I don't know. I
That's-
just had to tell him. It's like bagel hole. They're like,
Bagel hole.
the old bagel hole. Somebody's got to use that bagel hole. Right, Speedy?
Yeah, maybe it'll be Nathan.
Have you ever put your fingers between the bagel hole?
Yes.
Have you ever grabbed the bagel hole?
Yes.
Okay. There we go. I thought you were a virgin. Anyways, ESPN reports that Trey Hendrickson will not play for the Bengals on his current deal. He told reporters that he tried to take personal feelings out of their contract negotiations, but over time, it got very personal. Hendrickson said there has still been a lack of communications with the Bengals this month after he took shots at them for their bad April Fool's joke last month. Hendrickson compared the comments he heard from the Bengals, from the front office and shark attacks, and said he has been caught off guard on many occasions. He still believes the relationship with the team could be repaired with time, but called this an uncomfortable business side of football. Hendrickson is entering his final year of his contract worth about $15.8 million. And Hendrickson led the NFL with 17.5 sacks last season, 57 sacks since joining the Bengals in 2021. I feel bad for Trey Hendrickson. I really do. Because when you look at Jamar Chase and you look at all the players that have got their money, and they're sensational. Jamar Chase is one of the best wide receivers in the league. Last year, he was. T. Higgins, he couldn't stay healthy for the last 4 years. Really 3 years, if you really look at it. The last 3 seasons, he hasn't been healthy. And he had last year when he came back, he looked really, really good. Now, I understand Joe Burrow is the captain. He is the face of the organization, and he wanted T. Higgins back. But this defense was nothing and has been nothing without Trey Hendrickson. He is everything to that defense. You could put him anywhere on that defensive line, and he's better than any second-tier player they have on that roster right now. It would bother me if I was Trey Hendrickson, and I'm looking at myself as a player that averaged not once but twice, back-to-back years, 17.5 sacks. I was the leading sack guy last year, and I still don't have a contract. I'm making $15.5 million when Myles Garrett wasn't better than I was. That's what I'm saying. I am the same age as Myles Garrett, and Myles Garrett is making more money than me when I had a better season than he did. And Myles Garrett has better defensive players on the defensive line than Trey Hendrickson. Just think about it. Every team knows that Trey Hendrickson is the best player on that line, and they still can't stop him. Just think about that. So it would bother me when I look at my roster and say, well, who's going to match what I've done for this defense? Who's going to match what I've done for this team over the last couple of years? As far as I'm concerned, besides Joe Burrow, Trey Hendrickson in the last 2 years has been the second most important player to this team. So, and he's not getting paid that kind of money. That has something to do with coaching and the executives up top, the GM, who obviously is sitting back and listening to Joe Burrow. I love Joe. And he's got such a baby face. I mean, his blonde hair last season, going into the season, great. He stands for something, and all the fans want to be like Joe. He is not Joe Montana. That's all I'm going to say. He is not Joe Montana. Because if he was, he would have won a championship. He did not win a championship when he went all the way to the Super Bowl. He, matter of fact, lost against Matthew Stafford and the Rams. So, and by the way, why did they get there? Everybody keeps talking about what Joe Burrow did. Let's go ask Trey Hendrickson what he did. So I feel so bad when you look at the picture right now with the Bengals and where the Bengals see Trey Hendrickson at. They really don't feel that he is an important piece to this team moving forward. He's still 30 years old. He's still in somewhat of the prime of his career. I still think he has 2, maybe 3 decent years left at his position. The guy is in tremendous shape. The guy plays practically every single game. I mean, he plays hurt. He's always out there, and he's a team leader. Everything that you see on and off the field, personality-wise, and even at the press conferences, he stands for everything you want as a Bengals organization. And the Bengals organization that's been a laughingstock. Go look at Vontae Burfict. Remember that guy? Remember Burfict? And remember what he did, head hunting and doing the things that he did on the field? Go ask Antonio Brown what he thought about Vontae Burfict, okay? He doesn't really like him, and I'm sure he wasn't a big fan of his.
Oh, I got that clip.
There you go. Show the clip, because I think Antonio Brown is, brain dead because of this hit. All right? And that was because Burfict was just an absolute disgusting person. Trey Hendrickson doesn't go headhunting. He doesn't try to hurt people. He goes out there and plays the game right. And to me, in the 4 or 5 seasons he's been there, he's been as good a defensive lineman as anybody in the league. And it's a shameful thing when you look at an organization that doesn't really look at him as a prized possession to what this team could be or what this team should be as a championship competitive team. I also will say this. I look at an organization, okay? And there are positions that you look for to build your team around. And here's where I'm going to go. Number 1, quarterback. Number 2, offensive lineman. Number 3, that's the left tackle. All right, left tackle is your number 2. Number 3, you can argue it's your corner or a pass rusher. I'm going to go pass rusher. So you need an offensive tackle, a pass rusher, and then a corner, and then a wide receiver. And you went with wide receivers over a pass rusher. Does that make any sense, guys? I would say no. That, to me, tells me why the Bengals have not won a championship in how long? I'm sorry, never won a championship. That's right. And that's why this team will never win a championship with the roster they have right now. And Taylor's going to be looking for a job at the end of this season as well, because making this decision only shows you the lack of coaching for this organization moving forward as well.
And it's also a lack of a sense of direction too, because we talked about with the Cowboys, like they just like do a lot of the flashy moves. Jerry Jones, a de facto GM, and Mike Brown's kind of that same kind of thing. I know they have a president of football operations that's overseeing anything, but this is a very differently run team. When Marvin Lewis was there, the Bengals were great at drafting homegrown defensive players, so they could be able to. They didn't keep them all the time. They were notoriously cheap, but they were able to build a good defense that way. Since he stepped away from the team, which it was time. It was overdue. They needed a fresh thing. Outside of Logan Wilson and maybe Jesse Bates, like those are the only two homegrown drafted defensive players that they've had. Everything else they accumulated from free agency, including Trey Hendrickson. They let go of Carl Lawson, who was the young pass rusher alongside Carlos Dunlap. He has an injury-riddled career. Trey Hendrickson is one of the most durable and consistently productive defensive linemen. And now you're going to let this relationship be toxic. Sam Hubbard retired this offseason, who was a good second complementary piece to Hendrickson. They let go of DJ Reader. The run defense fell off badly. Meanwhile, Detroit became into the top 10, losing that. They lost both safeties. Like, they have no direction. And you would think, like, you would see that, especially with all the receivers left in free agency. They could have gotten Amari Cooper for a contract to go alongside Chase and not pay T. Higgins. Could have traded him in the draft. And then they also don't draft as good of defensive players as they could have. Fish, you and I were very skeptical with Stewart. And Demetrius Knight in the second round was a 4th-round talent. Like, they're not really building up this team very well. And who says that they aren't going to deter other defensive players this way? Miles Murphy was a good first-round pick, but he hasn't developed. Aside, the same kind of thing. And who says that he's going to want to stay there in this system with the Bengals? I've been skeptical of Taylor as a whole, but this isn't all his fault. This is ownership, too, wanting a flashier move when you don't need it. This is a team that had a good running game.
Spit on it, Speedy. Spit on it.
This was a team that had a good running game and a good tight end play last year. Rely on those as your second targets and then figure out Higgins later. You had to pay this guy, and now you're going to lose him for less than you would have expected.
So the thing is, they don't have to lose him. They still could pay him. They have enough cap room where they could give him like a pretty decent, size cap hit this first year and fit him under the contract. But they're pinching pennies with this guy.
Yeah, I don't care.
The mind. I don't understand. The guy had 17.5 sacks in each of the last 2 seasons. And I'm hearing reports that they're nitpicking that, those sacks were against inferior competition, a lot of the times. Well, if you're the second team All-Pro, everyone's inferior competition to you. That's how good he is. What are we talking about here? Obviously, he's not going to have as many sacks against all pros. No one is. That's just not how it works. And plus, who else is on that defensive line that they had the game plan for?
A lot of first and second round picks they haven't been able to develop because this organization doesn't know how to do
it. Who gets doubled and chipped every single play? Trey Hendrickson. And you wonder why his production was down against certain teams when they knew all they had to do was take care of him, and then they can put up 40 points against you and beat you 40-38? Because, look, you have a great offense. T. Higgins is great. He'd be a number 1 receiver on maybe, 8 to 10 other teams in the NFL right now, right? Something like that. Maybe a little bit more. Maybe I'm being unfair to him. He's a really good player.
I don't know if I like it.
Right around probably at least 10, right? So, but why do you pay that? And you before him, like I understand maybe they would have lost him if they didn't pay him. They could have figured it out with a franchise tag and then like worked on it again. Like they could have done it temporarily and fixed it.
You just made my nipples hard.
It would have been super easy to do that. What do they have against this guy? And if they didn't want to keep Trey Hendrickson, why not trade him before the draft?
Pulled it out of my ass.
So they really think Hendrickson's just going to come back.
We were talking about him being traded last draft, and
I
they still let
farted.
it get uglier.
And he says he's not playing on this contract no matter what. And it's going to be a staring contest between a guy who doesn't, he's the captain of the defense, one of the captains of the defense, and doesn't want to give up on his team. And they're going to put him in a situation where he may not get paid going forwards, like a lot of people do, and he has to risk getting hurt. And we've seen this go wrong for a lot of people. And the team is pretty messed up for kind of putting him out there as like a lame duck year in his contract, basically.
I also think that when you look at the Bengals in the division that they're in a very tough division. And even though Pittsburgh's going to be looking for their quarterback, it looks like it's going to be Aaron Rodgers. Pittsburgh's still absolutely loaded when it comes to their defense. They did lose George Pickens, but it doesn't really matter. They're always a good defensive team. They're always going to be able to compete. Even the Browns, with the roster that they have, even the guys that they drafted this year, they had a very good draft. I mean, they added a great defensive lineman and Graham. You put him, obviously, with Myles Garrett on that defensive line. That's going to be scary. And then even though I don't know who's going to be their quarterback, and hopefully it's not Mr. Charlie Rod himself. And if it is, he's going to be throwing from the 5th round and probably going to the 6th or 7th, if you know what I mean. I just think that right now they're in a division that's very tough. The Baltimore Ravens are by far the best team in that division, and they're going to be searching. And I just don't know if this is a smart move by the Bengals when they're trying to compete with those teams that are still going to be able to throw against them. Just think about it. You think the Ravens aren't going to be able to throw against that defense? They don't stand a chance against the Ravens. Who's going to stop? By the way, who's going to try to catch Lamar Jackson on that defensive line? Nobody. Okay? And then you look at the Pittsburgh Steelers. You look at what they're capable of doing. If they can dominate Joe Burrow and keep Joe Burrow from throwing the ball, how the hell, I'm going to repeat it, how are they going to stop the Pittsburgh Steelers if Aaron Rodgers is there? They got a running game. They got everything. What are they going to do over there against Pittsburgh? They are, to me, if they don't bring Trey Hendrickson back, they're not even the 2nd or 3rd best team. They might just be as bad as the Browns. Okay? That's crazy to say that. They might just be as bad as the Browns because at least the Browns have defense and they got guys that can go after you. The Browns are going to keep it close. And the Browns cause havoc to Joe Burrow. Joe Burrow has problems against the Browns every single year. He has problems against Pittsburgh, and he has problems against the Ravens. And now you don't have defense that's going to be able to stop their best players. Oh, boy, this might be a long, long season. And by the way, what did the Bengals do in the draft this year? What did they do? Did they help out after the whole Trey Hendrickson thing? No, they did nothing to help out what they're doing to Trey Hendrickson right now. I just think I would have jumped. I would have moved up. I would have gotten Graham. I would have done whatever I could to get maybe Abdul Carter. Maybe move up at number 2.
They think they're getting his replacement, Errol. They think they're going to replace 35 sacks in the last 2 years, 17.5 in each season, with a guy who had 1.5 sacks in each of the last 3 seasons at Texas A&M. That's their plan. Legitimately, that's their plan.
Yeah. They better hope the 2 they drafted in the other years are going to hit because that's the philosophy you're going on, but they haven't hit. There's 2 homegrown players since Marvin Lewis has retired. Jesse Bates and Logan Wilson that have been good. Everyone else is free agents.
Better hope he's the best player against the run anyone's ever seen ever.
Well,
pretty much.
It's not a good sign if you're a Bengals fan, and you shouldn't be happy that your best defensive player is not very happy with your organization and saying that it's going to take a lot for this to be repaired. I don't think it's going to be repaired. They're going to have to move him, and they're going to have to be lucky to find somebody either in free agency or somebody that gets dropped during OTAs because they're not getting along with teammates, or maybe the Eagles are loaded. They're loaded. So maybe the Eagles decide, hey, this guy doesn't fit, or we want to go a different route, and they drop one of their mediocre players, and maybe they add one of those guys to the Bengals defensive line, because they got to get really, really lucky if Trey Hendrickson decides to part ways and they decide to even move him. And I don't know if they can move him because he's a free agent, right?
Yeah, after this year, he's a free agent. That's why it made more sense.
So they can trade him.
They could trade him, but they should have traded him at the draft. Fish, we talked about how the edge rushers were falling too. Like one of those teams that maybe missed out and maybe didn't take an edge rusher, you couldn't have got to the back end of the first round. I know Jamie Lee wanted one for his Packers. The Packers were the team I was saying when
you're not getting a first round draft pick for Hendrickson.
They could have at the time, and now they let this get ugly, so now they're not going. So
you're not getting a first round pick for a 30-year-old.
A second round you could.
But you could get a second and maybe like a fifth or something like that. And there's a lot of value in that, to teams that draft intelligently, unlike the Bengals. I still can't believe they went with a project to replace a proven commodity. I just don't understand that. Or are they really just that cheap and just that brutal of an ownership?
Well, they're not cheap. Look what they gave Jamar Chase and T.
I understand that, but why are they pinching pennies with this guy when they still have cap room to fit him in? They could, they don't have to put the whole cap charge in the first year, right? Like, it's very easy to manipulate that. And I don't understand why they're not doing it. That's why teams sign guys to extensions in the first place, to manipulate that cap room in that first year. Are you telling me you can't fit this guy into your roster, or you're just going to play it down, you're just going to do a showdown with him? Because you just figure he's not going to be good after this year, or maybe he's a little overrated because sacks don't tell the whole story. Well, maybe second team All Pro tells the whole story.
Mm-hmm. Who says this is the only player that's going to happen too? There's other veterans that were frustrated with the contracts too. It's going to be a whole ripple effect.
All right, boys. So we got to move on, as we call this Inside Baseball.
Now let's go deep inside.
What?
I am excited. This is Inside Baseball.
All right. So
Who's
we
that
got a
sexy
bunch
guy
of
with the pink eye?
stories.
Who's that? Who's that?
Let me look in the crowd.
You idiot.
That's funny. So, guys, we are doing Inside Baseball. This is our
I
kind of
need a
roundtable
gin and
segment
tonic.
for baseball stories of the week. And we're going to start off with the big story that broke almost out of nowhere. I was actually on the phone with Errol when it broke. Pete Rose and Shoeless Joe Jackson and the entire 8 Men Out have been, if you've ever seen the movie or you know the story about the Black Sox scandal 1919, were all reinstated to be eligible for the Hall of Fame on Tuesday.
Field of Dreams, baby. Field of Dreams.
The Field of Dreams, obviously, famous movie about Shoeless Joe Jackson. It's one of my favorite movies of all time, personally.
Kevin Costner, James Earl Jones, fantastic.
It's hard. I found it very hard for a long time not to tear up watching the end of that movie. I think it's one of the best endings of any movie ever. But that aside, this was never supposed to happen. Never ever supposed to happen. There's a bunch of reasons that made that happen. We're not going to get into that specifically. But now there's a whole bunch to talk about, and if they get in this year. And we know Shoeless Joe is the big name from that, but there were a couple of other guys, I believe, Jabba, that were also borderline Hall of Famers as well in that group. They were a World Series team after all. So, guys, what do you think? Let's start off with Errol. What do you think about? I mean, we've talked about it a bunch of times on the show. I know
Pete Rose.
But
Pete Rose should have been a Hall of Famer. Pete Rose should have been a Hall of Famer 40 years ago. Okay, it's pathetic. Baseball. I understand he bet on baseball. So did Shohei Ohtani, and he's still playing in the league. Okay, I don't want to hear it. This guy was, to me, I wasn't alive to watch him. I watched Ichiro Suzuki, but you can argue this guy is the greatest hitter of all time. 4,000 hits. He just dominated at the plate. He averaged almost 2 hits every single game. The guy's a special player. Now, what he does on and off the field, I don't know. What he does on and off the field has nothing to do with his game on the field. The fact that he's not in the Hall of Fame is despicable. Baseball, Bud Selig should be ashamed of himself. How about George Steinbrenner? When is he going into the Hall of Fame? I know Bud Selig's sitting pretty right there after the whole steroid era. Shoeless Joe absolutely should be in the Hall of Fame. It doesn't make any sense. Now, obviously, is another one that was a part of that scandal. I understand they made a movie about it. All these guys, no matter what they did in the past, they were important parts of baseball at some point of their careers. Shoeless Joe could be arguably one of the greatest center fielders of all time. People don't know, kids don't know, because guess what? He's not in the Hall of Fame. So he deserves to be there. And I absolutely believe the one and only Pete Rose should be there. And so many other people that a lot of people have held him back from it. How about Jeff Kent? Now, he has nothing to do with it. Why isn't Jeff Kent in the Hall of Fame? Played multiple positions. He's one of the greatest second basemen we ever seen. Power-wise, can hit, can do everything. Why? Because he's got a big mouth and he's got something to say. So does everybody else. I'm sorry, I had to do that.
Yeah, it's the crazy part is I don't know if you really delved into this because this won't go to vote till December of 27.
Yep.
So the Hall of Fame committee, so they would actually, the first time that they would be eligible to go in is they would be in the 28 Hall of Fame committee, whatever it is. So they wouldn't even go in now, which is really interesting because why are you waiting this long if you just basically overturned all of this and you're delaying the inevitable because the committee, because you got to get 12 out of 16 votes. And why are we waiting literally over 2 years as you just announced it?
Yep.
And we're not even in December yet. It's a no-brainer. It really is. I mean, I wouldn't say all that because there's 17 total guys that got reinstated. And I just think they'll probably more than a handful. I wouldn't say we're going to get into double digits, but we're probably going to be, I would say, in the 6-ish range based upon the names, obviously, that were on that list. Two obviously, that should be in anyways, without a doubt. Pete did have a chance to get in. He had a meeting and he literally said the same thing. So he kind of put himself back into a corner of not being reinstated at the time when he had that conversation. And this was some years ago. But with that being said, he did it when he was a manager. He wasn't a player. And Shoeless Joe and obviously that's one of my favorite movies too. If you guys haven't seen it, you guys need to check that movie out. So those two for sure, and I think there'll be about 3 or 4 more others. But this was long time overdue. I think this should have been done a long time ago.
I think. By the way, I'm sorry to cut you off. I think Barry Bonds should be put back on that list. Roger Clemens, all those guys that did.
Okay,
steroids.
so that's my point though. So if they're doing this for guys that were banned now, so now do they go back? Because we've had this conversation before, and everybody as baseball fans and baseball people, it's like, okay, the Mitchell report came out, Balco, all the other stuff. There are gentlemen that were admitted on that report that are in the Hall of Fame. So do they create another list where 100%. It's like, okay, the steroid era with Bonds, Clemens, even I love Andy Pettitte. He said one time that he did it. A-Rod, and then there's a handful of guys that was Sammy Sosa and Mark McGwire Hall of Famers before steroids? No. Was Barry Bonds a Hall of Famer before steroids?
Yes.
Yes. Was Roger Clemens?
Yes.
Yes. Was Andy Pettitte, and of all people that I have gotten to know, and I'm talking about in general life and professional life, that said he did it once, I firmly, truly, genuinely believe that. And he was coming back off an elbow injury and obviously really close friends with Roger at the time. And that kind of obviously fell apart based upon, things that transpired, but that's neither here nor there. But this should have been done a long time ago. And when it came out, I was thinking to myself, so do you create another, I guess, what you call it, a category or what have you, where now it's like, okay, we have to do this for the steroid era and these guys that got in, and do we take that into account? So that'll be interesting to see how that happens. Obviously, they added the committee vote. Like, Lee Smith not getting in, being one of the first guys to get over 400 saves and then having to get in on committee vote. I don't know how they feel about that. Obviously not being voted in by the writers, which who gives a shit, honestly. So it'll be interesting to see how this will transpire, or if it'll move forward to those guys that are deserving to be it, that are basically, we can kind of use a social media term like shadow banned of like, oh, just because you did this, you're not in. When some of these guys were Hall of Famers before that era even came to fruition.
And how about George Steinbrenner? When's he going? I don't understand how a guy like that.
I think they hold it against him for what he did with Winfield.
Well, guess what? He
Giving
did a lot more.
Him the biggest contract ever.
Well, and by the way, if you ask
that, though.
And if you ask Dave Winfield, and by the way, if you know the story when Steinbrenner was on his deathbed, who went to visit him? Who was there at his bed when he was practically almost dead? It was Dave Winfield. So Dave Winfield actually came out. He was one of the guys. Him and Reggie Jackson were two of the last people that got a chance to say goodbye to George Steinbrenner. So what does that tell you about George Steinbrenner and how close he was with the players after everything happened? So I think it's despicable. Bud Selig.
I agree with you. I just think they always have held that against him. They suspended him. It wasn't like he was contrite about it. You know, it's just something I think. And Speedy, I don't know if you, I mean, you're more of our analytics guy. You ever look at Shoeless Joe's stats? You ever see?
I think I did at the time of the movie. I don't think I have since then, but yeah,
it was stupid.
It definitely is Hall of Fame worthy. And again, it's a sport full of controversy as it is, so you can't nitpick on certain controversies and make it seem like it's a big deal. Because obviously, if you watch the movie, you could tell there were some pitchers that were in on it. There were some position players that were obviously tanking. If they're part of the scheme, okay, that's different. But there's some that were actually trying to hide it because it was mostly ownership driven. So like Jabba was saying, maybe 4 or 5 of those guys, especially including Shoeless Joe Jackson, should get into that.
I am a legend.
And now with Pete Rose, especially now that MLB is advocating for betting sites. I mean, people can bet on baseball in certain states that are legal with it now. Like, you can't all of a sudden just take 5 years where Pete Rose, oh, now we're discussing Hall of Fame eligibility, and then 2 months later he passes away. So, and then all of a sudden they're accepting of the family members talking to him. It's just a really bad process. It's a hypocritical league that it's always been going through. We've talked about it with the organization, the Hall of Fame organization, all the time too. And it's just a sport full of controversy. Like, it's part of your history.
Well, not only did they talk to him, they like sent letters and did a bunch of other stuff. And I think he kind of made his own bed and was stuck in his own way, which kind of detoured it a little bit based upon what I know and from experience and talking to guys that had some inside knowledge on it. But when it comes down to it, Errol, I think what happens too, because there is such a humanistic vote on these things, that some people take that into effect, where it's like you see some of these guys not getting 100% votes that are first ballot Hall of Famers. And and if you think about all the amazing players we've had that are first ballot no-brainers, and we've had one. And we got idiots that are still out here like, oh, I didn't vote for Derek Jeter because I thought he was already in. Ichiro doesn't get 100%. I mean, guys that 100% played in the era that didn't even come close to, 95%. And when you get that human dynamic into it, I think that really plays a part in certain things, because they can't put that other stuff aside and just be like, hey, let me specifically look at numbers and what those are. And like I said, it'll be interesting to see if this gets legs on the other side of like, okay, now I 100% agree. Shut up. Shut up.
Butt plug, bagel hole.
And,
Butt Plug Bagel Hole is a great punk rock band name.
But yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. And I just hate why are they waiting so long?
Yeah.
Why are they waiting till the committee meets? Like, you're act like you've already created the committee. They already know it. This already got approved. why are you waiting 2.5 years
A lot of
to
hot
get them in
ladies.
the 28 Hall of Fame class? That doesn't make sense. This makes sense to me that they reinstated it, but
Yeah.
it doesn't make sense to me that they're waiting until 2027.
All right, let's move on to the captain of the New York Yankees, Aaron Judge. 43 games through the season. Here's the stats: 412 batting average, 15 home runs to lead Major League Baseball. Obviously, 412 leads the league as well. 40 runs, 41 RBIs, an OPS of 1.279, a 4.0 WAR with 43 games, so he's on pace for just around 15 plus WAR. And he's got a WRC plus of 252. Barry Bonds 244 is the all-time record at the end of the season. It's hard to even put into words at this point, but I guess let's all try in a different way. So, Speedy, I'm going to go backwards. I want you to tell me, what is the most impressive stat, you think, of these stats?
We're asking a Met fan?
Well, the stats. I'm asking a stats question to a stats guy.
It has to be the WRC, because that's supposed to be, like, everyone's saying, oh, the Yankees get away with stuff because they hit in Yankee Stadium. Meanwhile, that's supposed to neutralize the ballparks. That's supposed to neutralize like the most consistent league factors to go along with it. If you're saying Barry Bonds is 244 of a single season is the all-time record, and probably similar to some great hitters' career numbers, 20 points up, 30 points up from that. Like, that has to be the most impressive one. Obviously, the WAR is going to fluctuate over the time of the year. When Ryan Spader's been on our show, he's discussed that sometimes they change the way the metrics work with that. But WRC is going to be a constant thing. And any type of plus stat is always a big boost to any top-end player like that.
Errol, what do you think he finishes at this year?
I want him to finish at 400. Everybody has said that nobody since Ted Williams will ever end up with 400 or more at the batting average, but he's doing something that we haven't seen in a very, very long time. I think it's incredible. You could pick any stat, every single stat on that list. He's definitely the Triple Crown winner if he continues moving forward with the numbers that he has. It's incredible because me and Jabba, what was it, a couple of months ago, were arguing who's the best player right now in baseball. He had Ohtani and I had Judge. I don't think there's an argument right now on what Aaron Judge is doing over the last 3 years. Comparison to Ohtani, who's been one of the best players in the league. If you compare all these guys' numbers, or the top players, even Mike Trout over the last 10 years, nobody's done what Aaron Judge has done in the last 3 years. It's incredible what he's putting up right now, and he's clean. As far as what we know, he's clean. He's a clean player. So he's big, 6'8", 5-tool player, a guy that didn't get called up by the New York Yankees until he was 24, 25 years old, and now didn't take the most money he could. He could have taken $500 million. He is by far better than Juan Soto or any of these guys that got the money that they got, even Shohei Ohtani. But he took less. He took $389 or $390 million to stay with the Yankees because he wants to be a Yankee. He wants to win with the Yankees. It's an incredible story. He's a great kid. I've never met him, but anybody that's told me who's met him, even Nick Goody tells me, not only is he a good kid, he stands for what you want a Yankee to stand for. As a captain, as a face of baseball, he's everything you want. And that's what you expect from a captain of arguably the greatest franchise in professional sports history. I love it. He's such a good Samaritan, too. I love what he's doing right now for baseball. And it has your eyes locked in. Win or lose with the New York Yankees is what is Aaron Judge putting up every single game. So it's fun to watch.
Jabba, what's it like to play with somebody who's on a heater like this? Like, obviously, this is historic what he's doing, but like when a guy's going just like everything drops in, everything's like a great barreling it up, or on the other side of the mound, it's just you're hitting your spots every single time. No, there's so much movement. It's like you're surprising yourself. Like when you play with someone like that, or I mean, when you've had those times as well, but like when someone's on a heater, like what's it like being around them? What's it like, when you're like that, and how did people treat you in those situations?
You just let them go. You don't really do anything. You kind of just let him be, because it obviously whatever they're doing working. If he decided to eat a peanut butter and spam sandwich, you get it to him every day. Like you don't change it up. And you as a player, and baseball players are superstitious as it comes, that they eat the same thing, they do the same thing, and it's just so fun to watch because it's weird because you then expect like them to always get a hit come through, and like then you're surprised. Usually it's the other way around. But I think what's more impressive too is like obviously almost 2 months into the season, still be hitting over 400, which is impressive. Is WRC, which has now become a huge conglomerate in the game of baseball. But if you look at his last 62 or 162 games, he's hitting over 360 with 65 homers and over 140 RBIs. And just to carry that over and continue to, and it wasn't like it was just 1 year. It's like, he had an off season and then he gets in his own head, or, so many things can happen. Right. And for him to just continue to do it, I think what the most impressive thing is how he handles himself first and foremost with all the attention. And I think he's like the second or third longest to carry a 400 plus batting average to start a season. And do I think it's realistic to hit 400? No. Do I think he'll get close? He'll end the year at 360-ish if he continues the way that he's going. But then it just also there's the factors
If he does
of
that, it's one of the greatest seasons of all time. If he does that.
yeah, and it depends. I had this argument with all the fans and stuff on X, Twitter, whatever you guys call it, and it was like, what's his number? Because when he hit 62, I predicted it, and we had that conversation because I was like, realistically, what do you think you got? Like, is he going to continue this pace? Is he going? And everybody goes through slumps. Nobody is going to if he does this all year and hits 408 with 65 and 100. It's the greatest season ever. But is that realistic? No, it's not. And he's going to get his strikeouts. He's had 3 strikeout games, and his average fell to like 380. But then he goes 3 for 4. He goes 3 for 3, and he hasn't fell into that like slump. He's had some off games, but what he's been, and this is one thing why he didn't get up as early as a lot of people thought he would, was because his plate zone discipline and the things that he was doing. But he's become such a better hitter. I mean, he's 33 years old right now, and he's continually got better.
Hey, Jabba, do you know what his strikeout percentage is this year? It's his best ever by a lot.
That was exactly my point. Is like
21% this year.
Yeah. And he continues to get better with his strike zone discipline of not swinging balls out of the zone. And, it's just tough. He's gonna get the Barry Bonds treatment. And I remember a great story. I can't remember who was telling it, but he got like 8 pitches to hit and got walked like 7 times, intentionally walked 7 times. And he hit 5 home runs, and he literally got like 7 or 8 pitches to hit. And so he's going to start getting that treatment, and he's not going to miss him. And he hasn't been missing him. And I think that's just a kudos to him in understanding parts of his game where as he's gotten older, he's gotten better. And I understand early on in your career where, not a lot of people know you and, you have those hot years, but I'm so impressed with him, not only from, and I didn't get to know him. I actually was fortunate enough when I was rehabbing my elbow, one of my rehab guys was actually at Fresno State with him. And they were like, he was always that guy. He always worked hard. He was always the biggest dude. I mean, he won the college World Series home run derby. And so everybody knew who he was. And just obviously as stature-wise, you're going to know who he is. But for me, the most impressive thing is to see how he's not rested on his laurels. Like when he got the contract, he's continued to get better. And for somebody like that, and especially with the eyes on him that are, like if this is happening, and no disrespect to the smaller market teams by any means, and I don't mean it this way, but if this is, and I say the same thing for myself, because if I did what I did in Milwaukee, nobody would have cared. but I did it in the biggest media market in the world. And he continues to do it, and he continues to get better and handles himself in such a professional manner and being what it is. Where, like Errol said, he could have gone and got more money, but he knew the importance of what it was and obviously the opportunities that New York creates. But yet he continues to get better and better every year in certain areas of his game. And there's certain areas where he didn't excel at that year. And now, like you just said, 21%. That's his best yet. And he's been in the big leagues for how many years, folks? And he's 33 years old. It's not like, he's Soto and came in when he was 20 years old. He's been in the big leagues for over 7 years. And he continually gets better. And that's the thing that I just respect the crap out of him for, of finding little holes in his game that he can become. Wasn't a great outfielder at first. What did he do? He worked at it. And he did the small things to make his game complete. He's never going to be a 50 stolen base guy, but he's going to get you 15. And he still has the threat to be able to steal a base when need be. And he's so fun to watch. He's one of those guys, like, even if you're not a Yankees fan and there's not a lot, it's either you hate him or love him, one way or the other. But he's one of those guys it's hard not to root for, just because of the way he carries himself and how he's made his game better.
He's
and how
a Yankee, 6'8".
He's made the game of baseball fun. Like when you got guys literally like that don't talk baseball and they're cutting in on an event. It was a conference championship of football or whatever. They're cutting in to see if he's going to break the record and hit a home run. Like that, you're doing something. This dude is special, and I wish he can stay healthy. He's had some weird freak injuries, getting hit on the hand, his toe in
For the last
LA.
2 years, except the toe, he's been pretty damn good, and he's played consistently, and that's what you want to see with your best player. So.
All right, let's move on in the inside baseball, and we're gonna get to the injury report. A couple of ones we're just gonna mention, and some guys coming back. Roki Sasaki, the big import from Japan, was
Bust.
a flamethrower. Not only bust, but damaged goods. It looks like his shoulder might be shot. They were saying that he was having arm trouble last year. He didn't have a great season coming over, at least to his standards. The velocity dipped Jabba, and that's when you know. So we had that one, and I just kind of wanted you to touch on that because you mentioned that before, Jabba. When that's kind of the real indicator of something going wrong.
Yeah, and it's tough because it's weird too. Like, and shout out to Oswaldo and his. I know the feeling. Hopefully he gets better quick and gets that all situated. That was kind of gruesome, that slide into home plate. But these, like, when they do like shoulder impingement, and we're going to touch on another one in Tanner, and a flexor strain. Like we all know, we've all heard these things, and we all saw the injury at home plate, and they put him on the 10-day. Just put him on the 60-day. It's all literally roster moves and how they're going to do it. And I get the ins and outs of that too, why they just say 10, because if you put him on the 60-day, then you can bring a guy up from the 40-man. Who would they bring up? Don't know. Obviously getting DJ back and those things. But with Roki, it's different because their workloads are completely different in the States than they are in Japan, because they're once-a-week guys in Japan. And now it's different because they're throwing their bullpens earlier. They may get an extra day, but it's not the workload that they're used to, and how they have prepared themselves for, the big leagues. Obviously, they got over here for a reason and talented arm, but now once you completely change up your routine, it's hard to adjust, especially coming into the expectations and things of that nature, where that's something a lot of people don't think about, where he's coming in with all of these standards of what he did in Japan. Well, we've seen how it's worked for some guys. It hasn't worked for others. And you see, like, when Dice K came in and he invented the gyro ball. You're like, it's just an inverted. Like, what are you talking about? Like, all these pitches have been
It was like a
known
slur.
before.
That's what it was. It was like a slur.
But it was opposite because he just extra pronated. It's like the I hate to even mention it, but it's like the Airbender with Devin Williams. Like, just no, it's just a really inverted changeup. Like, it's not like this hasn't been thrown before. Yeah,
It's just a
so
different type of changeup.
so it just when it says impingement, I mean that could be labrum, that could be rotator cuff, that could be scap, it could be numerous things, and you don't really know until it comes out of what the MRI says, and if he gets an arthrogram to see if there is a tear, and you could MRI every pitcher and mostly probably everybody that's ever played sports, and there's something wrong with your shoulder just from basketball players and doing overhead motion stuff, weightlifters, where your labrum's a little piece of like tissue that is in between the ball and socket joint that just from use there's going to be fray, it's just going to happen. So to what extent is it? Like, I went on the DL in 08 for the same thing, and mine was 40% torn.
Damn.
But I missed 2 starts and that was it. So some people handle it better than others, but I don't think this will just be a 15-day. It'll be at least a month, like maybe even more, to be honest with you.
All right, let's go to Errol. I'm gonna go, Speedy. I'm gonna come back to you in a second. I want to ask you about Tanner Houck a little bit, and like what because he's somebody that's a real sneaky, underrated player in the league. But Errol, the Braves are getting Acuna and Strider back real soon. Acuna's up at AAA in the last phase of his rehab right now. He did apologize to manager Brian Snedeker for the comment about Kelenic not running and how if it was him, he would have been benched. He said he was sorry. He was very contrite. It seems like they're all good. What is this? We know the NL East is a big-time division. Can the Braves come back with these 2 guys and make some noise?
Absolutely. I don't know if it's going to fix management and obviously Acuna. Acuna is a great player. If anything, it does help him come back so he can get back on the field, and hopefully if he's playing good baseball and he's doing what he's supposed to be doing on the baseball field, nobody's going to worry about what he said about the manager. Nobody's going to worry about it because it's all about winning. Strider is so very important to that pitching staff. He's one of the best, most dynamic young pitchers in baseball, so he adds a dynamic to that roster and that rotation, so he's going to play a big part. Why couldn't they come back? We've seen the Braves in the second half completely dominate over the years. They got a tremendous amount of young talent on that roster. You had a pitcher that good, and you had a player in the lineup that could, play at leadoff. I don't know if he's going to be a good outfielder or if he's ever going to play in the outfield again at the top of his game, but he is a tremendous hitter, and I hopefully he stays away from stealing bases now. He needs to protect himself, but they are dynamic. Both players are dynamic. One on the rotation, and he's probably as good as any young pitcher in baseball. And the other guy, dynamic. This guy was an MVP, an MVP candidate for the past 5 years when he's in the lineup. So 2 dynamic players absolutely can come back and be a scary, scary team if these guys come back at the top of their games.
Yeah, for sure. Strider's someone that I've been following since he first came up in the league.
Mm-hmm.
Acuna, we'll see if he can come back. I don't think he's going to run as much
after
those leg injuries, but he's still going to be a very good player. Speedy, what does Tanner Houck mean to that staff over there in Boston?
Yeah, he definitely looked off at the start of the year, and a lot of big duds when he's had duds this year. And I think for somebody that has a lot of good pitching arsenal, has a good strikeout rate in previous years, you would think this would be the uptick. Obviously, Crochet got all the hype with the trade in the offseason, and they have other good youngsters too, but a lot of them were hurt. So it was thought that maybe he was going to be kind of that second guy to be like a 2A type thing in that rotation while those guys were hurt, but has not been the same. And now you're kind of seeing why a lot of this stuff has regressed this year. But again, they're still weathering the storm at the time being. There's a lot of mediocrity in the American League right now, so there's still a lot of time for them to rally back.
Well, especially in the East, there's only one team above 500, and that's the Yankees.
Right. Yep.
Yeah. The just commenting on what you said before, Errol. Braves are actually 500. They got to 500 today.
Mhm.
After how they started, that kind of gives you a little bit of a heads up of 6 games now behind the Mets, 3.5 behind the Phillies. Those
And
three
the Mets are going to eventually hit a skid, but they're going to lose 9 out of 12 games. I don't, and I'm not a Met hater. I actually root on the Mets. I want the Mets to play well. They're not no threat to the Yankees. I could care less. But eventually they're going to hit a skid, and I do believe it's going to happen in the second half of the season. I don't trust their pitching. The Braves, if Strider comes back, they could be scary. That rotation could be scary with Strider in the lead guy over there in that rotation. He doesn't even have to pitch 5.5 innings, and he's still dangerous, even 2 times around a lineup. I think the Braves absolutely, with the talent that they have, could be. I don't know if they're the number 1 seed in the National League East, but they're right there. They could compete against any of those teams.
Both will be back. Strider, they said, is going to pitch sometime middle of the week this week. He's not going to take another rehab start. He did a simulated game through 65 pitches, so he'll probably be limited in his first start back. But he's going to be back. And Acuna's at AAA, probably end of the week for Acuna as well. So they're going to be back at full strength.
Strider's not going to lose a game for the rest of the season. Mark my words.
Well,
that
my
guy
fantasy team hopes you're right. So we're going to get into some highlights. And this was a great ejection. One of the best that I've seen in a while. Torey Lovullo, who, before he got back into Major League Baseball and became a manager of the year, he's coaching right around the corner by the Rockland Boulders over here in Rockland County, and was really great there. So take a look at this. There's some weird, the shortstop gets in the way of the base runner. They don't call it. He loses his mind. He gets ejected. He throws each one of them out one by one himself, in revenge. You ever revenge throw out no, you're fired. No, you're fired.
And they want to take this away from baseball. They're idiots.
I had this argument too. I love that. There have been times where we've been in a game and it's nut cutting time, and where your coach sticks up for you and it lights a fire, and then you end up coming back. I can think of 3 or 4 right off the top of my head that I've actually been personally in, where you're like, all right, I see this going. And it was the call against Dominguez the other day, and Booney gets thrown, and 100% right, because the inning before he literally didn't give the same pitch. And the crappy part about all of this is their egos are, and I went off on Twitter, and I was like, I get the human element of it, and I get ABS is coming in and all the other stuff, but I love a good argument. I love it because it can help a team in so many different ways. And I was fortunate enough, and like I said, to play for guys that stuck up for their team. And they were players. They understood the game and what that means in certain situations where it can get you going. There are some where it can kind of backfire. But when you see these, and it's like, all right, he has our back. He's sticking up for us. It's not just like, oh, he's just doing it just to do it. No, he's protecting us. He's sticking up for us. And when you go out there and you see the passion that they have, it's just not a robot being a manager, listening to the front office or doing this. And you're going to get ran, because as soon as this came, you can't question umpire, you're going to get thrown out. But then when they start barking back at you, one thing that I really wish they would do, but their union is really, really strong, be held accountable. They all get recordings of their games. Go watch it. If I ask you just to go look at these pitches, don't just take your check and go home. Greatest one ever is Wally Backman. Yes, that is 100% right. How he throws the rosin bag and gets it right where it is, it couldn't be any better. But just be accountable. I get you're going to mess up. I 100% going to get it. But you've got to have some accountability where it's just, we have to answer questions when we screw up. You're just as much a part of the game as we are. some of you think you're a bigger part of the game than the damn game itself.
Yeah,
And
one
we've
of them
seen
just
guys
retired.
like that. Yeah. And
Mr.
we've
Angel.
seen guys like that.
Mr. Angel himself. Oh God.
I
mean,
love the umps that make the sound effects that you can hear audibly. They're like,
Oh.
"Hoo-ha!" And then like they do like some kind of Chuck Norris type of
I need a gin and tonic.
I don't remember who it was, and I remember there was an umpire.
That's what I need
when
when
he
I-
called a strike. He was like, "Strike!"
When I'm listening, I'm thinking about Angel.
That was Jim Joyce.
That was Jim Joyce. Okay.
That's great.
Hi.
All right, so I got one more highlight. I'll get an actual play, and this one, this was pretty crazy. This is why you're
Smell
supposed
my
to
ass.
run over and help your fellow outfielder if the ball's not going to you, because this is what happened in the Tigers Boston game. We have a deep fly ball to right field. Outfielder goes in, brings it back, doesn't catch it, bounces it back to the center fielder who catches it.
Of course,
Two
it had something to
guys
do with
work
Boston.
together to prevent a home run. I don't know if I ever saw that one. Here's it in slow
No, I don't
motion.
think so.
It hits him in the glove, but since he was covering for him, he was right there and had the presence
And
of
you
mind
think that was
to avoid him
planned?
too.
That was not planned. That bounced
I
out
didn't
of his
say it was
glove.
planned.
No, he was saying this is why you go and back up your outfielders. I've seen it.
It's a tag team play right now.
I've seen it once. I've seen it happen where like a line drive. Like I've
I'm
only
not
seen
doing
it
any freaking tag team.
once in person. It was a line drive that hit off a shoe that didn't hit the ground and went to the third baseman that got a double play. That's the only one I've ever seen in person. I've obviously seen it since then.
Yeah, I
But
feel like
yeah,
it's
I mean,
really infield, yeah.
yeah, but those ones you don't see very often. There's some you see where it's a diving thing and he catches it and like
Beneficial.
flops up, and then the outfielder comes from the infielder going out to the outfield and then coming in. So, but
No!
that's credit. That's the things that people don't understand about the game is he's doing his job. He's attacking the baseball. But okay, so say he misses it, hits off the wall, he goes against the wall, but at least he's there, to be able to either keep him to a double or not extend, an extra base. And those are the little things that people don't see, that don't respect. Yeah, that turned out great. But even if it didn't, he was right there and didn't catch it, he would still be able to get the ball in. And, that's just the little things in baseball that I love, that a lot of people, don't recognize as a baseball play. And that's why I love the game.
So we're just going to finish off this baseball segment. I'm sorry to cut you off, Speedy. I'm just letting it roll, and we're going to take a look at these hot and cold teams. But let's get to Speedy first before we move forward.
Yeah, I was going to say, Keith Hernandez always brings up the fundies at his broadcast for fundamentals.
you.
Those are all the little things, like outfielders,
You gotta put
up
your
and down
tongue on
territory,
something.
stuff like that. You don't usually see it like that, but Java, you're absolutely right. That's why you track it. You don't want to leave an isolated fielder like that.
So the hottest team in all of baseball is the Minnesota Twins. I did not realize that they were playing this well until I saw this stat. They're
They
the
kept
only
losing
team-
close ones in the beginning, so it was bound to happen.
Well, maybe it's positive regression, but 10-game heater's 10-game heater. They're right back into the thick of things in the Central. Cleveland's been playing really well in the Central, but they don't really even have much of a. I think they still have a negative run differential. So again, a lot of close games. That usually means we have a lot of teams that are around the same talent level, all playing each other. It's gonna be a slugfest in that division, I think,
Chicks with dicks.
all year. But Detroit seems to be really tough as well because they're 8-2, and the St. Louis Cardinals, guys. We said this earlier in the year. Nolan Arenado is someone everyone wanted, and guess what? St. Louis wants him too, and they might be doing some things. A couple of good young players over there. Lars Nootbaar, who was played for Japan in the last baseball classic, I believe. He's their leadoff hitter. He's starting to come into his own. Mason Wynn is their top shortstop prospect, who's now recently started heating up as well. He's someone I've been paying attention to for a while.
Where's Goody when you need him, by the way? Well, how the Reds doing? Yeah, I figured.
Well,
That's what
St.
I
Louis, not the same team. But,
I-
his Reds.
Cincinnati.
Yeah, so the
What
cold
are you
teams.
talking about? I'm
on
talking
the
It's
other
gonna
side.
get cold for them to get hot.
I was still talking hot, but cold. Well, we know the Rockies are going to be on this list every week.
I wish Goody was here because I'd like to shove that down his throat.
Yeah, do we just do a permanent list of like when we do the cold teams?
They're
and
horrible.
just like leave them on there?
I
Like,
don't
straight
expect
down.
Cincinnati to stay there, but the Orioles, I mean, you said it a
What
few
is
times
this
during
love
the show.
fest for Cincinnati? I'm just telling you guys. I don't think Cincinnati's that good. The Orioles, I already told you what I thought.
They
were
lost
doing.
Hunter Green. You know, Hunter Green's an
One
ace.
guy is not going to make you lose as many games as they had in a row. Okay,
He was
Come on.
pitching like Garrett Cole when
That's
he went
one
down.
player. That's once every 5 games. You think one pitch is going to change everything? Come on, man.
If Garrett
The
Cole's worth
Cincinnati-
6 WAR, that means he's worth 6
All right,
wins,
Garrett
is what
Cole's
you
not
say,
part
right?
of this
So-
rotation, and the Yankees are still winning. Are they not?
Well, the idea is they'd be 6 wins better if he was there. If he was playing.
We
at
don't
his
know
peak.
that. How do we know Garrett Cole doesn't start
I'm
the season
saying that's
cold?
the stats. That's how stats work, Errol.
Well, screw the stats. Here's what I'm going to say. Cincinnati
Oh, this is
stinks.
perfect lead-in
The
for our next
Orioles
segment.
stinks. Colorado stinks. They all friggin' stink. They're horrible, and they're not going anywhere this year. Sell that, platter that up, and stick it in a box and send it to Speedy's mom. Right, Speedy? How about
I will tell her not to accept any spam packages.
Would you stick a finger in
no,
there?
Fish. I think these like Twins just won again today, so that's 11 in a row. Cardinals will be interesting. I think they'll be hot and cold.
You just made
Tigers, we predicted. I mean, because obviously when you got Tark Skubal going out, and then I love Job's arm. Like I think
it out of my ass.
he's going to be phenomenal. And we've seen the reinsurgence of Javi Baez.
Yep.
I
And
think
I've hearted.
Carpenter's a real good hitter too. Kerry Carpenter,
Yes.
he's
Yep.
been doing some leadoff for them,
Bagel hole.
hitting on the top of the lineup.
Yeah, and
He's a big
he's hitting like 3 or 4 spots too, and I think he's done a good job. And I wasn't really sold on O when they signed him, but I think he's got a good feel of what the balance of his lineup is and being able
Yum,
to
yum.
move and shake a little bit. For as far as the cold teams, like I said, the Rockies are gonna be. I don't even think they're on pace for 40 wins this year. I don't think. I think the last thing
Yum,
I
yum.
saw was 38 or something like that. The Reds will figure it out because they have Tito there, and he's just one of the best managers that have
Smell
come
my
around
ass.
in a long time. Orioles, and you can go back because I predicted the Orioles are going to be good because coming off a playoff with young kids, and I knew they probably weren't going to go deep in the playoffs last year, but having that core guys come back and know what it takes to get there, and obviously they've been with the injury bug too, and there's guys and they've got some really quality young arms. They just can't stay healthy. It's just
Biggest Orioles
I was-
thing, Ajaba, is
Breaking
to me
news.
is Adley
Woody
Rutschman.
has no Woody.
Adley Rutschman's hitting under 200.
I know, and that's
That guy, I mean, they say his advanced stats, he should be hitting like expected batting average is like 280, and he's hitting like
with like
180,
the
190.
off the bat and all the other stuff.
All that stuff. So like, there's some hope. You know, a lot of positive regression. Westberg's been hurt. He's a good player. I think they'll find a way to bounce back. Will it be enough for them to get into the playoffs? I mean, they got to figure it out soon. That pitching
They gotta
staff
go
was going to
back
be
off
bad,
now.
and now they lost Grayson Rodriguez. He was supposed to replace the Corbin Burns need. Now they still have. Now they don't have a number 1 or number 2, and a lot of the guys that they're hoping for aren't coming back till middle of the season. I don't know if they're going to be able to get enough wins and to do the math. Although I expect them to be a good team by the end of the year. So guys,
Joey bagging donuts over there.
I think that's enough. I think Errol's had enough of my statistics, my shenanigans here. That's been inside
Got one for you.
baseball
But
for you.
All right, we have one more segment of the night. It's the good one. It's the best one, as we call this the one and only Analytics.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Now, it's analytics.
I want everybody together to go ahead and say penis, 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 vagina, vagina, vagina.
All right, it's been a long one tonight, but hey, you know what? Jabba is taking care of his family, so we had and I thought Goody was going to join us, but I know he's been working with his son in his t-ball game. So
He said that they're on a road game. He's probably not going to get back in time.
all right, that's fine. The old Goodwood, as we all know.
Do you want to
Woody has no Woody.
bring Nith and Tommy in on this one?
Yeah, why
Oh,
not?
that's true. This is Nathan's segment.
Yeah, that's right.
A lot of hot ladies.
As we all know.
A lot of hot ladies.
A lot of hot ladies.
I like the
Yes.
gin and tonic one.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Yeah, I think the leash is definitely Speedy's thing.
Nathan, no, that's Nathan's thing.
I think
No,
it's
Speedy's obsessed with the leash now. So I guess
Now the real question: Have you ever put a woman on a leash while they're drinking a gin and tonic?
Speedy's mom.
Speedy's
My mom
mom.
doesn't drink gin, so
Breaking news.
so that's incorrect.
I gotta go back off now.
You can't have Nathan back off of his specialty.
Smell my ass.
Nathan, I would hope you back off smelling people's asses.
Give me that chicken curry.
Chicken curry, gin
Well,
and tonic, and
what a
leashes.
great
I need
prologue
it,
to
I
my
need it, darn it.
introduction of analytics, a quality educational experience. Guys, this is
Big
an
hole.
Errol versus Speedy showdown of an analytical versus an analytical mystery term. In
Bagel
the
hole.
first round, it'll be a wild guess, and then each round there will be clues
Oh God.
for them to use to solve the term. Whoever solves in the fewest clues wins, although they will have to use it correctly in a sentence before they are done. There's a catch, though. You see, the terms that Speedy are going to give Errol are going to be sports analytical terms. As you just heard in the last segment, Errol did not like me explaining that war means wins above replacement. So that
Yum,
should
yum.
have been like wins. So that's an example of a stat that Errol doesn't really know about, but because he's an eye test man. He's a traditionalist. He knows the few stats he needs, but he can see what he needs to see.
I farted.
So he doesn't know these terms. So it's going to be really tough for him. Like Nathan on the bowl. It's gonna be really tough.
You want to jerk me off?
On the other hand, Speedy knows all these terms. What he doesn't know
Smell my ass.
are things like that, unfortunately. Well, fortunately, I guess in this case.
For
But
me, it's my
Speedy
knowledge.
doesn't
We got
know
Nathan on the soundboard.
a lot of sexual innuendos. So the terms that Speedy will get are analytical terms.
no clue.
Boys, you ready to play tonight?
Oh man.
As long as Nathan's ready, that's all I care about.
Being intimate with any of you.
I haven't been here for analytics in a while, so this
All
should
right,
be
so
Yeah,
a
now
good
you're
one.
gonna
get
bonus
the
with
music.
Nathan here too.
Pulled it
This
out of
should
my
be
ass.
a good one.
Music
Pulled it out
is
of my
on.
As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two hole, I'm good.
Speedy. With that beautiful introduction, what is your analytical term of the evening?
All right, so we got football this week. And we got ASR. Oh, I think I did it.
ASR.
ASR.
Rating is the one.
Okay, rate. Yep, that's good.
Okay.
I do know this.
Asshole Reen. Right? Am I right?
Nathan, in your parallel football universe where EJ Perry's the best quarterback in the league, would that be a qualified stat?
I gotta go back off now.
Well, that's not correct. But
If it
that
doesn't
was
back
your
off,
wild guess.
I need Brittany also.
There you go.
Errol, everyone's been waiting for this all week. What is the analytical term of the
Ready,
evening?
Speedy? We ready for this, Speedy?
Are you ready, Nathan? That's all that matters to me.
Are you ready for this, Speedy? Are you ready for this, Speedy?
Or that you're here now, Nathan.
All right, Speedy.
I'm
You're the
starting to get
inspiration
weirded out.
segment.
Here it goes. Speedy, you ready?
If Nathan says I'm ready, then I'm ready.
That's also weird.
I was about to say that's a very weird sounding sentence.
That's worse, actually.
That's
I find that to be worse.
that sentence, man.
I don't. Yeah, it was good sentence structure. It was the content of the sentence, Speedy.
And that's why this is not.
Especially in analytics.
This is not anyone's forte except for Nathan with all his hot ladies.
All right, you ready?
A lot of hot ladies.
That's right.
Butt plug.
Okay.
The legend.
You definitely are a legend. All right, Speedy, you ready?
All right.
Hot Carl.
Oh, God. Poor Carl has to be. He's not here in the comment section. Deal with that tonight.
Hot Carl.
Okay. Hot Carl. All right.
Carl is annoying. Yeah.
Oh, Carl is great. Carl is
Take a hole.
Carl is the main.
I'm joking. Carl's good. Okay, Carl's great.
Yes.
Carl is the number one fan of this segment when you're not here, Nathan.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
What the hell is this? Errol.
Fire again? Did you do fire 2 weeks in a row?
God. Well, there's just so many weird things you guys do in Suffolk County, Long Island.
Speedy's mom.
Speedy's
Call me the
mom.
ladies' man and Mr. Still Your Girl.
Yeah.
Speedy.
Woody has no
It's
Woody.
a wild guess, Speedy. Give us a wild guess.
Completely wild guess. Let's say it is the action of a guy coming down on a woman randomly in a sauna.
Oh my God.
What? Coming down on a woman in a sauna.
So, like, I
When
don't
you say
think the
coming-
phrase is coming down.
Busy all day today.
All right, well, it's time for the first clue, Speedy.
Do you want to
Errol
jerk me
on
off?
ASR.
All right, so we talked about our friend Trey Hendrickson earlier. It is a defensive line. Is a defensive line stat involved around the good results of getting pressure on a quarterback.
So
There
what
you
is
go.
it? Is it again?
ASR
That is
D-line
pretty
stat.
Got rate right.
ASR, and you said it's a what?
So the ultimate goal of getting to the quarterback, it is a stat related to that for a defensive line.
You mentioned Trey Hendrickson too. So
I themed it for Trey Hendrickson because we were talking about it.
Speed have anything to do with it?
Not speed.
Active?
Active is not the A, no.
Still wrong. All right.
All right.
First clue for Speedy.
Okay.
On Hot Carl.
Okay.
Hot Carl.
He lets it go. It's nice and hot. He lets it go.
So, do I go back on the fire angle again?
Back on the fire.
The sauna color wasn't it? All right. So letting it go
Yes.
involves. Last week it was matches, so it's not going to be that again, probably. What other type of ways to do fire?
You said fire?
Well, last week it was involving a lighter. So I don't know if he would do something like that again. So I'd have to think of another way to create a spark. Maybe a sparkler. Let's go with that.
Sparkler.
Let's try a sparkler. And
Butt plug.
yes, maybe it would evolve into a woman's butt plug. Correct. And say it's
No, it won't, Speedy.
No.
It's wrong,
Not-
Speedy.
You're going all over the place right there.
Speedy. Man, you have a vivid imagination. It's time for Errol to get another clue on ASR.
Okay, so when you finish the hit on the quarterback, Trey Hendrickson did a lot of them this year. And it is also something that you get an extra boost for
Breaking news. They call me the ladies' man and Mr. Still Your Girl.
for also things such as quarterback hits and also forcing intentional penalties and bad throws. So
you said Trey Hendrickson.
It's related to Trey Hendrickson. And then so like the finishing result of getting good pressure on the quarterback, and then also a number that gets skewed based on those additional things, like forcing an intentional grounding, hitting the quarterback, stuff like that.
Okay. Sack.
Yep.
Because you said Trey Hendrickson, so sack rating.
Sack rate is SR. Yep.
All right.
And then A.
I have no idea.
It's one of those Speedy words.
There's a lot of his words.
Bagel hole.
That is not one of them. That's a different word.
I am a legend.
That you are different.
I farted.
Not a legend. Moving back the other way.
Okay.
It's time, Errol, for another clue.
All right, Speedy.
On Hot
Speedy farted.
Did you fart, Nathan? You're trying to frame me?
He sees her asleep.
Come on, Speedy.
Wants to give her something hot.
I was kind of right on the sneaky part.
Yeah, it was sneaky. Yeah, it's definitely
sneaky.
Yeah, it's very sneaky.
I don't know if I have the right word then pulled up.
Do you want to jerk me off?
Underestimate the sneakiness.
All right, so maybe I think there could be that kind of concept
barely had it
involved. The question is, what is the hot count?
Irrelevant.
Not a sauna. It's not fire.
Like what? It's gross.
I love that sauna was your first guess.
Because I figured it
99%
wasn't
of the
fire
world would
again.
say.
I didn't think he would do it 2 weeks in a row with fire. So that was my next my next thought. I never heard of a skin flu. And now I'm jumping to hot tub, but if she's asleep, that would make sense.
You're trying to drown the woman in the hot tub,
I
Speedy?
know, that would make sense.
Wow. Really, Speedy? Really? What the heck?
Nathan, I'm trying to
just
think
made
of
my
other
nipples
forms of
hard.
fire here. Or
You just made
heat.
my nipples hard.
That would make sense.
Spit out of my ass.
Weeping.
3 guys.
All right, maybe let's say maybe heat
I
comes
want you to
from
slide it right in.
being like under way too many sheets and covers, and then the guy lifts them all up, goes back in to drive his dick in, and then smothers it back on.
To the sheets and covers?
What the
An
hell?
excessive amount. An excessive amount where it would be causing heat, exhaustion.
You want to jerk me off? I need a gin and tonic.
After that answer, I need one.
All right, I think we'll deliver a gin and tonic to Errol.
I farted.
I think I've gotten dumber a lot recently.
I am a legend.
This episode. We're gonna go back the other way. We have one clue left. Errol's a lot closer than you are, Speedy, at this point. Not there yet. He does need one more clue though, so let's give him that last clue.
All right, so football coaches in the second half, if you need a change in game plan, they will try to make what?
It's a good clue.
Say that again? So a football coach, if they're struggling at the end of the first half, they will try to change their game plan to improve the game. They try to make what?
Something Bambi never did. Or Ulbrich.
I got it. Adjust.
Yep, adjusted. Back rate. That's correct.
All right. Yeah.
That is correct. Speedy, well, before we go, we have one more task, Errol.
Oh,
you
God.
now have
Do
to
I have
use
to really do this?
ASR correctly in a sentence.
Okay.
Music back on.
Adjusted sack. How am I going to put this in?
And use Trey Hendrickson.
All right. The league. Oh no. Trey Hendrickson adjusted sack rate is amongst the best in the league today.
That's good.
That's good,
I'd say
right?
that's good.
I think
Yeah.
that's good. I'll get good at this.
That's good. I mean, the sentence had very little worth, but it's a correct
farted.
sentence. If there was a better sentence, that Speedy can somehow get this right and have a better sentence, he can still win. So it's not over, Speedy. It's all but over, I would say.
A better shot at this.
But no, Nathan will be just as wrong. In fact, we should ask Nathan what he thinks it is before we announce
And then you're
it.
subbing in next week.
Speedy, tell Errol how we use ASR before we move on, though.
So yeah, ASR is it's a metric that compensates for, in addition to just sacks as it is, it gives players extra boost in percentage rating for quarterback hits, also quarterback hits and knockdowns, and getting close to it where they're practically in the pocket. And then the other case that they were noting is forcing bad throws and intentional grounding when you're the closest defender.
Basically, a better way to tell if you're good or not is at the end as a pass rusher.
Because we've talked about pass rush win rate before. That's more directly on the offensive lineman on the defensive lineman, or vice versa. This is more the closest defender to the quarterback type thing.
Yeah. All right, Speedy. It all comes down to this: one shot.
Ooh, yeah.
All right.
Chance.
So,
Hot Carl.
Hot Carl. You ready? All right, I'm gonna try to give this to you right here. Now, there's only one way to make something smell. Okay, it's a smelly thing. All right. Now, a man or a woman, depending on what aura you want to look at, sees the other partner laying down. Okay. And it is wrapped with something. He does this very hot thing to that person on a certain part of their body.
Hot Carl.
That was a good one. I pretty much gave you the answer.
Smell probably means has to come from the butt plug. Or would it be hot?
I farted.
Possible.
Smell my ass.
I think it'd be something more than farted, though.
Nathan, what are we eating?
Huh?
Bagel hole.
Nutella.
That was good.
I thought you were eating applesauce out of a jar like Errol.
No, Nutella.
Breaking news.
Nutella out of the jar.
Oh, it's got a lot of vitamins.
Breaking news.
We're gonna need
I'm
an
putting you on a leash now.
All right, yeah. I'm not gonna get anywhere with this. So let's say it has to do with the butthole. We'll go with that.
Okay.
And it involves a deuce coming out.
Okay.
Hot. Throwing me like, where's what?
Dropping a deuce.
Yeah,
Speedy,
but
you just dropped the deuce.
Be quiet. Be quiet. Let him think.
Lighter. It's not a lighter.
Somebody's sleeping.
Somebody's sleeping, right? So
You
they're
keep
sneaking
eating
up.
your Nutella. Stay out of this.
They're sneaking up on somebody while they're sleeping. with
Okay.
What type of mechanism to make it hot?
What mechanism?
Really, Speedy? Come on.
I'll say it's an internal combustion.
Yeah.
Internal combustion. Yeah. I mean, yeah. Like I'm
Yum,
thinking,
yum.
I'm thinking some type of
Give me that chicken curry.
shit, diarrhea, like anything like that. But I just don't know how it would come with hot.
Butt plug.
Butt plug would help stop it, but
You're right.
the butt plug would
All right.
definitely be useful in this situation. But I think,
Make a
All right,
guess.
I'm gonna throw a timer on you in a second.
yeah. Let me say involving after you. I think it's that specific.
Do you bend the meat?
One type of food. That doesn't make sense either.
Would you stick a finger in his ass?
Let's just say a general spicy
To
food
Mario.
going out as well. I don't know. I'm not really
What?
sure.
Say that again. Okay. Here, I'm going to give you another tip.
What?
She's sleeping. She's
That's
wrapped with something on a certain part of her body. and he's letting it go. Now think about this.
I got the poop diarrhea part, whatever.
Okay, all right.
I got that part.
All
I'm
right.
trying to figure out the hot. That's what's throwing me. What type of extra heat?
Don't worry about the hot. Stop with the hot. All right. You got the poop. All right? That's pretty obvious now that it is poop. All right. She's sleeping. All right. Now there's a certain part of her body that Mr. Deuce Man is going to do something, and she's wrapped with something on this part of her body.
Yeah, it's her butthole, vagina, wrapped with underwear, and you're gonna poop through it.
What?
Wow.
Okay, all right. Think about it. There is a certain part of the body, okay? Think about it. There's only one way it can go in. There's two ways it can go in and out, right? On your body, right?
Form of poop?
No. Think about it. All right, Speedy, think about it. It's a woman.
Think
Sleeping.
about it.
She's sleeping, okay? Now, why would this guy want to poop on her vagina if she's sleeping? No, arousal? Pooping on her vagina? Think about it. That's disgusting. Think about it.
So is sex.
Now, think about it. She's sleeping. All right.
First off, if she's sleeping, it's technically illegal.
There's a certain kind of wrap, okay? What do you wrap things with?
On your body, it could be anything.
What would you there's like you're wrapping food up with what?
Foil. Or like plastic wrap.
Okay,
Anything
you got
like
that one.
Okay.
All right, you got it. You got plastic. Okay. Now it's got to go on a certain part of that woman's body for him to let it go on.
I mean, if she was, it wouldn't be her mouth because she suffocate. But
Hold on. Say it again.
So they wrap something around the person's mouth and then take a deuce on her?
That's
psychotic.
That's right.
Psychotic.
All right, Speedy. Can you use this in a sentence? This is what we've all been waiting for. Errol's sentence was mid at best. Can you give us a better sentence to win Analytics tonight for Hot Carl?
Beluga whales mating?
Yeah, I'm sure.
Do you bend the meat? Willy Whoppers, Speedy! Willy Whoppers!
There has been
A lot of hot ladies.
There's been a record over the last 40 years of at least 50 serial killers that have pulled off the hot Carl on their victims.
I guess that's okay. I think we're gonna have to give the win to Errol still because let's face it, Errol kind of walked that one over to your side.
Speedy,
Errol,
the
you
hot
are tonight's champion of Analytics. Once again,
Breaking news.
equality.
They call me the ladies' man and
educational
Mr. Stereo Girl.
experience.
So they do nothing.
I'm putting you on a leash now.
Let's put her on a leash, Speedy, after we
No,
wrap her
that's
with
Nathan's
plastic.
specialty.
After we wrap her
No,
with
no, no,
plastic.
I don't do leashes. It's only Nathan.
You never heard of the hot Carl?
I never heard of any of this shit.
Is that
I
cool
think
or what? You think that's
psychotic?
Why is it psychotic?
You're wrapping something like you're gonna freaking suffocate her or strangle her,
Well,
and then you're
I
gonna
mean,
put freaking deuces
Yeah, well, you've never wanted to deuce on something?
on a mouth? No.
Yum yum.
you shouldn't watch that. Was it Midsommar movie then?
Bagel
Oh,
hole.
I've seen that movie. Yeah, that movie's quite the movie.
Smell my ass.
I got, you know where I got Bagel Hole from? Andrew
A lot of
Schultz.
hot ladies.
I'm the one who told you bagel hole.
No, Andrew Schultz got it from the.
I told you bagel hole. Stop it.
Yeah, he said that he.
I
What do you
told
call
you bagel hole. I got some more for you to do, buddy. All right. Don't you worry. I've got more. You did not. I'm the one who told you bagel hole. I remember that was one of the things I told you to say.
But Andrew Schultz said it too. You saw that, right?
I need a gin and tonic.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long one. Okay, thank you
Good
to
job.
Jabba for joining us. I want to apologize if all you Nick Goody fans are out there and wanted Nick to join us. Unfortunately, Nick was busy. I'm sure he'll be back on Monday. So I want to
Great show
apologize.
today. Let's go.
Yes, it was a great show. And yes, we're all ready to go on Blue Wire. So we'll be uploading on Blue Wire starting tonight, I would say.
Hey, I put
So,
the press release
shout out to
out.
Blue Wire.
I put the press release out,
That's
so
right.
everyone go check out the press release. It's out there.
Great. Thanks, Nathan. You're awesome.
Yes,
Yum yum.
as we all know.
I farted.
And your farts probably stink like crap, but hopefully you didn't eat too much bacon. Anyways, thank you to our very special guest, Mr. Finaro, Robert Finaro. He was fantastic. Thank you, Nathan, for landing that one. He was actually really, really good, and we had a lot of fun with him, and I'll probably never forget this interview. That's for damn sure. So thank you to Robert. Thank you, obviously, to all the fans on all our social medias, from Twitter to Instagram or X, whatever the hell you call it, TikTok and Spotify video, Apple Podcasts, YouTube. We really appreciate you guys for all the support that you guys give us throughout the week and checking out our stuff. We really do appreciate it. Check out 103.9 The Weekend Crunch every single Saturdays at 7 p.m. Again, we have a great show. It's been on for almost 5 years now, and it's kicking ass all over Long Island. So thank you to all the fans that tune in and check out it. And go to our website, www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Do we have anything on Monday?
Not yet.
Speedy, take your hands out of your pants.
Speedy's mom.
And make sure that you call your mom. We want to get her on the show. What do you think? Well, she's a great
Not
guest.
happening.
She's a great guest. I mean, I'll have Jabba interview her. I'll stay away, okay? So maybe Jabba will, do some interesting things.
You just made my nipples hard. As long as she's using dude wipes and taking care of my two hole, I'm good.
Oh, so she'll be, taking care of her too. What do you think?
Pulled it out of my ass.
All right, that's it for our show. We will be back on Monday with new guests and new content. Enjoy Friday's game. Hopefully the Knicks end this suffering of the Celtics and suffering for us as fans. I don't want to see them go to a game 7. And watch out, Pacers. Okay, watch them out. Anyways, and the Nuggets, 3-3. As we expected, it's going 7. So we'll see what happens over the weekend. That would be Saturday for the Nuggets and the OKC Thunder. So there's 2 more series left. One of them that's 3-2, and the other one's 3-3. So we'll see what happens over the weekend. That's it. Good night. So long. Farewell. There'll come a day of life, as we all know. Speedy, goodbye.
Yum yum. No, my ass.
Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
I need a gin and tonic.